Commander of the Night Divine Guards. Yi Shinjin greets everyone. The man bowed slightly. Commander of the Night Divine Guards? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Eunuch Yi, you actually came to the capital personally? Li Shinji revealed a hint of surprise. Obviously, Yi Shinjin had a high position in Li Shinji's heart. Eunuch Yi, why are you here? Didn't the old man say that you can't leave the capital? Long Wanyu was surprised. Eunuch Yi, the faces of his surrounding Night Divine Guards twitched. In the memories of the Night Divine Guards, no one dared to call the commander Eunuch Yi. Those who dared to call him, they were all dead. Although the commander did not show up much into Qian, many officials in Qian were terrified when they heard his name. The commander of the Night Divine Guards. You call him Eunuch Yi? Of course. Only Long Wanyu dared to call him that. Yi Shinjin did not dare to talk back. Long Wanyu called Daiqianxing that old man. Damn old man. Is it wrong to call you Eunuch Yi? Yi Shinjin's solemn face could only show a bitter smile. Princess, I rarely leave the capital. However, this is a serious matter, so I came to personally plan and assist everyone. Oh. Long Wanyu nodded in confusion. Eunuch Yi, is there any news? Li Shinji said in a low voice. Yi Shinjin shook his head. I have been here for 2 months, but there is no news. Eunuch Yi, don't worry. I have already sent the Shunji battalion disciples out. There should be news soon. Li Shinji said with a smile. Yi Shinjin nodded in agreement. His Holiness trusts the two of you, so this time I am only assisting the two of you. If there is any news that you need, I will do my best to give you an answer. I hope that you can fulfill His Holiness' expectations. Yi Shinjin said in a low voice. Even Eunuch Yi was sent here? His Holiness values him very much this time. Li Shinji said in a low voice. Yi Shinjin nodded and said, the Thousand Saints Conference is about to begin. The location has been confirmed. It will be in the Qian Empire. In the Qian Empire? Li Shinji raised his eyebrows. What is the Thousand Saints Conference? Guhai asked in confusion. Yi Shinjin looked at Guhai in shock. You are so good at calligraphy, but you don't know? Guhai's eyes were very sure that he really didn't know. The Thousand Saints Conference, the 3 heavenly empires, the 3 holy lands, and the various academies will all send people here. It is the pinnacle of calligraphy. The scholars of the world will gather, and the literary aura will converge. It will lead to the ancient times. Yi Shinjin said solemnly. No wonder His Holiness values him so much. The Imperial College needs him to preside over the Thousand Saints Conference. Li Shinji nodded with a heavy expression. Unfortunately, all these years, my Night Divine Guards have been investigating in the Qian Empire without any results. Now, I am here, and you are here too. I don't know what the results are, but I hope we can find some clues. Yi Shinjin sighed slightly. There are a few people in my Shunji battalion who are in charge of gathering information. They have their own methods of searching. Maybe we will find some clues after some time. Li Shinji nodded with a frown. Yes, Battalion Commander Li, this time we will rely on you. It is the first time Home Master Gu has come to the Qian Empire, and he is unfamiliar with the people in the place. It will be difficult for him to find the Imperial College. However, His Holiness has instructed us to follow Home Master Gu's instructions. Home Master Gu, how do you need us to help you? So that it will be easier for you to find the Imperial College? Yi Shinjin said solemnly. Li Shinji revealed a proud smile and looked coldly at Guhai. Now, it is a mess, and there is no clue. Can you sort it out? However, Guhai's expression was a little strange. Seeing Guhai's expression, Li Shinji thought that Guhai was in a difficult position and was also at his wit's end. He immediately smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Good. If you have any ideas, you can tell us. We could discuss it together. Hall Master Gu, do you have any ideas? Yi Shinjin frowned and asked. Guhai's expression became even more strange. Li Shinji sneered and didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for Guhai to make a fool of himself. I don't have any ideas, Guhai said with a strange expression. Oh, Mr. Good has moments when he doesn't have any ideas? It is not like you. Li Shinji sneered. But, Li Shinji, stop talking. We have already found Ram Saint's location. Why do we need ideas? Guhai said with a strange expression. Li Shinji, Yi Shinjin. The two of them didn't seem to have heard him clearly. Hall Master Gu, what did you say? Yi Shinjin said with disbelief. You said you found Ram Saint's location? Weren't you with us? How did you find him? Li Shinji didn't believe him. Yes, but we did find him. It shouldn't be wrong. Ram Saint. Unless he doesn't have that name. Guhai nodded affirmatively. Li Shinji and Yi Shinjin. We are still at our wits' end, and you said you found him? Are you kidding me? I've seen Ram Saint. Long One Yu said disdainfully. You princess, you've seen Ram Saint? Where is he? How is that possible? Yi Shinjin's eyes widened. After saying this, Yi Shinjin was startled. He immediately understood how Long Wan Yu had seen him, and his face lit up with joy. You really found him? Yi Shinjin was pleasantly surprised. Li Shinji was conflicted. He was about to ridicule Gu Hai, but Gu Hai gave him a tight slap. Did he have to do this? Ram Saint is trapped at Bat Ancestor's place. One you said it was a blood pool. Ram Saint was surrounded by blood. Moreover, it was when Bat Ancestor returned from Wu Yue Academy. Gu Hai said in a low voice. West of the city, Bat Valley? No wonder. Normal people can't enter Bat Valley at all. Bat Ancestor, that old thing, is fickle and vicious. Yi Shinjin frowned. Since Ram Saint has been found, we just have to think of a way to save him, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Li Shinji stood at the side, speechlessly. Yi Shinjin nodded. That's fine too. Your Majesty. Bingheim's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Gu Hai stepped out of the hall in confusion. Bingheim, Sima Feng, and the disciples of the Shinji battalion stood outside the hall. Your Majesty, there are vampires attacking the Mo Manor. They seem to be looking for trouble with us, Bingheim said as she pointed into the distance. Gu Hai looked up. The Mo Manor was located on a group of floating islands in the distance. However, there were countless black bats around the Mo Manor. They were raging against the Mo Manor's formation. It's Chongming. I saw him flying over, Sima Feng said in a low voice. Chapter 385. The Missouri Estate. The rolling bats surrounded the entire Mo clan. Chongming stood in the center of the countless bats as he stared viciously at the cold-faced Mo Yike. Mo Yike, where's Gu Hai? Tell him to come out, Chongming said coldly. Streams of air flowed around the Missouri Estate, blocking the countless bats outside. Mo Yike stood in nearby entrance as he stared coldly at Chongming. Chongming, what are you doing? Mo Yike asked in a deep voice. My father was harmed by Gu Hai. I want to take revenge on him. Move aside, or don't blame me for being impolite, Chongming said coldly. Oh, your father? The Grand Duke of Chongsheng? It was the Bat Ancestor who injured him, right? Mo Yike's expression changed as he guessed the gist of the situation. All of this was caused by Gu Hai. Move aside and I won't hurt you, Chongming said coldly. Hurt me? Chongming, you're thinking too much. I'm guessing that the Grand Duke of Chongsheng doesn't know that you've come to my Missouri estate to cause trouble today, right? Mo Yike smiled gently. So what if he doesn't know? I'm taking revenge for my father. What does that have to do with you? Chongming said coldly. Revenge? Ha ha ha. Who injured your father? The Bat Ancestor. Do you dare to take revenge on him? Mo Yike said coldly. You, Chongming glared. Take revenge on the Bat Ancestor? What a joke. He was the one who created the vampires, so they all feared him from the depths of their souls. All right, Chongming, enough is enough. Go back. Otherwise, if your father finds out, you won't be able to explain yourself. Mo Yike shook his head. Mo Yike, although my father has always admired you, I will not give in to you. Today, even if you block me, I will still go in and capture Gu Hai. If you continue to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. Chongming glared and shouted. Mo Yike's face turned cold. Roar! Chongming suddenly roared. The countless bats immediately charged towards the formation of the Mo clan. Rumble! The formation resisted for a while. Chongming, are you going to retreat or not? Mo Yike once again shouted coldly. You're the one who's retreating, Humph. Chong Ming glared at him, and a large amount of blood-red light appeared around him as he rushed into the formation with a loud rumble. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and waved his hand abruptly. Boom! Rolling fog erupted from the Mo clan, enveloping all the bats in the surroundings and Chong Ming in a single moment. The fog churned, and no sound could be heard from within. Countless commoners in the capital outside were puzzled. What formation was this? In a distant manner, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. The 29 Line Worlds formation. In the past, Gu Hai had condensed Dugu Chiobai's formation in the Jingmetal sect, which required an ocean's worth of spiritual stones. Was this the formation before him? Others only saw the fog, but Gu Hai could see the framework of the formation clearly. Mo Yike? You've actually comprehended the 29 Line Worlds? Gu Hai gently smiled. In the past, when he had last seen Mo Yike in the Yingzhou province, Gu Hai had played a game of chess with Mo Yike. In the end, Mo Yike had solved the 29 Line Worlds. He never thought that he could already cast down formations. How could the 29 Line Worlds formation be easy? While others were still waiting for the result of the formation, Gu Hai had already determined Chong Ming's outcome. As expected, the 29 Line Worlds formation consumed too many spiritual stones, so Mo Yike did not dare to persist for too long. After a short while, he removed the formation, and all the bats left. Everything returned to normal. Not far from the Mo clan, Chong Ming's second uncle, third uncle, and the other vampires had been paying attention to the Mo clan the entire time. When everything suddenly returned to normal, they were slightly stunned. What's going on? Where's Chong Ming? There's no movement at all? Let's go take a look. The group of vampires quickly charged towards the Mo clan. Mo Yike was waiting at the entrance, as if he had guessed that they would come. In the blink of an eye, the group of vampires arrived before Mo Yike. What day is it today? Another group came? Mo Yike sneered. Mo Yike, where's Chong Ming? Chong Ming's second uncle immediately shouted. Whoosh! Mo Yike waved his hand. Suddenly, Chong Ming was tied up in chains and brought in front of everyone. Mo Yike, let go of me, Chong Ming said with shame and indignation. He thought that he had achieved great success because Mo Yike's cultivation was not obvious, so he was prepared to let him go. However, he was captured in the blink of an eye. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he have to embarrass himself every time he was with Gu Hai? Lord Mo, Chong Ming is not sensible. Please let go of Chong Ming. We will definitely discipline him strictly. Chong Ming's second uncle immediately shouted. That's right. It's good that Chong Ming is fine. Lord Mo, sorry to disturb you. Chong Ming's third uncle also said politely. Mo Yike sneered. Offending an official of the imperial court? You want to let him go with just a few words? Then what do you want? Chong Ming immediately shouted. Second uncle and third uncle's expressions also darkened. Mo Yike, back then, your father and we were only peers. What kind of tone is that? Second uncle shouted. Mo Yike smiled. The second, third, fourth, and fifth sons of the Chong family? If you have the ability, you can also break into my Missouri estate. Yes. The group of vampires' expressions changed. Chong Sheng won't allow it, right? Mo Yike said coldly. How do you know? Third uncle glared. Mo Yike's expression was cold. The De Qian emissaries were ordered by His Majesty to receive them. If anything happens to them, should I blame you or blame me? As long as I'm here, don't think of messing around. The group of vampires' expressions darkened. Turning his head, Mo Yike looked at Chong Ming. As for Chong Ming, this time you disregarded His Majesty's order and dared to break into my Missouri estate. As officials of the imperial court, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll ask His Majesty to let you go. Or your father, Chong Sheng, will come and get you. Choose one, and I'll let you go. The group of vampires' expressions changed. Chong Ming's expression also froze. His Majesty's order? That's impossible. If His Majesty knew about it, it would be good enough if he didn't blame you for disobeying him. You want to let you go? Ask Chong Sheng to come and get you. The expressions of the Chong family's elders all changed. Changsheng's words from before were still ringing in their ears. Whoever dared to go against the Qian diplomatic mission would be skinned alive and expelled from the Chang family. As for Chongming, this was the rhythm of calling for his parents. What should they say to father? He disobeyed father's orders and came out to cause trouble for the Qian diplomatic mission, and he was detained? For the prideful Chongming, it was better to let him die. Lord Mo, can we negotiate? Chongming is not sensible. Old Third smiled bitterly. Everyone, please go back. These are the only two conditions. Why don't you go and tell Changsheng? Mo Yike shook his head. No. Old Third immediately shook his head. Go and cause trouble for himself? Was this a joke? All right, elders of the Chang family, which one of you will go and report to Changsheng? Mo Yike looked at the group of vampires with a cold smile. The vampires all retreated. Go and report to Changsheng? What a joke. What if Changsheng takes his anger out on them? Chongming looked at the group of uncles in front of him, continuously retreating. They would rather let him embarrass himself here than report to father? Most importantly, they were the ones who were filled with righteous indignation before, and that was why he rushed here hot-headedly. Now, they were retreating? All right, everyone, please go back. Mo Yike sent them off. The group of vampires all avoided Chongming's pleading eyes, as if they were about to retreat. Only second uncle left behind a sentence that made Chongming want to vomit blood. Chongming, don't worry. Mo Yike won't do anything to you. You can stay in the Mo family in peace. With that, the group of vampires all left. Chongming, haha, young Master Chong. It seems that they don't care about your life at all. Do you want me to send someone to write to Changsheng and ask him to come and pick you up? Mo Yike laughed. No. Chongming cried out gloomily. If I call father over, won't he beat me to death? I'd rather be tied up in your manor. In the evening, Gu Hai and the rest returned. Gu Hai, Long Wan Qing, and Mo Yike accompanied them to the place where Chongming was imprisoned. Mr. Mo, you imprisoned Chongming. Will it affect you? Gu Hai asked curiously. Chongming trespassed into my manor, so I have the right to imprison him. Moreover, his actions this time go against His Majesty's original intentions. Imprisoning him here is also to teach him a lesson. Mo Yike shook his head. Gu Hai. Chongming glared at Gu Hai gloomily. How many times had it been? The first time he went to Chaoga, he suffered at the hands of Gu Hai. 500,000 soldiers were captured, and he was poisoned. The second time, when he wanted to deal with Gu Hai, he was slapped twice by his own father. The third time, he became a prisoner again. Wasn't he favored by the heavens? Why was he always so unlucky when he met Gu Hai? Serves you right for being so unlucky. Long Wan Yu said disdainfully again. You. Chongming was so depressed that he was speechless. Mo Yike, what do I have to do for you to let me go? We played together when we were young. Why are you so heartless? Chongming looked at Mo Yike gloomily. Young Master Chong, have you never grown up? Or have you forgotten to use your brain because you were favored by the heavens? I remember that you were quite smart when you were young. Mo Yike shook his head. Chongming glared at him. What? Why don't you think about how you came here? You were instigated to come here, right? Others can manipulate you into doing things for them with just a few words. Even if you're favored by the heavens, you are just an idiot, a tool. This is another lesson for you. You can't eat luck. There will be a day when you run out of luck. Use your brain properly. Wait for your father to come and get you. Mo Yike shook his head. Chongming was speechless. She calmed herself down. Indeed, she had come here because of second uncle and third uncle's words. He just didn't expect his second and third uncles to run away when they found out he was in trouble. Forget it, Mr. Mo. Let him go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chongming looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Mr. Good, you want to let him go? He wants to deal with you. Mo Yike frowned. Was Gu Hai using him to do a favor? Gu Hai, I don't want your fake kindness. Chongming said gloomily. Do you want me to visit Changsheng? Gu Hai smiled at Chongming. Chongming's face froze. He was so depressed that he didn't know what to say. This was like Gu Hai go to school when he was young, and the teacher told him to call his parents. It was the most embarrassing thing. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll visit your home. Chongming was stunned. Mr. Mo, how are you? Guhai smiled. Mo Yike frowned and looked at Chongming. Finally, he nodded and smiled. Mr. Good, your reach is really long. That's why I still need to trouble Mr. Mo. Guhai smiled. All right, Chongming, you can go now. Mo Yike sighed. He waved his hand. The chains on Chongming's body suddenly fell apart. Chongming was released from the shackles. Guhai was right in front of him, as if he could grab him if he went forward. However, Chongming didn't pounce on him. Instead, he had a complicated look on his face. Guhai, I won't accept your kindness. Oomph. Chongming snorted coldly and rushed out of the Mo mansion. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Chongming is a spoiled person. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed. That's right. His nature is not evil. Guhai nodded. Brother-in-law, what should we do when Chongming pounced on us? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. Didn't you see that Mr. Mo had a chess piece in his hand? This is Mr. Mo's territory. He can come and go as he pleases. Who can hurt me? Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. It's all Mr. Good's fault. Chapter 386. They had found Ram Saint's location. Li Shinji and Yi Shinjin both started to move. At the same time, the news was immediately sent to Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong. The two of them listened to Yi Shinjin's description and were also at a loss. Princess Wanyu? We've been looking for clues for a long time, but she found it with just a thought? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Long Wanyu? Huh. Jinmu of Silla also showed a hint of bitterness. Yes, no matter what, with the cooperation of Mr. Good and Princess Wanyu, we've found the general location of Ram Saint. He's in the Bat Valley in the west of the city. I've passed on a message, but it's up to you how you find him. Yi Shinjin said solemnly. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Has Li Shinji made a move? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Yi Shinjin nodded. His Holiness promised that rescuing Ram Saint is a first-class heavenly merit. Mr. Sima should know better than me. How could Li Shinji ignore this? A first-class heavenly merit, that's considered a death exemption card. Apart from treason and disobedience in the Diqian, even if you commit a capital crime, you can still avoid death once? How could Li Shinji let him go? Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. That's right. The Shinji battalion has all been mobilized. They're scouting around the Bat Valley in the west of the city. However, it's not easy. Yi Shinjin nodded. It's not just not easy. The Bat Ancestor is furious this time. If it weren't for Shiyu the Great holding him back, he would have exploded long ago. As long as the Diqian envoy gets close, he'll immediately skin them alive and pull out their tendons. Moreover, the Bat Valley is surrounded by vampires and bat demons. They're all the Bat Ancestors' trusted subordinates. How could they let outsiders get close? Sima Changkong shook her head. Yes, that's why this is so tricky. It's also why we haven't been able to find his whereabouts until today. Princess Wanyu and the rest are in the light, and you guys are in the dark. I hope you can rescue Ram Saint as soon as possible. Yi Shinjin nodded. Right, did Guhai make any arrangements? Sima Changkong asked curiously. Master? Heh. But Hall Master Gu hasn't done anything. I don't know. Yi Shinjin smiled bitterly. You don't know? Yes. You said that Master Gu didn't look for him. It was Master Gu who cooperated with Princess Wanyu to find the first news of Ram Saint. Now, Li Shinji's Shinji battalion has all been mobilized. However, the people that Master Gu brought are still wandering around. They don't care about Ram Saint at all. That's why I can't guess what he's thinking. Yi Shinjin smiled bitterly. Guhai wants to protect Long Wanyu's safety. That's why he doesn't want to take the risk. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Maybe. Yi Shinjin nodded. Forget it. If he doesn't look for him, we'll look for him ourselves. Bat Valley in the west of the city? We'll think of a way to get in. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. In Mo Manor. After Guhai released Chongming, he didn't look for Ram Saint. Just as Jinmu of Silla had guessed, he couldn't let Long Wanyu take the risk. No matter how important Ram Saint was, how could he compare to Long Wanyu? The capital city was filled with danger. Who knew when an arrow would appear? He had to be on guard. Chongming went back. but he didn't come looking for trouble again. Maybe he was too agitated a few days ago. Guhai didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he went to the Mo Manor's kitchen. I'm finally half full. It feels so good. Chang Sheng rubbed his stomach. Around them, the servants of the Mo Manor who were constantly delivering food were so scared that their legs went weak. You've been eating for a few days and nights without stopping. You're saying that you're only half full? It's only because the Mo family has such a deep foundation that you can eat as much as you want. If it was outside, an army's rations would have been eaten by you. You too. Haven't you eaten enough? There's more at Mr. Mo's house. Guhai said with a smile. Mo Yike, who was at the side, smiled bitterly. In the past few days, Mo Yike had been trying to communicate with the two of them. However, his biggest gain was that the two of them could eat a lot. In the Mo Manor, it was fine to feed them for 10 days or half a month. However, if they kept feeding them, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Where did these monsters come from? We're not eating anymore. We still have to leave some space for our stomachs. Let's go out and eat something else. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said, Oh, why did you say you were going to the capital last time? Guhai was slightly stunned. Ziwei and Chang Sheng looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two of them nodded. Guhai, over the past few days, Chang Sheng and I have found that you're a good friend. We'll take you out to eat. Ziwei's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you want to eat? Mo Yike asked curiously. That nothing. Mr. Mo, if you don't have anything to do, you could go back to work first. Ziwei suddenly made excuses. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. So, he had treated them to a meal for the past few days for nothing? Well, Mr. Mo, I'll accompany Chang Sheng and Ziwei to walk around the capital today. You don't have to worry. Guhai said with a bitter smile. All right, Mo Yike nodded. Although he was a little curious about the food in the mouth of the two foodies, Mo Yike couldn't take the initiative to lean on them since they didn't want to bring him along. What good food? I want to go too. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Chang Sheng and Ziwei looked at each other and thought about it. Ziwei nodded and said, All right, you're Guhai's sister-in-law. You're not an outsider. Just the four of us. Don't follow anyone else. Okay, no problem. Sima Feng, you guys wait in the city. Long Wanyu immediately ordered. Guhai was silent for a while and finally nodded. Bingheim and the others stayed in the city. Guhai's group of four slowly left the capital. In a corner of the city tower, Hikang of Silla looked coldly at the four figures disappearing into the forest in the distance. Your Highness, isn't that the direction where you met the Demoness when you went to the disaster relief, and the two good-for-nothings attacked you? A subordinate behind him said in surprise. Follow them and see where they're going. Hikang of Silla ordered. Yes, the subordinate answered. In another corner. Follow them. Mo Yike ordered his subordinate. In another corner. Follow them. The elder of the Chang family also ordered. Guhai's group, leaving the city, attracted the attention of various forces. Guhai's group of four walked in the forest, but there were many groups of people following them. However, as they followed them, they lost them. In a forest, Li Shinji looked at his subordinate in front of him with a gloomy expression. Camp leader, they entered a foggy area, and then they were gone. Disappeared? Li Shinji frowned. Yes, we looked around for a long time, but there was nothing. There was no tunnel either. We even found a group of vampires. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and finally said in a low voice, Forget it. Let them look for food. This is the northwest of the city, and we still have things to do. Ignore them. We'll go to the Bat Valley in the west of the city. Yes. The forces lost them one by one. Guhai, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, and Long Wanyu had arrived at a large tree. They had actually stepped into the interior of the large tree and strangely passed through it. This is? Guhai was surprised. The old man set up an entrance back then, and only we know how to enter. Let's go. That thing should be ripe soon. We were about to enter the last time, but we happened to see Hikang of Silla shoot Fairy Wanner with an arrow, so we were delayed. Ziwei said excitedly. Guhai nodded. Long Wanyu did not sense any danger. The four of them entered the ground through the big tree and walked towards the south through a long and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was very long. The four of them walked slowly for almost 2 days, but they still did not reach the end. Meanwhile, the people outside were looking for them like crazy. And Mo Yike, He Kang of Silla, Chong family, Qin family, Li Shunji, and Yi Shinjin's people went back and forth countless times, but Gu Hai's group of 4 disappeared just like that. 2 days? Where did they go? Underground tunnel. The 4 of them felt that they were going deeper and deeper. We are not there yet, Long Wan Yu said gloomily. Soon, there is still 1 more day, Chang Sheng explained. As they walked, the other end of the tunnel seemed to be surging with heat waves. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The deeper they went, the stronger the heat waves. Gu Hai opened his fire god palace, and as they walked, he absorbed the heat waves, making Long Wan Yu feel much better. 1 day passed quickly, and the 4 of them slowly walked to the depths of the long and narrow tunnel. A blue barrier blocked the entrance of the heat waves. However, even though the blue barrier blocked the heat waves, the surrounding earth and stones still seeped out with the heat waves. It's so hot. The earth and stones around this tunnel are all burning red. What is in there? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Gu Hai was carrying Long Wan Yu on his back, and the fire god in his body was crazily absorbing the flames. Chang Sheng and Zi Wei did not seem to be afraid of the heat. They walked to the blue barrier together. 3,000 years ago, we discovered it together with the old man. The old man was the one who sealed this barrier. He used his most powerful treasure. Unfortunately, it does not seem to be able to hold on for much longer. Look inside. Chang Sheng pointed inside the barrier. Oh, Gu Hai looked inside the transparent blue barrier. Boom. Inside, there was a raging fire burning fiercely. Above the fire, there was surging blood that continued to boil. Below the fire, there was also boiling blood. At the center of the fire, there was a strange green vine floating in the air. On the vine, there was a red gourd. The fire burned fiercely. The green vine was still there, and the gourd did not burn in the fire. Instead, it seemed to have matured. This gourd is on fire? The fire inside is coming from this gourd? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Why does this gourd vine have no roots? Why is the vine floating in the air? Long Wan Yu exclaimed in shock. Of course, the roots of this gourd are not in the Yang realm. Excitement flashed in Chang Sheng's eyes. Oh, in the Yang realm? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. The roots of the century lifespan, immortality, peach tree were not in the Yang realm. I don't know. In any case, it is not here. 3,000 years ago, this gourd was just a little bit bigger. After 3,000 years, it finally grew up. It can be eaten, Chang Sheng said excitedly. Eat? What gourd is this? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. I don't know. Zi Wei shook her head. I don't know. Do you want to eat it? Chapter 387. Eat? What kind of gourd is that? Gu Hai asked curiously. I don't know. Zi Wei shook her head. You don't know? Do you want to eat it? Is that important? Chang Sheng asked doubtfully. Gu Hai was speechless. What if it's poisonous? Long Wan Yu rolled her eyes. These two had lost their minds when they saw food. What kind of poison is there in the gourd? Even if it's poisonous, it's fine. We're not humans anyway. Zi Wei shook her head. Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu. But with this blue barrier, we can still feel the boundless fire. How do we eat it? Long Wan Yu asked doubtfully. This blue barrier is the most powerful treasure the old man had back then. It's a sealing treasure. We can rely on it to get close to the fire gourd, Chang Sheng said confidently. Old man, did he say what this place is? The environment is a little strange. The fire gourd is covered in blood? With such a big fire, is there no reaction from ground? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I remember. Zi Wei's expression suddenly changed. Oh, the old man mentioned that this tunnel of his is not underground. I can't explain it clearly. I only know that this fire gourd seems to be suppressing something. And this location is between the two realms of Yin and Yang. Zi Wei recalled. Why don't I know? Chang Sheng stared at Zi Wei. You were drooling at that time. How could you have time to listen to the old man? You're almost the same. In the end, wasn't it the old man who pulled your ear and led you away? The two scolded each other. Gu Hai, who was carrying Long Wan Yu, showed a trace of doubt. Let's go. I'll activate the sealing formation. Let's try it, Ziwei said excitedly. She reached out and pushed on the blue transparent barrier. Buzz! The blue barrier suddenly seemed to move. It suddenly shrank back and wrapped the four of them in a blue ball. Boom! The barrier loosened, and a rolling fire followed the tunnel into the distance. Standing in the blue barrier ball, the four of them slowly moved to the center of the fire, to the fire gourd. Guhai looked curiously at the blood pools above and below. It was as if there were two blood ponds above and below. The one above was floating in the air, while the one below was completely still. And above the blood ponds below were a large number of red runes. It was like an array formation was suppressing the blood ponds below. 90% of the flames emitted by the fire gourd drilled into the red runes and replenished their energy. Is the fire gourd really suppressing the blood pool below? Long One Yu stared. It's here, it's here. After 3,000 years, it's only this big. It must be an incredible treasure. Gulp. Changshen gulped. Even the old man drooled when he saw it back then. It must be something good. Ha, I'll go first, I'll go first. Ziwei excitedly moved her face closer. The face slowly extended the blue barrier ball. Are you shameless? Long One Yu said in surprise. Huh. Sure enough, the billowing flames rushed toward Ziwei. Ziwei's face was immediately burned red. However, how could she let go of the delicious food that was right in front of her mouth? Ziwei bit down hard on the gourd. Crack! Woo 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 woo. Ziwei covered her mouth and came back with a sad face. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Ziwei let go of her hand. Two teeth in her mouth broke. Ha 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 ha. Long One Yu laughed heartlessly. It's so hard? Did your teeth break from chewing steel and copper? Guhai asked in surprise. Are you stupid? Can't you swallow it in one bite? Why waste so much effort? Watch me swallow in one bite, Changsheng said disdainfully. Bullsh asterisk T. If you swallow it in one bite, what are we going to eat? Ziwei suddenly became anxious. Then what should we do? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Let me try again. Ziwei shook her head. She extended her face again. She opened her mouth and sucked. You don't want me to swallow it, so you're going to swallow it yourself? Changsheng suddenly became anxious. The fire gourd suddenly flew toward Ziwei's mouth. Bang! The fire gourd hit Ziwei's face. Ziwei's face was red as she covered her face. What's wrong with you? Long One Yu asked curiously. Ziwei covered her face with a painful expression. She didn't speak. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, puzzled. Ziwei didn't speak either. If you don't tell me, I'll use my mouth. Changsheng said, puzzled. He opened his mouth, imitated Ziwei, and sucked. Bang! You son of a bitch. If you don't tell me, I can't suck this fire gourd into my mouth at all. My face is going to be burnt. It hurts so much. Changsheng covered his face and said in pain. Guhai was speechless. For the sake of food, you guys are going all out. Long One Yu said with a strange expression. After struggling for a while, they still couldn't eat. The fire gourd was emitting a big fire. They couldn't eat it at all. They tried various methods, but it was useless. Ziwei and Changsheng revealed a look of despair. There was actually a day when they were defeated by food. They couldn't open their mouths with such delicious food in front of them. The old man lied to me? I can't eat it at all. Changsheng said in despair. Why don't we cook it before eating it? Ziwei frowned. Everyone turned to look at Ziwei. That look, are you stupid? The fire gourd is emitting a big fire on its own. How are we going to cook it? Ziwei and Changsheng looked at each other with resentment in their eyes. They could only feel helpless. What flame is this? Why don't I absorb it and see if it can help me break through? Guhai asked with some anticipation. Back then, the drought demon flame could help him break through. However, after he broke through, the drought demon flame's grade was no longer high enough. Perhaps this fire gourd could help him break through to the next level? Just give it a try, Ziwei and Changsheng said listlessly. Guhai put down Long Wan Yu and closed his eyes. Then, he slowly extended his hand into the barrier. Suddenly, an overwhelming calamity swept over. Boom! The fire seemed like it would instantly burn Guhai's right hand. However, the Life Ender Saber's power quickly healed Guhai's injuries. Guhai absorbed the surging fire and sent it to the fire god palace. Boom! The fire rushed to the fire nascent soul. Instantly, the fire nascent soul felt a great nourishment. The surging fire energy was quickly absorbed by the fire nascent soul. If it were an ordinary hard aperture, the fire might have destroyed it instantly. However, Guhai used the fire god palace, which was forged by the fire god. Even though the fire raged, it could still block it. The nascent soul slowly grew like a child, slowly growing into an adult. Boom! An energy current surged out of Guhai's body. You broke through? Long Wanyu showed joy on her face. Yuanying states fourth layer. Guhai also felt pleasantly surprised. However, at this moment, the fire gourd seemed to sense something and suddenly trembled. Guhai opened his eyes. Whoosh! The fire gourd immediately broke off from the vine. Then, it shook and disappeared. After the vine lost the fire gourd, it withered at an extremely strange speed until it turned into a pile of powder. Then it disappeared. Where's the gourd? Where's the gourd? Changsheng suddenly exclaimed. Guhai suddenly screamed in pain. For some reason, that fire bottle gourd suddenly arrived in Guhai's fire god palace. The terrifying fire raged, and the flames seemed to want to tear the fire god palace apart. Bang! A huge fire emerged from Guhai's body. It seemed to want to burn Guhai's body. His energy center and the other divine palaces were protecting him. When Guhai's flesh and blood were burning, the Life Ender Saber quickly repaired it. However, even so, Guhai's body was still surging with flames. Brother-in-law, how are you? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. Guhai, what's wrong with you? Changsheng was also surprised. The fire gourd, entered Guhai's body. Ziwei's expression changed. What should we do now? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. That's right. With Guhai's cultivation, he won't be able to restrain the fire gourd. He's going to be burned to death. Changsheng said anxiously. Inject this old man's sealing barrier into Guhai's body and help him seal the fire gourd. Ziwei said through gritted teeth. All right. Changsheng and Ziwei acted at the same time. This sealing barrier seemed to have some kind of mechanism, and both of them knew how to operate it. Boom! Ziwei waved his hand. The blue barrier rushed into Guhai's fire god palace and arrived at the fire gourd in an instant. Boom! The blue barrier wrapped around the fire gourd. In an instant, the flames no longer burned the surroundings. Guhai felt much better. Phew! 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 Guhai exhaled deeply. He controlled the grown-up Hua-Ying and quickly absorbed the remaining flames in his body. The Life Ender Saber repaired his body. The Hua-Ying looked up at the fire god palace and the fire gourd wrapped in the blue barrier. The level of this flame is too high. Even my fire god can't stand it. Guhai opened his eyes, revealing a trace of horror. Ziwei and Changsheng stared at Guhai with their eyes wide open. Guhai, how did you get it into your stomach? Changsheng asked curiously. I don't know. After absorbing the flames for a while, my cultivation increased. Then it went in by itself. Guhai shook his head. Is this the rhythm of recognizing a master? F*CK, this bullsh *T fire gourd. Why didn't it come into my stomach? Ziwei said gloomily. It will be digested by you once it entered your stomach. How would it dare to recognize you as its master? Changsheng curled his lips. By the way, this blue barrier won't last long. You'd better cultivate diligently so that your body can accept the level of this flame. Ziwei shook her head. I'll think of a way to get it for you to eat later. Guhai said with a bitter smile. Don't. Although we love to eat it, other people eat it and then spit it out or defecate. We really don't have the appetite to eat it. Ziwei immediately waved her hand. It doesn't matter. You think of a way. Ziwei and I won't eat it. Changsheng said with a bitter smile. Very well. In that case, many thanks, Guhai. When you come to my Han Dynasty in the future, you too can eat as much as you want. Guhai said with a smile. That's more like it, the two immediately said excitedly. Look, the runes on the blood pool below are absorbing all the flames. Long Wanyu grabbed Guhai's arm and pointed at the blood pool below. Without the fire gourd to supply the flames, The red runes on the blood pool below absorbed all the flames in the surroundings. Ka, ka, ka. Suddenly, one of the red runes showed a large number of cracks, as if it was about to break. The old man said that the fire gourd is suppressing something powerful. Ziwei asked curiously. I sense danger. There is something very ominous. There is something very ominous down there. Let's quickly hide, Long Wan Yu said anxiously. Guhai's expression changed as he nodded. Long Wan Yu sensed something very ominous. That meant that there was definitely nothing good. What about above? Guhai pointed at the blood pool above. There is nothing above. Long Wan Yu shook her head. I'll go up and take a look. Ziwei jumped and immediately jumped to the blood pool above. Plop! Half of her body went in. Phew! Ziwei returned. What's wrong? Changsheng asked, feeling puzzled. This is the entrance of 2 realms? One can enter but not exit? Fortunately, half of my body did not go in. Otherwise, I would not be able to return, Ziwei said in shock. What's above? Changsheng asked. I don't know. It's all blood. Ziwei shook her head. I'll be the link. You two go in and take a look. Changsheng immediately said. All right. Everyone jumped into the blood pool together. Only Changsheng left half of his body in. This way, everyone could pull Changsheng's body back. Guhai, Long Wan Yu, and Ziwei entered the depths of the blood pool. The blood pool was very hot. Clearly, it was burned by the fire gourd earlier. There were still some bubbles rolling. Everyone floated up. The blood pool was very deep. They slowly floated to the top. Splash! The 3 of them floated out of the blood pool. They appeared in an underground palace. Ram Saint, Long Wan Yu looked at the trapped man in white not far away and said in surprise. Chapter 388. Capital City, west of the city. The west of the city was covered with dark clouds, mountains, cliffs, and canyons. The surrounding environment was extremely humid. Li Xinji stood in a valley and listened to his subordinates report. Battalion commander, there are too many bats here. It's not easy for us to investigate. Yes, only vampires and bat demons live here. We were almost discovered when we pretended to be vampires and walked around. A group of subordinates complained. Li Xinji's face was gloomy. He turned his head and looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen shook his head slightly and said, Lord Li, if I can help you, I will do my best to help you. However, the emperor did not allow us to take the risk and attack in order to prevent Gong Yangsheng from being hurt. You continue to search. Li Xinji's face was gloomy. There are bats everywhere in the sky. How can we find them? I can't do anything. Yi Shenzhen shook his head. His Holiness should have sent other people besides Guhai and me, right? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen was silent for a while and didn't answer. Li Xinji smiled faintly. We are in the light, and they are in the dark. Do you know how dangerous it is for us to be in the light? His Holiness naturally considered the danger. Therefore, rescuing Ram Saint is a first-class merit. Yi Shenzhen shook his head. Li Xinji nodded with a gloomy face. At this time, another group of Xinji Battalion disciples came quietly. Battalion commander, we just caught a few bat demons and interrogated them. Finally, we found a place. However, they haven't been to the underground palace. Only the bat ancestor is there. We don't know if he is there. A Xinji Battalion disciple said in a low voice. Oh, it's good to find the general location. Li Xinji said in a low voice. The Xinji Battalion disciple immediately pointed out the location. That Yin fog area? Li Xinji asked in a deep voice. Not bad. Li Xinji glanced at a place surrounded by Yin fog in the distance. Uniki, why don't you make a move and lure the bat ancestor out so that I can go in and take a look? Li Xinji said expectantly. Yi Shenzhen shook his head and said, Battalion Commander Li, I'm sorry. You want me to lure bat ancestor away? Hee, I'm only here to assist you. I won't put myself in danger. Li Xinji's expression turned ugly. He looked into the distance. It would be a pity to give up just like that. If he let his men lure out the bat ancestor, his subordinates would not be able to achieve the goal of luring out the bat ancestor. The bat ancestor came out and swallowed them whole. Fine, I'll go lure the bat ancestor away. Eunuch Yi, I'll have to trouble you to go to the place where the bad ancestor came out and investigate, Li Shinji said in a deep voice. That's fine. Yi Shinjin smiled faintly. Li Shinji nodded and took out a mask to cover his face. After making some arrangements, Li Shinji avoided the group. His figure flashed as he charged into the dark fog. Boom! Who's there? Stop right there. Bastard, who are you? How dare you barge into the Valley of Bats? You're courting death. Rumble. Li Shinji deliberately stirred up trouble. Immediately, a long sword started killing in all directions around the Valley of Bats. Boom! Finding an opening, Li Shinji slashed at the mountain rocks in the Yin Fog area. Suddenly, a huge mountain exploded. Ancestor, this is bad. Someone broke in. Supreme, save us! Amid loud rumbles, Li Shinji turned that area of the Yin Fog into chaos. How dare you! In the Yin Fog area, there was a sudden roar. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sky full of bats burst out. Bat Ancestor appeared with a gloomy face. Li Shinji slashed at him with his sword. Boom! Li Shinji was no match for him and immediately fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Bat Ancestor glared at him and chased after him. Whoosh! The two powerhouses disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Shinjin's eyes narrowed as he took a step forward and headed toward that area. At the edge of the mountains, Takashi Ryushin and Sima Changkong also looked coldly into the distance. Oh, Li Shinji has lured Bat Ancestor away. Mr. Sima, be careful. I'll be right back. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. As she spoke, Jinmu of Silla disappeared in a flash. In the underground palace, before Li Shinji made a move, Ram Saint sat in the Bloodwater cage and sneered at Bat Ancestor in front of him. Return without success? Ha 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 ha. It's useless for you to compete with me. If you have the ability, go find the Qian Diplomatic Corps. Ha ha. Ram Saint said coldly. Don't be complacent. If you don't solve the 81 palace diagrams, don't even think about getting out. Bat Ancestor said coldly. 81 palace diagrams? Oh, if I solve it, will you let me go? Ram Saint said coldly. Oh, that's not necessarily true. It depends on Shiyu's attitude. Who asked you to study the 9 palace diagrams so deeply? Bat Ancestor said coldly. 81 palace diagrams? Is this a seal or an entrance? What is the seal? Ram Saint wondered. You don't need to know. You just need to solve it. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Ram Saint smiled coldly and closed his eyes without answering. If you don't solve it, your book soul will be wiped clean. You really don't care about your book soul? Bat Ancestor said solemnly. Ram Saint's eyelids twitched, but he still did not agree. Oh, you slowly think about it. Don't wait until the book soul is exhausted before you decide. I'll see how long you can hold on. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. With that, Bat Ancestor's body sank to the bottom of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, the lower one went, the higher the temperature. Bat Ancestor could not find a reason. Underground heat? Bat Ancestor had already reached the bottom of the blood pool and even dug up some earth and stones. However, under the earth and stones, it was not hot at all. This heat seemed to come out of nowhere and was incomparably hot. Bat Ancestor had been cultivating here for a long time, but still could not find a reason. Sigh, where's the heat coming from? After so many years, there must be a secret here. I didn't even tell Shiyu. But why can't I find it? Bat Ancestor was depressed in its research. Rumble. Suddenly, there were angry shouts coming from the outside world. Bat Ancestor's face turned cold and suddenly floated to the surface of the blood pool. Ancestor, help! Supreme, someone broke in. Help! Rumble! The outside world roared. You came to save me? Ram Saint's eyes suddenly lit up. Bat Ancestor looked coldly at Ram Saint. Save you? Haha, unless the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty comes, no one will be able to break through my array in a short time. Not necessarily. Ram Saint laughed. Bat Ancestor narrowed its eyes. It seems that I really came to save you. Just in case, you should sleep for a while. As it spoke, it suddenly slapped Ram Saint's forehead. Ram Saint's face immediately glowed red. Then, he closed his eyes and fainted. Seeing that Ram Saint had fainted, Bat Ancestor immediately rushed out of the underground palace. Impudent! Bat Ancestor let out a loud cry as he faced the masked man's sword. Boom! It shattered the masked man's sword force with a palm strike. The masked man turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? Bat Ancestor snorted coldly and chased after him. The outside world was in a mess. Bat Ancestor had left. Countless bat demons guarded the surroundings with lingering fear. At this moment, two more streams of energy attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more masked figures suddenly appeared. There are two more. Oh no! The Supreme has been tricked. Stop them! A group of vampires and bat demons immediately charged toward the two masked men in shock and anger. The two masked men looked at each other as if they had reached a tacit understanding. One of them wielded a sword and blocked the bat demons and vampires. The other masked man suddenly slammed his palm down. Boom! The earth quaked violently, and countless crimson nets suddenly appeared out of thin air, covering the two masked men from all directions. Oh no! Bat Ancestor left on purpose. We've been tricked. The other black-robed man's expression changed. The blood-red nets carried a strong stench as they instantly sealed off all paths of escape for the two masked men. Boom! The two of them immediately slashed at the nets with their swords. The nets trembled slightly, but they did not break. Boom! 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 The two masked men were exhausted from dealing with the blood-red nets. In the distance, Sima Changkong's expression darkened. The Day One Imperial Dynasty's most powerful formation, the Great Bloodnet Formation, the outside world was in chaos. Meanwhile, in the underground palace. Gulp! 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 Gu Hai, Long Wan Yu, and Ziwei suddenly appeared on the surface of the blood pool. Ram Saint? Long Wan Yu looked at the trapped white-robed man, not far away, and said in surprise. Ram Saint had fainted, and his body was wrapped in a large number of blood-red chains. Ram Saint? It can't be. Dai Qianqing's mission is too easy, right? Gu Hai revealed a blank expression. This is too much of a coincidence, right? Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu slowly approached. Not long ago, Yi Shinjin gave him a portrait of Ram Saint, so it was him. Gu Hai, Long Wan Yu, and Ziwei walked around the underground palace. They immediately saw some tools and supplies. This is where the Bat Ancestor lives? The Bat Valley? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Where's the Bat Ancestor? Ziwei was also at a loss. Don't think so much. Let's go now. Gu Hai immediately said in a low voice. They went to Ram Saint's side and looked at the blood-red chains. Clang! The life-extinguishing saber slashed down, and immediately all the chains were cut. Go, let's go. We'll be in trouble when the Bat Ancestor returns. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Whoosh! They returned to where they came from. Soon, they saw Chong Sheng at the bottom of the blood pool. Why are you carrying someone back? Chong Sheng looked at Ram Saint on Gu Hai's shoulder in surprise. Let's leave first. We'll talk after we leave. Gu Hai shook his head. Everyone grabbed on a longevity. With a tug from longevity, all of them were pulled out. Whoosh! Everyone immediately returned to the small space from before. Ka. The blood pool above the small space was connected to the Bat Ancestor's underground palace. Without the suppression of the fire gourd, a large number of cracks appeared on the red runes in the blood pool below. Ka. More and more cracks appeared, and even the faint sound of horse hooves could be heard from below. Is the thing below coming out? Ziwei looked at the runes that kept shattering in surprise. Let's go, brother-in-law. It's a bad omen. It's too dangerous. Long Wan Yu said in horror. Let's go. The four of them carried Ram Saint and quickly passed through the tunnel to the outside world. Chapter 389. West of the city, Bat Valley. The battle between the two groups of masked men attracted the attention of everyone in the capital city. Qin Zibai and He Kang of Silla led a large army and rushed to Bat Valley to assist the vampires and bat demons in dealing with the two trapped masked men. Boom, boom, boom. The west of the city was in chaos. Outside, Sima Changkong took a deep breath. Blood-sifting net formation? It's a pity that it's not time for the prince to reveal his full strength. Otherwise, Shiyu the Great will be attracted, and we will have to return empty-handed. With that, Sima Chongkong slowly left. As expected, with the arrival of Qin Zibai and He Kang of Silla's army, the two masked men could only feel helpless. "Break!" one of the masked men shouted, and the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted millions of green lights. Boom! The blood-red net was torn apart. Whoosh! The two of them flew out in an instant. Don't let them escape. A large number of experts chased after them from all directions. However, the two masked men were too strong. Even though Qin Zibai was from Zhongtian Palace, he still lost them in the end. Oomph! Qin Zibai snorted coldly. He turned around and flew back. What's going on? Why are there people trying to break into Bat Valley? Qin Zibai looked at the bat demons in confusion. The bat demons shook their heads, expressing their confusion. Could it be? He Kang of Silla's expression changed. He Kang of Silla obviously knew that Ram Saint was imprisoned here. At this moment, his expression changed. He suddenly thought of something. Prince, you know, Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. He Kang of Silla's expression darkened. It's someone from the Qian Celestial Empire. Oh, the two Zhongtian Palace experts just now and the one who lured the Bat Ancestor away are also from Zhongtian Palace? How do you know that it's someone from the Qian Celestial Empire? Qin Zibai was shocked. Saving Gong Yangsheng was something that only the people of the Great Gong Empire would do. Moreover, the investigation led to this place. Duke Shi Kang's expression sank. They must be the Qian's men. I can't be wrong. They must have come with the Qian diplomatic mission. We must search for them immediately. He Kang of Silla said with a gloomy expression. Search? This isn't good, right? Qin Zibai said with a bitter smile. The two of them waited for a while. Who? A gust of wind blew in from afar. Bat Ancestor had returned. Bat Ancestor, did you catch it? He Kang of Silla looked at the Bat Ancestor expectantly. The Qian's people, Bat Ancestor said coldly. The Bat Ancestor also guessed that it was the Qian. Qin Zibai was surprised. The two of them weren't guessing. The truth was right in front of them. It was just that Qin Zibai didn't know the inside story. I've already injured the arm of the people who were chasing us. The Qian diplomatic mission. Search them one by one. Qin Zibai, you lead the troops to search outside the city. He King of Silla, you come with me to the Missouri estate. Oomph. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Immediately, a large number of troops under the command of He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor headed to the capital and surrounded the Missouri estate. Mo Yike frowned as he looked at the people in front of him. He Kang of Silla, Bat Ancestor, why are you here again? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Lord Mo, someone from the Qian diplomatic mission, has ambushed Bat Valley. We need to find them. He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. How are you so sure that it's the Qian diplomatic mission? Mo Yike said in a deep voice. I don't have time to explain. Where are the Qian diplomatic mission? He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. Mo Yike looked coldly at He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor. I injured the arm of the person who ambushed my Bat Valley. We'll know once we investigate. Mo Yike, cooperate with my investigation. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Mo Yike shook his head. His Majesty told me to receive them. I can't let you do anything. His Majesty knows about this. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. He King of Silla said in a deep voice. Bat Ancestor's eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. Mo Yike still wanted to insist. He King of Silla even took out a purple dragon token. If there's anything wrong, I'll take responsibility for it. His Majesty gave me this token so that I can do whatever I want when I encounter something like this. He King of Silla said coldly. Purple dragon token? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. He King of Silla, I hope you don't regret this. Quick, how many more envoys do you have in the Missouri estate? Come out first. We'll search for the ones who left later. He King of Silla said in a deep voice. Go and ask everyone from the Qian diplomatic mission to come out. Mo Yike could only say helplessly. Soon, Bingheim and the others came out. Oh, that's all? He Kang of Silla said in a deep voice. That's all. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Mo Yike, what's the meaning of this? Is this how you treat the Qian diplomatic mission? Sima Feng glared at him and shouted. I'm sorry, everyone. The Bat Ancestor and He Kang of Silla both suspect the Qian diplomatic mission when the Bat Valley was attacked. So, please cooperate. If it wasn't your doing, I'll definitely make them give you justice. Mo Yike bowed deeply to the Qian diplomatic mission. Cooperate? Cooperate? Daewon's imperial dynasty? What a great Daewon's imperial dynasty. In your eyes, the Qian diplomatic mission is just a bunch of thieves? Oomph. Sima Feng said coldly. I injured the right arm of the people who attacked the Bat Valley. Let me see your right arm. Bat Ancestor said coldly. As he said that, the Bat Ancestor looked coldly at Bingheim. Bingheim smiled coldly. Bat Ancestor? You're not looking for an excuse, right? You're looking for trouble with me when the Emperor isn't here? Stupid girl, I'll teach you a lesson. If it's you, even if the Emperor tries to stop me, I'll still take your life. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Bingheim pulled up the sleeve of her right arm. Her arm was snow white, and there wasn't a single scar on it. Oomph. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. The Qian diplomatic mission was forced to pull up their sleeves. No one was injured. It wasn't them. He Kang of Silla's expression darkened. We haven't gone out for an entire day. You're really looking for a good excuse. Bingheim said coldly. The Qian diplomatic mission? Then the only ones who aren't present are Li Shunji's Shunji Battalion, Gu Hai, Princess Wanyu, Ziwei, and Changshen. He Kang of Silla said solemnly. Is it one of them? Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Rumble. Perhaps the commotion in the city was too big, but the Shunji Battalion disciples outside the city quickly returned. On the other side, Gu Hai's Rain Crown Crane carriage also slowly returned. The Rain Crown Crane carriage had a box. Everyone sat inside and could see the outside through the window. What's going on? Li Shunji and Gu Hai, who had just returned, immediately shouted. Everyone is here. They're all back. He Kang of Silla's expression changed. Bat Ancestor's expression darkened as he looked at the people on both sides. Li Shunji's expression was as usual, but his eyes were cold. Gu Hai said solemnly, Mr. Mo, can you explain to me what's going on? Why did you surround the Qian diplomatic mission? Why? Do you want to break the treaty and kill the diplomatic mission as a sacrifice to the Qian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, you're exaggerating. It's just that Bat Valley was ambushed and one of them was seriously injured by Bat Ancestor. We suspect that the assassin is among the Qian diplomatic mission. We need to find him. Oh, check for serious injuries? Just because of a little suspicion, you think that a Qian diplomatic mission is a group of bandits? Ha ha, what a good day one. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, the assassin is among you. Don't even think about escaping. He Kang of Silla said coldly. He Kang of Silla, you're using your position to avenge a personal grudge, aren't you? Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. He Kang of Silla flung his sleeves. Mr. Mo, you're just going to let them be so rude? Gu Hai said coldly. Mr. Good, please forgive me. I don't dare to disobey the Purple Dragon Order if I see His Majesty. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and bowed. Humph, does Princess Wanyu need to be checked too? Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanyu? No need. She doesn't have the ability. Bat Ancestor said coldly. The person who was injured by him was from Zhongtian Palace. How could Long Wanyu do that? What about me? Right, I have Ziwei and Changsheng in my crane carriage. Check them too. Gu Hai smiled coldly. The three of you? You're not qualified. Bat Ancestor said coldly again. Obviously, Gu Hai, Ziwei, and Changsheng's cultivation were too weak. They were still thousands of miles away from Zhongtian Palace. There was no need to check them. Ha, not qualified? Ha ha. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Mr. Mo, it seems that your Mo Manor is not a safe place. Do you need to search me when I'm staying in your Mo Manor? I'm so disappointed. Forget it. Let's find an inn to stay. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, don't. This is really an accident. Mo Yike said bitterly. Let's go. Go out and care at all, and snorted coldly. Bingheim, Sima Fong, and the others went inside the Mo manor. They quickly packed up and followed Gu Hai's crane carriage and slowly left the Mo manor. Mr. Good, Mo Yai called with a bitter smile. However, Gu Hai didn't look back at all. Gu Hai can go, but you can't. He Kang of Silla and the others stopped everyone from the Shinji battalion. I remember everyone from the Qian diplomatic mission clearly. They're all here. Gu Hai and the others don't have the ability, so you can only rely on the Shinji battalion. Li Shinji, please cooperate. He Kang of Silla said coldly. Li Shinji's face was gloomy. Bat Ancestor, He Kang of Silla, and Day 1 experts surrounded the Shinji battalion. On Gu Hai's crane carriage, Long Wanyu, Ziwei, and Chong Sheng looked at Ram Saint, who was still unconscious. Are they stupid? They didn't even check this? Ziwei looked at Ram Saint strangely. They are blind. Chong Sheng shook his head. Everyone looked at Ram Saint strangely. This journey seemed to be too smooth. A few days ago, they walked around the city and were familiar with some places. Soon, they bought a manor and stayed there. Ram Saint was also sent to the manor to recuperate. In the evening, He Kang of Silla, Bat Ancestor, and the others naturally left gloomily. They couldn't find a person who was seriously injured by Bat Ancestor. They also lost face in front of the Qian diplomatic mission. Li Shinji led the Shinji battalion to the manor that Gu Hai just bought. Pooh! As soon as they entered the manor, Li Shinji suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Battalion commander. Everyone looked at Li Shinji worriedly. I'm fine. Previously, in order to hide from Bat Ancestor, I reversed the flow of blood and qi and temporarily conceal my injury. I finally managed to fool him. Li Shinji said bitterly. After he finished speaking, a large amount of blood suddenly appeared on Li Shinji's right arm. Bat poison. Li Shinji looked at his right arm with an ugly expression. Don't move. If Bat Ancestor's poison enters your heart, it will be bad. Yishin Jin suddenly appeared not far away. Accompanying Yishin Jin was Jinmu of Silla. Jinmu of Silla? It's you? Li Shinji said in surprise. He was in the light, while Jinmu of Silla was in the dark. Originally, you shouldn't have appeared. However, Li Shinji, this time, in order to lure Bat Ancestor away, you were seriously injured. This bat poison must be forced out immediately. Yishin Jin and I will help you expel the poison. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Li Shinji nodded. The three of them entered the room prepared by Sima Fong and began to expel the poison. After 2 hours, the three of them walked out, sweating profusely. Li Shinji's face was pale. It was obvious that his injury this time was too serious. When Gu Hai heard the news, he and Long Wanyu also walked out. Takashi Ryushin, Li Shinji, Eunuch Yi, where did you go? Why are you in such a sorry state? Long Wanyu stared at the three of them. The three of them glanced at Gu Hai and Long Wanyu. Princess, how was your trip these past few days? Yishin Jin was the first to ask with a bitter smile. Not bad. Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai, His Holiness assigned you a mission, but you're traveling around? Li Shinji mocked as he held his right arm that was still aching faintly. What does lordly mean? Gu Hai looked at Li Shinji and said coldly. Previously in the Missouri estate, you were so free and easy that you didn't care about our Shinji battalion. The Qian diplomatic mission, does it have nothing to do with us? His Holiness said that if we save Ram Saint, he will give us a first-grade sky achievement. You know that you're incompetent, so you don't care, right? Li Shinji mocked. Oh, if we can't save Ram Saint, then we're incompetent. If we can save Ram Saint, then we're capable? Gu Hai looked at Li Shinji strangely. That's right, just you wait. I will save Ram Saint. It's better than someone who only knows how to write useless poems to please the crowd. Li Shinji said coldly. Battalion Commander Li, now that the Bat Ancestor is on guard, it will be difficult to go to Bat Valley. Yishin Jin smiled bitterly. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've done our best, so it's better than someone doing nothing. Li Shinji was still holding a grudge against Gu Hai. Why do you still want to go to Bat Valley? Long Wanyu also asked strangely. Princess, it's better for you to go sightseeing with Guhai. It's better for you not to participate in such a dangerous matter, Li Shinji said in a low voice. Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes. Li Shinji was trying to make things difficult for Long Wanyu. Was he trying to get Long Wanyu to participate in this matter as well? He was using Long Wanyu's ability to predict the future. Jinmu of Silla and Yi Shinjin were about to stop him. What's so dangerous about it? It's just Ram Saint. Long Wanyu curled her lips in disdain. Li Shinji, how dare you? Princess, don't listen to Li Shinji. We'll save Ram Saint. We don't need your help. Yi Shinjin immediately said. Save what? Ram Saint has already been carried out by my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said with a strange expression. Huh? Jinmu of Silla, Yi Shinjin, and Li Shinji blinked at the same time. They didn't understand what Long Wanyu meant. Princess, don't listen to Guhai's nonsense. How could he? Li Shinji immediately glared. Ram Saint is resting in the inner hall. Why don't you all go and take a look? Guhai said with a strange expression. Chapter 390. Ram Saint is resting in the inner hall. Why don't you all go and take a look? Guhai said with a strange expression. Li Shinji, Yi Shinjin, and Takashi Ryushin all looked at Guhai as if they had been hit by a spell. Logically speaking, the three of them did not believe Guhai at all. What a joke. We spent a lot of effort plotting and fighting. Li Shinji was even injured all over and almost lost his life. After doing so much, we did not even see Ram Saint's shadow. You said you saved Ram Saint? Subjectively speaking, the three of them did not believe Guhai even more. How could you, a person from Yuanying State, save someone that even the three of us from the Heavenly Palace could not? The three of them looked at Guhai. Guhai smiled. Why don't you three come in and take a look? The three of them looked at Guhai blankly. How could Guhai be so sure? After Guhai finished speaking, he led Long Wanyu into the inner hall. The three of them looked at each other. Although they did not believe him, they still followed him in. Whoosh! In the inner hall, a gust of wind swept up. The three of them stood outside the inner hall, but their expressions suddenly changed. This aura... Yi Shinjin was shocked as he followed Guhai into the inner hall. Li Shinji and Takashi Ryushin followed closely behind. Whoosh! The aura in the inner hall was absorbed into the body of a man in white who was sitting cross-legged in the center. The man in white slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stunned expressions of Li Shinji, Yi Shinjin, and Takashi Ryushin in front of him. Oh, Third Prince, Eunuch Yi, and Battalion Commander Li, you guys are here too? The man in white let out a long sigh and said with a hint of joy in his eyes, Jinmu of Silla, Yi Shinjin, Li Shinji, cough, 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 cough. The three of them looked at Guhai strangely. This is impossible, especially Li Shinji, who had just boasted shamelessly that if he couldn't save Ram Saint, then he was incompetent. If he could save Ram Saint, then he was capable. Wouldn't that mean that he was useless in front of Guhai? Lord Ram, you weren't in Bat Valley earlier? Guhai, you lied to me? Cough, cough, cough. Li Shinji covered his wound and asked. Jinmu of Silla and Yi Shinjin's expressions changed. That's right, if it wasn't Bat Valley, then that's right. While everyone looked at Guhai, Ram Saint said, I was imprisoned in Bat Valley. Was it Guhai who saved me? Li Shinji, he finally found an excuse to cover his face, but it was instantly crushed by Ram Saint. Was Guhai really saved from Bat Valley? Battalion Commander Li, next time when you're scolding others, you should be more polite. Otherwise, before you can scold others, you'll end up scolding yourself. Guhai said rudely. Li Shinji's face instantly turned red. I, Li Shinji, am skilled in both strength and strategy, but I was taught a lesson by a despicable person like you today. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. Li Shinji snorted gloomily. Of course, you were saved by my brother-in-law. Otherwise, you would still be floating in the blood pool. Long Wanyu said proudly. At this moment, Long Wanyu didn't want any credit. She was happier to give it to her brother-in-law than to give it to herself. As for Ziwei and Changsheng, Guhai's promise allowed them to eat as much as they wanted. At this moment, they were eating nonstop in the kitchen. Oh, this is... Ram Saint's eyelids twitched as he looked at Long Wanyu. It was obvious that he hadn't seen Long Wanyu before. However, Long Wanyu's words were too harsh. What did she mean by, "I'm still floating in the blood pool"? This is Princess Wanyu. She is Princess Xiao Yu's daughter. Yishin Jin immediately explained. Oh, Princess Xiao Yu's daughter? Ram Saint raised his eyebrows. She is His Holiness's sweetheart. Don't take what she says to heart. Yishin Jin immediately added. After all, when Ram Saint was imprisoned, Long Wanyu wasn't born yet. What old man's sweetheart? Eunuch Yi, don't talk nonsense. Damn old man, he never let me out to play. Sweetheart? Long Wanyu said with a disdainful look. How dare you? Ram Saint stared. Damn old man? Was he insulting His Holiness? What are you looking at? Long Wanyu also stared. At this time, Ram Saint suddenly realized the position Long Wanyu had in His Holiness's heart. Damn old man? And there was Eunuch Yi beside him? The third prince, Li Shinji, and the others actually didn't feel surprised at the way they addressed Long Wanyu. Princess, in front of His Holiness, you also called him that. I said, don't take it to heart. Yishin Jin said with a wry smile. Ram Saint's eyelids twitched again. The position of Long Wanyu in front of him in his heart suddenly rose by countless times and became incomparably mysterious. For things that he didn't understand, it was better to first suppress the anger in his heart. You are Gu Hai? Ram Saint suddenly looked at Gu Hai beside him. The hall master of the first-class hall, Gu Hai, greets Mr. Ram. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Gallantry and bringing in the wine were written by you? Ram Saint's eyes suddenly lit up. That's me. However, to some people, it's just a useless poem, playing to the gallery. Gu Hai looked at Li Shinji. Just now, Li Shinji ridiculed Gu Hai in this way. Who's the bastard who said such a thing? What useless poem? Gallantry and bringing in the wine? That's still a useless poem? Then what else is a good poem? Playing to the gallery? That's the jealousy of others without ability. Gu Hai, it's written well. Ram Saint suddenly said with a smile, his eyes wide open. At the side, everyone looked at Li Shinji with strange expressions. Li Shinji's face flushed red again. As long as Lord Ram likes it, it's fine. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Who is your teacher? Ram Saint stood up and asked with a solemn expression. Gu Hai showed a trace of doubt. The one who taught you calligraphy. To be able to write such a good poem, there must be a famous teacher. I wonder if I know him. Who is your teacher? Ram Saint asked curiously. Everyone looked at Gu Hai together. Gu Hai said with a strange expression, I don't have a teacher. No teacher? Then how did you write gallantry and bringing the wine? Ram Saint had a look of disbelief. I just blindly thought about it. Calligraphy, I just heard about it some time ago. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Ram Saint stared at Gu Hai with a look of disbelief. Yishin Jin at the side said, Hall Master Gu indeed just came into contact with calligraphy. 3 years ago, he was still immortal and didn't know how to cultivate. Oh, blindly thought about it? Ram Saint's eyes lit up in shock. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He nodded. He could only say so. Otherwise, there would be no end to it. To be able to write such a poem when you just came into contact with calligraphy, your talent is extraordinary. It shows that you have extraordinary comprehension in calligraphy. Some people can't reach your level even if they work hard for their whole life. How can such a talent be buried? Why don't you be my student? I will definitely teach you calligraphy with everything I have. Ram Saint said solemnly. Accept Gu Hai as a student? Yishin Jin, Jinmu of Silla, and Li Shinji's expressions changed. Lord Ram Saint has already promised not to accept any more students. He actually made an exception for Hall Master Gu. Yishin Jin said in surprise. Sima Feng, who was standing at the door, was so jealous that his eyes were shining. Li Shinji raised his eyebrows. Not only was Gu Hai valued by Ram Saint, but more importantly, as the Imperial College Chancellor, Ram Saint had influence into Qian, who knew how many students he had. If Gu Hai was his student, then Gu Hai's resources would increase tremendously. It would be troublesome for him to deal with him in the future. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. How about it? Ram Saint looked at Gu Hai confidently. The Imperial College Chancellor was similar to Gu Hai when he was the principal of Peking University, the principal of Tsinghua University, and the Minister of Education on Earth. It was rare for a calligraphy cultivator to reject such an honor. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Ram Saint. Writing poems is just for fun. I don't want to go down the calligraphy path." "Just for fun? Not going down the calligraphy path? With your talent, you don't want to go down the calligraphy path?" Ram Saint stared. "My brother-in-law's Guqin Dao is even better. He doesn't have the time to learn calligraphy from you." Long Wan Yu said with disdain. After rescuing Ram Saint, Long Wan Yu felt pity for him. He had been locked up for so long, but he wanted to take her brother-in-law as his student? How is her brother-in-law worse than you? Guqin Dao? Ram Saint was slightly stunned. Hall Master Gu's Guqin Dao is indeed powerful. Not long ago in Yingzhou, he defeated Liu Yang and Pujuan with his Guqin Dao. He was invincible with a few tunes and was recognized by the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's Villa Master. He defeated countless Guqin Dao masters and obtained the Heaven-class Guqin. Yi Shinjin explained with a bitter smile. Impossible. Guqin Dao also requires great comprehension, but it's completely different from calligraphy. How can both be so powerful? Besides, didn't you say that he just entered the cultivation world? Could it be that he just came into contact with Guqin Dao? Ram Saint was in disbelief. I've only heard about it in recent years. Gu Hai nodded. He defeated countless Guqin Dao masters and obtained the Heaven-class Guqin. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa's old Villa Master is really generous. Your Guqin Dao is actually so powerful. You want to walk the Guqin Dao as a literary cultivator? However, your calligraphy Dao is so powerful as well. What a pity. Ram Saint sighed. Hey, speaking of which, I only dabble in the Guqin Dao occasionally. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Only dabble in it occasionally again? Ram Saint suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Hai. You only dabble in the Guqin Dao occasionally? Dabble in it? Gu Hai, many people do not have any talent in their entire lives. However, you have 2 talents. Do you not know how to cherish them? Ram Saint showed a regretful expression. Yi Shinjin, who was at the side, was in charge of collecting information. Hence, he understood Gu Hai more. At this moment, he could not help saying, Lord Gongyang, there is no need for you to worry about Hall Master Gu. Hall Master Gu is most powerful in the Go Dao. In the innate puzzle world, Hall Master Gu suppressed 100,000 Go Dao experts with 1 Go piece. He even defeated the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th Young Master. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. The Go Dao. Is he trying to capture all the literary cultivators in one fell swoop? Ram Saint looked at Yi Shinjin in disbelief. However, who is Yi Shinjin? How could the commander of a Knight Divine Guard speak nonsense? Defeating the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th Young Master? Others might not understand, but Ram Saint instantly understood Gu Hai's Go skills. Where did this monster come from? Hence, many thanks for Mr. Gongyang's kindness, Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Xiao Chun was the clearest about his situation. However, his Go Dao was the most powerful. His calligraphy Dao and the Guqin Dao were special reasons. If he learned from Ram Saint, everything would be exposed. Ram Saint felt very conflicted. He felt even more conflicted than when he was imprisoned in the blood pool. Where did this monster come from? Boom! Just at this moment, a deafening sound came from Bat Valley in the western part of the city. The ground around Bat Valley exploded, and a scarlet light soared into the sky. Chapter 391. Bat Ancestor and He Kang of Silla led the army to inspect the Xinjiang battalion, especially Li Xinji. In the end, they did not find anything. They could only watch as the Xinjiang battalion slowly left. He Kang of Silla, His Majesty asked me to receive Envoy Gon, but you used the purple dragon token to annoy him. Let's see how you explain this to His Majesty. M.O. Yike snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeves, M.O. Yike stepped back into the M.O. residence. He Kang of Silla and Bat Ancestor's expressions turned ugly. If it's not them, who else could it be? Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. He Kang of Silla looked at the purple dragon token in his hand with a bitter expression. Not long ago, He had humiliated the country in Wuyue Academy, and now he made such a mistake. How was he going to explain this to His Majesty? Shikong, continue searching. That group of people must still be near Dadu. They're looking for Ram Saint. Ram Saint? Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Whoosh! Bat Ancestor's figure flashed and immediately flew out of the city, heading towards the Valley of Bats. Ancestor. Jizun. Outside the Valley of Bats, a group of bat demons and vampires greeted respectfully. Bat Ancestor ignored them and stepped into his underground palace. Was Ram Saint still there? Once he entered the underground palace, the blood pool was extremely calm. Bat Ancestor suddenly shuddered. Where is he? Bat Ancestor roared angrily with his eyes wide open. Boom! He reached out and flipped the blood pool upside down. However, in the blood pool, there was nothing but blood. There was no trace of Ram Saint. Gone? Ram Saint was gone? Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! In an instant, Bat Ancestor stepped out of the underground palace, and his aura erupted. Ah, Ancestor! Sovereign, what's the matter? The group of vampires and Bat Ancestor immediately prostrated themselves on the ground under the pressure of the Bat Ancestor's tremendous aura. They looked at the Bat Ancestor in horror. Tell me, who went in? Bat Ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. No one, no one. The group of bat demons cried out in horror. No one. My stuff is gone? Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. Primogenitor, there really isn't any. We don't even know where the entrance is. Please spare us, Primogenitor. The vampires cried out in horror. The Bat Ancestor's face was cold and gloomy. After killing a few vampires and bat demons, he was completely sure that no one had entered the underground palace. However, Ram Saint was gone. Search! Search! Find that masked man, Bat Ancestor said angrily. Yes, all the vampires and bat demons flew away in fear and trepidation. However, Bat Ancestor also knew how difficult it would be to find the masked man with his subordinates. Bat Ancestor returned to the underground palace with great anger. If he didn't come in from the outside, then he came in from underground? That's impossible. I've also set up a formation underground. No one can enter. Bat Ancestor inspected the bottom of the blood pool in disbelief. After sinking to the bottom of the blood pool, Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. No, where's the heat here? It's not hot. Did Ram Saint escape from here? Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He carefully sensed the area that was no longer hot. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, the faint sound of horse hooves could be heard. Bat Ancestor showed a trace of doubt. The sound of horse hooves? How could there be horse hooves? It was the area where the fire gourd was previously. Without the suppression of the fire gourd, the red runes below were constantly shattering, as if a force was struggling to get here. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from inside, and it was getting louder and louder. The red runes were shattering, and the blood pool below was churning as if something was about to come out. Bat Ancestor listened attentively. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live the great slaughter, celestial empire! Awaken the soul! Rumble! Shouts could be heard from below the blood pool. Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. Great slaughter, celestial empire? Impossible! Bat Ancestor exclaimed. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Blood burst out from where Bat Ancestor was. Clearly, the red runes had completely disappeared, and the thing that was sealed underneath had completely exploded. Boom! With a deafening sound, Bat Ancestor's underground palace, together with the surrounding Bat Valley, was suddenly blasted into the sky by the huge explosion. Countless bat demons were instantly killed by the explosion and fled in all directions. The vampires transformed into countless bats and fled in all directions. Rumble. Blood gushed into the sky, and in an instant, the entire sky was dyed red. The huge explosion instantly attracted the attention of the capital city. In the city, Mo Yike, He Kang of Silla, Chongming, and Chongsheng all flew to the highest floating island and looked into the distance. Guhai's manor also had a huge floating island. Everyone stood on the floating island and looked in the direction of the west of the city. There, the blood light soared into the sky, forming a huge blood cloud that covered the sky. Wong. Within the blood cloud, there seemed to be a surge of fate energy. That is, Li Shinji raised an eyebrow. Is that fate energy? Why is there a surge of fate energy in the west of the city? Could it be that under the seal? Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. What seal? Li Shinji and Yi Shinjin asked in surprise. Long Wanyu tilted her head and ignored the two. Fate energy? The providence that came out of the ground? And it's still increasing? Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened. Rumble. The fate energy mixed with the blood aura surged in the sky. There was more and more blood-colored fate energy, and slowly it was on par with the fate energy in the sky above the capital city. Moreover, within the blood-colored fate energy, there was a huge blood-colored fate energy dragon that was slowly condensing. As soon as the blood-colored dragon appeared, the golden dragon of fate above the capital city suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! Daewon's golden dragon of fate roared, as if it was declaring its sovereignty. It looked at the blood-colored dragon that suddenly appeared on the blood-colored fate energy with a ferocious expression. Roar! The blood-colored dragon also roared at Daewon's golden dragon across the sky. It didn't give in at all. It also looked ferocious and ferocious. Wow! The people in the capital city were instantly shocked by this change. The golden dragon of fate hadn't moved for many years. Why was it roaring now? Why is there a sea of fate energy in the west of the city? And it's blood-colored? Where did so much fate energy come from? It's not any less than my Daewon's fate energy? That's impossible. Where did it come from? Isn't that the direction of the Bat Valley? Amidst the exclamations of countless people, the defense barrier of the capital city was activated. Countless people found a high ground and looked at the countless bats that were fleeing in all directions. Bat Ancestor also arrived at the border of the capital city in an instant. Quick, inform Shiyu. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? It's the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty. Bat Ancestor's expression changed as he shouted toward the city. In the city, countless people were confused. However, Mo Yike, He Kang of Silla, Chong Sheng, and the rest were shocked. Outside the city, Qin Zibai, who was searching for the masked man, was also shocked. He quickly led the army to the vicinity of the capital city. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? He Kang of Silla was shocked. At that moment, he ignored everything and rushed toward the palace. At the same time, many officials also rushed toward the palace's main hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, He Kang of Silla rushed over in a panic. However, there was a group of guards stationed at the entrance of the main hall. My lords, please wait. His Majesty has ordered that no one is to disturb him before he comes out. A guard leader stopped the crowd. Quick, it's a national matter. Quick, I want to see His Majesty. I have the purple dragon token. He Kang of Silla took out the purple dragon token and shouted. His Majesty has ordered that no one is to disturb him before he comes out, not even the purple dragon token. It's a major matter. Wait for His Majesty to come out himself. The guard leader shouted. What? He Kang of Silla's expression changed. Mo residence. Mo Yike stepped onto the floating island in the residence and looked toward the west of the city. Looking at the rolling blood-red fate energy, his face turned gloomy. The Bat Ancestor and He Kang of Silla are hiding in the armpit. Could it be the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Mo Yike squinted his eyes, looking at the blood-red fate energy dragon roaring in the distance. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Father died early and didn't have time to tell me some things. The Daewon's capital is here. I always felt that this wasn't the best place, but His Majesty still chose this place. The capital city? Was this a secret that only the first generation of officials who followed His Majesty knew? Qin residence. Family head, the west of the city is in chaos. The fate energy is rising. The Bat Ancestor is shouting and the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has appeared. Family head, what should we do? A group of family disciples shouted anxiously at a door. In the room, Qin Zibai's father, the blind old man, sat on a chair and frowned. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Could His Majesty have miscalculated? Chong family. The group of vampires stared with their eyes wide open in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Chong Sheng had 3 of his bones taken out by the bad ancestor and had yet to recover from his injuries. As he looked into the distance, his eyelids twitched. Why is it in the west of the city? Why is it in the west of the city? Chong Sheng's eyes were filled with worry. Father, do you know something? What Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Chong Ming asked curiously. Guhai's manor. The bat ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the city. Guhai and the rest's faces sank. Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? This fate energy belongs to the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? A certain someone? Takashi Ryushin squinted his eyes. Ramsay took a step forward and squinted his eyes. 81 palace diagrams? I understand now. 81 palace diagrams are the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's 9-9 sun ceiling array. Lord Gongyang, are you familiar with the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty? Yishin Jin looked at Ramsay. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty reigned supreme in the north of the Divine Continent 6,000 years ago. At that time, the Qian Celestial Dynasty had yet to be born. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty had killed countless people and was incomparably bloody. They killed all who refused to submit to them. However, one day, 6,000 years ago, the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty suddenly disappeared. Their strongest divine blood army also disappeared. No one knew how they disappeared. Some guessed that the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty had killed too many people and was punished by the heavens. They were wiped out in one day. After 6,000 years, they are out again? Ramsay raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty that reigned supreme in the world 6,000 years ago? Guhai raised an eyebrow. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's capital is called the Central Capital City, and the Day One Imperial Dynasty's capital is called the Great Capital City. Could it be that Shiyu the Great already knew some secret? That's right, that's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have imprisoned me and forced me to help them decipher some 81 palace diagrams? Oomph. Ramsay's face darkened. Chapter 392. Capital City. Outside the city, blood clouds rushed to the sky, and blood-red fate gathered again. The blood-red golden dragon and Daewon's golden dragon roared at each other across space. Capital City was in chaos. In a remote residence in the city, Fairy One frowned as she looked towards the west of the city. West of the city? The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty sealed themselves at the west of the city? That's not right. Could my Wansho Taoism record be wrong? Fairy Wanner squinted her eyes. In the city, the army was ready for battle. Blood clouds were everywhere, and bat demons and vampires were running for their lives. The smell of blood was everywhere. Capital City entrance. The bat ancestor was worried. He muttered to himself, alive? They're all still alive? Finally, there was no more fate coming out from the ground. Instead, a blood fog shrouded the area around the original Bat Valley. The explosion stopped, and the capital city was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Boom! At the edge of the blood fog, the silhouette of a huge horse appeared. It was a huge blood-red horse that was 1 zhang tall. On the horse, there was a warrior in blood-red armor. The warrior held a long sword in his hand, and his blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Aha! Aha! The warrior laughed heartily. Rumble! Suddenly, the blood fog condensed into blood-red horses. On each of the horses, there was a blood-red warrior. General, we are back. General, we are awake. We are back on the Divine Continent. Ha ha, we are back. Our Divine Blood Army is back. Ha ha. The blood-red warriors laughed heartily. In the city, Guhai and the rest looked over. They saw the blood-red army, about 5 million strong. They were emitting a ferocious aura. Even from a distance, they could smell the stench of blood. Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty, Divine Blood Army? Ramsay squinted his eyes. Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty, infamous? Did the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty kill many people? Li Shinji asked. Kill? Ha! Establishing a country by killing. Do you think there's a lot of killing? The number 1 evil blade in the world blood prison, was His Holiness's weapon in the past. It was also refined by His Holiness. Ram Saint explained. Blood prison? Guhai raised an eyebrow. Guhai had heard of the blood prison before. The blood blade that Long Wanqing had given him in the past was an imitation of the blood prison, the world's #1 evil blade. Blood prison? The weapon of Shiyu the Great? Was it made by His Holiness? Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. In the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty, the national beast is the horse. The horse's blood is of extreme yang, and it can swallow the sun and the moon. Do you see that? At the front of the Divine Blood Army, there's an old man standing on the head of a huge horse. He is the horse tribe's leader, Ma Sanyan. Ramsen explained. Indeed, everyone saw a huge horse in front of the 5 million strong army. An old man covered in blood stood on the horse. There was a slit on the old man's forehead that looked like a third eye. His eyes were squinted, and he looked mighty. Divine Blood Army, 8 army commanders. Each of them is a peerless expert. For His Holiness, they have fought countless battles and committed heinous crimes. Ram Saint pointed to the distance. Sure enough, after the 5 million strong army came out, they quickly divided into 8 armies. At the front of each army, there was a powerful blood general riding on a huge horse. Why are these people covered in blood? Long Wanyu asked curiously. It's not that they are covered in blood, but that they are not human. Yi Shinjin narrowed his eyes. Not human? Guhai looked at Yi Shinjin in confusion. Souls. They are souls, not physical bodies. Yi Shinjin said with certainty. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Walala. The 5 million strong Divine Blood Army turned to look at the center of the blood mist. The blood mist slowly gathered around the Divine Blood Army, but it was much lighter. In the center of the army was a huge chariot. A huge blood-red coffin was placed on top of the chariot. The 5 million strong Divine Blood Army looked at the coffin and placed their hands before their chests. They saluted and shouted, "Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty!" The voices of the 5 million strong army shook the 9 heavens. The huge blood-red coffin trembled slightly, but it did not open. Ma Sanyan, who was at the front, suddenly said, "His Holiness has not woken up yet. There is no need to disturb him." The 5 million strong Divine Blood Army looked at Ma Sanyan in response. "Generals, my central capital city seems to have been occupied by someone," Ma Sanyan said coldly. All the Legion commanders turned their heads to look at the capital city. The 5 million strong army looked over with ferocious expressions. The civilians in the city shuddered. Suddenly, one of the blood-red generals stepped out on his horse. It seemed like he was going to negotiate with the people in the central capital city. In the city, almost everyone's heart was in their throat. According to the rules of the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty, we will not kill those who surrender. Now, open the city gates and submit to the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty. Quick! That general stared. Not kill those who surrender. Open the city gates and submit to the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty? How could that be possible? No one in the city would agree to that. That general squinted his eyes and said, "Humph, this is the last time. Those who do not surrender will be massacred." Boom! When the general said that the city would be massacred, the civilians in the city exploded. What did he mean by massacring the city? They want to massacre the city? 26th Troop. That general shouted coldly. Here! Instantly, 10,000 soldiers stepped out on their horses. Break the city! That general shouted. Huh! 10,000 blood-red soldiers shouted and charged toward the central capital city's west gate. What? 10,000 people are enough to break the city? Countless civilians in the city were in disbelief. Did they think that the city gates were made of paper? Bad Ancestor and the others did not act rashly. Instead, they watched as the 10,000 blood-red soldiers mounted their horses and arrived at the city tower. Break the city! 10,000 blood-red soldiers raised their sabers at the same time and slashed at the city tower ferociously. 10,000 energy sabers seemed to have merged into a river and crashed into the city tower. Even those from the lower heavenly palaces won't be able to break the barrier of the central capital city. No, those from the middle heavenly palaces won't be able to break it either. Embark said in a deep voice from afar. In the next instant, there was a deafening explosion. The great defensive formation of the central capital city suddenly exploded. The West City Tower exploded in an instant. The ground in the entire city shook violently. Countless buildings swayed and collapsed in an instant. What? The West City Tower exploded? The great defensive formation exploded. 10,000 divine blood soldiers? That's impossible. Countless civilians shouted in horror as they hid and fled. Embark Bad Ancestor, He King of Silla, Qin Zibai, Chong Sheng, Chong Ming, Gu Hai, and the others were all shocked. Open the heavenly palaces? Lower heavenly palaces? Impossible, impossible. He King of Silla widened his eyes in disbelief. Lower heavenly palaces? These 10,000 divine blood soldiers are all at the lower heavenly palaces? Embark was also shocked. This is the 26th group. There are 5 million over there. Hiss. Li Xinji suddenly sucked in a cold breath. Jinmu of Silla was also shocked. 5 million lower heavenly palaces? There aren't that many in the entire divine continent. Yishin Jin was also shocked. So many lower heavenly palaces? So many? No, it's not as powerful as the lower heavenly palaces. Jinmu of Silla suddenly narrowed her eyes. That's because they're only souls and not complete physical bodies. Ram Saint's face also darkened. Even if they are souls, aren't these 5 million soldiers invincible? Yishin Jin said with a gloomy face. The first strike of the great massacre scared countless civilians in the city out of their wits. 5 million lower heavenly palaces to resist them? They were courting death. In the distance, the general who gave the order to break into the city saw the city gate open and said coldly, "First Corps, listen up." About 600,000 soldiers shouted in unison. "Slaughter the entire city and collect the enemy's blood." The general shouted. Yes. The 600,000 soldiers shouted in unison and galloped toward the city. The blood horses were also astonishingly fast. In an instant, the sound of hooves could be heard as the 600,000 lower heavenly palaces charged toward the city. All the civilians in the city shuddered at the same time. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Slaughter the entire city? Help, run. Quick, let me go, I want to leave. Countless civilians fled in panic. Second Corps, listen up. Block the north of the city. No one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. Third Corps, listen up. Block the south of the city. No one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. Fourth Corps, listen up. Block the east of the city. No one can escape. Cooperate with the First Corps and kill. The 3 corps commanders led the army and rushed to the 4 corners of the city. The blood horses were extremely fast. In a short time, the entire city was surrounded. The First Corps had already reached the edge of the city and joined forces with the 26th Corps. Everyone was holding long swords and looking ferocious. They were about to charge into the city. Not good, help, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, help, don't kill me. The civilians in the west of the city shouted in horror. Bad Ancestor's face suddenly changed, and he waved his sleeves. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up from the ground and rushed straight to the 600,000 soldiers of the First Corps. How dare you? Bad Ancestor shouted coldly. A strong momentum was suddenly released. In an instant, dark clouds covered the top of Bat Ancestor's head. Countless bats appeared out of thin air and seemed to form a huge bat army to rush to the enemy. In the center of the Divine Blood Army, Ma San Yin suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Bad Ancestor. Oh, peak of the Middle Celestial Palace? Humph, overconfident little bat. Ma San Yin snorted coldly. Ma San Yin's figure flashed and instantly rushed to Bad Ancestor. With a bang, a blood-red palm print suddenly condensed in the void and arrived in front of Bad Ancestor in a flash. Bad Ancestor's face changed and suddenly met with a palm. Boom! The 2 palms collided in the void. Ma Sanyin did not move, but Bat Ancestor retreated 100 feet. What? You just a soul? Bat Ancestor was shocked. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The former Corps commander of the Divine Blood Army shouted. The First Corps immediately rushed into the city fiercely. 600,000 soldiers entered the Heavenly Palace. This was the rhythm of sweeping the world. Almost all the civilians in the city showed a look of despair. Chapter 393. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The Divine Blood Army's commander from earlier shouted. The First Legion immediately charged into the city ferociously. 600,000 heavenly palaces. This was basically a charge to sweep through the world. Nearly all the citizens in the city showed expressions of despair. Seeing that the First Legion was about to enter the city, Mo Yike's face sank. Suddenly, he shouted, "Activate the 29-line pair world formation." Boom! The people of the Mo clan were already at the western part of the city. With Mo Yike's command, a thick fog immediately surged out. Rumble! In just a short while, the fog covered the western part of the city, blocking the First Legion like a city wall. Lord Mo! It's Lord Mo! Some citizens cried out in joy. Mo Yike stood on his flying ship and quickly headed for the fog in the western part of the city. The Divine Blood Army's First Legion's commander narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Kill! Rumble! Immediately, 100,000 soldiers entered the fog. However, there was no news of them after they entered the fog. The First Legion's commander's face sank. The army paused slightly. However, Mo Yike's flying ship arrived at the ritual array. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the ritual array. Then countless bats flew out. Lord Mo blocked 100,000 soldiers, someone cried out in pleasant surprise. A Go Dao ritual array? The First Legion's commander's face turned cold. At Gu Hai's manor in the city, all 100,000 heavenly palaces are gone? The 29-line pair world formation? Li Xinji's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Yi Shinjin and Takashi Ryushin both looked at Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai had laid this ritual array before. Brother-in-law, are all those 100,000 soldiers dead? Long Wanyu asked out of curiosity. Gu Hai shook his head. The 29-line pair world formation does not have that ability. Those 100,000 soldiers are only trapped temporarily. If we do not deal with them quickly, they will break out of the ritual array very soon. Long Wanyu had a look of pity on her face. So you're saying that the formation is about to be broken from the inside? Is Mo Yike's formation useless? Yi Shinjin asked with a frown. Gu Hai looked into the distance and shook his head. Not necessarily. Oh, when everyone was puzzled, the First Corps commander of the Divine Blood Army in the distance seemed to be about to lead his troops into the big matrix. The fog of the big matrix suddenly disappeared, leaving only hundreds of smoke pillars, like a huge dragon bone frame. Everything inside was visible at a glance. The First Legion suddenly stopped. The 100,000-strong army was fine, just a little dizzy. As for Mo Yike, he was standing on the head of a huge cloud beast. The appearance of the cloud beast was that of the Bat Ancestor. In the distance, Bat Ancestor, who is in a stalemate with Ma Xingyin, is slightly stunned when he sees one of his cloud beasts in Mo Yike's array. Roar! The cloud beast roared. Suddenly, countless bats soared into the sky, and Bat Ancestor's powerful aura was exposed. The 29-line pair, Heaven and Earth formation? Is this a simulation of me? Bat Ancestor said in shock in the distance. It's just a temporary measure. Bat Ancestor, please don't blame me. Mo Yike said solemnly. Bat Ancestor narrowed its eyes, not caring. It continued to look at Ma Sanyin, but it glanced at its cloud beast from time to time. Under Mo Yike's control, the cloud beast suddenly reached out, and countless bats attacked the Divine Blood Army in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. The formation simulated the Bat Ancestor of the Central Celestial Palace and blocked all the troops at the front. The First Corps commander narrowed his eyes. A Go Dao formation? It's the Sky Chest Pavilion's formation, right? Back then, if my dynasty hadn't sealed itself, my army would have flattened the Sky Chest Pavilion. You want to stop me now? Release the arrows. Rumble. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers drew their bows and fired arrows at Embark. Roar. The cloud beast suddenly roared and swung its sleeve. Immediately, the countless bats knocked away the arrows. The cloud beast's figure swayed, and it instantly sent a palm strike at the dozens of central celestial palace soldiers in front. Boom! Immediately, the dozens of soldiers were sent flying by a single palm strike. Great massacre divine blood army? That's all. Ha! Ha ha ha! Embark guffawed. After speaking, the cloud beast quickly charged at the soldiers. The difference between the central celestial palace and the lower celestial palace was huge. Even though the other side outnumbered them, Embark could handle them with ease. However, there were too many of them. Embark did not dare to fight in one place for too long, so he could only attack in all directions. This distracted the First Corps while insulting the other side. The First Corps commander looked coldly at Embark and sneered. Is there anyone that my divine blood army cannot kill? Kill! Rumble! The army immediately charged at Embark's cloud beast. In the distance, Li Shunji narrowed his eyes. Embark keeps insulting the other side to attract their attention and make the First Corps target him. The fog of the formation disappeared, leaving behind those smoke pillars and frames. They are not the real frames. They have been hidden by Embark. A cloud beast alone can't stop 600,000 soldiers. It can only attract hatred from everywhere. Oh, this divine blood army is too confident in themselves. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Amid the rumbling, Embark in the south used the 29 great formations to delay the First Corps. Just as the people in the city were feeling lucky in the north of the city, Second Corps, listen up, attack the city and slaughter it. The Second Corps commander shouted. Roar. The people in the north of the city roared, and their expressions changed. The west of the city was blocked, but what about the north? What should they do? 200,000 soldiers guarded the north of the city, not letting anyone escape. The other 400,000 followed the Second Corps commander to the north of the city. Rumble. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. When they passed by Five Mountains College, the students and instructors fled in panic. Save us, Your Majesty. However, how could the students and instructors outrun the Divine Blood Army? In the blink of an eye, a large number of them died to the sabers. Divine Blood Army, your opponent is me. Roar. Qin Zibai roared as he charged forward. The army following Qin Zibai was arranged to enter the city. Only 10 people dared to go forward to help. These 10 people were in the lower heavenly palace. However, when facing 400,000 soldiers, these 10 people paled. Chop! Qin Zibai shouted and immediately swung his saber at the Divine Blood Army. Humph! You're seeking death. Fire! The Second Corps commander shouted. Qin Zibai quickly dodged and charged at the Second Corps commander in the center. To catch bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Rumble! Along the way, there were many obstructions. The army charged at Qin Zibai with all its might. The Second Corps commander narrowed his eyes. After all, Qin Zibai was in the middle heavenly palace. Excitement flashed in Qin Zibai's eyes. If he killed the Second Corps commander, they would fall into chaos, right? Huh, you just entered the middle heavenly palace? You dare to be impudent in front of me? You are courting death. The Second Corps commander snorted coldly. Suddenly, the Second Corps commander swung his saber. What? A huge astral saber collided with Qin Zibai's astral saber. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Qin Zibai was actually forced back by the astral saber. All the citizens in the city felt a chill in their hearts. Third Corps, listen up. Attack the city and slaughter them. An order came from the south of the city. No! Countless despairing voices rang out in the city. Chong clan, open the middle heavenly palace and defend the south of the city. Chong Sheng shouted from the city. Yes. Suddenly, Chong Ming, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle rushed to the south of the city. Roar! A group of vampires charged forward, and a swarm of bats suddenly appeared. Rumble! The vampires charged into the Divine Blood Army. Chongming's second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle immediately displayed their powerful strength. Just entered the middle heavenly palace? The third corps commander narrowed his eyes. 3 middle heavenly palaces? Boom! Like Qin Zibai, Chongming's 3 uncles suddenly charged toward the third corps commander in the center of the city. Humph. So what if you have 3 middle heavenly palaces? Newcomers can't even withstand a single blow. The third corps commander swung his saber. Huh. The 3 middle heavenly palaces swung their sabers at the same time. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The 3 middle heavenly palaces retreated slightly. Clearly, the 3 middle heavenly palaces couldn't do anything to the third corps commander. Chongming, who was at the periphery of the city, paled. Although Chongming had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a divine technique, there was still a difference between a middle heavenly palace and a middle heavenly palace. Now, 400,000 soldiers were charging at him, and his father, who was the strongest in the Chong clan, was heavily injured. What should he do? Ancestor, the country is in danger. Please pardon my father's sins and let him redeem himself. Chongming immediately shouted at the Bat Ancestor in the distance. The Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and glanced at Chongsheng, who was coughing. I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll deal with you. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Whoosh! The Bat Ancestor flipped his hand, and 3 bones with flesh stuck on them instantly shot towards Chongsheng. Bam! The 3 bones instantly pierced into Chongsheng's body. Chongsheng's body suddenly twisted, and blood chi burst out from his body. He felt much better in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Ancestor. Chongsheng bowed respectfully to the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Chongsheng instantly rushed towards the third corps commander. The Chong clan resisted the third corps commander. Fourth corps commander, listen to my order. Attack the city and slaughter the city. A loud shout came from the east of the city. The Divine Blood Army was fully mobilized. The soldiers of the east of the city suddenly revealed a terrified expression. Shi clan, follow me to defend the city. East of the city, activate the book formation. He King of Silla suddenly shouted. Boom! Suddenly, yellow fog surged up from the east of the city. He King of Silla quickly flew over. A large number of Shi clan disciples began to follow He King of Silla to set up the book formation to resist the Divine Blood Army. Rumble! All 4 sides of the city were engaged in a great battle. However, the Daewon's forces were in a precarious situation. In the west of the city, Mo Yike could only delay the first corps commander. The first corps commander was only angered by Mo Yike. If they ignored Mo Yike, they could enter the city in the blink of an eye. In the north of the city, Qin Zibai couldn't even stop the second corps commander, let alone the 400,000 soldiers of the second corps commander. In the south of the city, the Chong clan barely managed to stop the third corps commander. That was because Chongsheng took action and went straight for the third corps commander. In the east of the city, the book formation had just been activated, and its effects were still unknown. The commoners in the city revealed a panicked expression. Mo Yike also revealed a bitter expression. Mr. Good, I've set up the 29 line sky formation at the 4 city gates. I beg Mr. Good to help day one. Mo Yike took some time to look at the city bitterly. In the city, a large number of people from the Mo clan were naturally very cooperative with Mo Yike. Some of them quickly headed to Guhai's manor. Guhai waved his hand. The manor was enveloped in fog, and the group of people knelt on one knee outside the manor. Mr. Good, day one is in danger. I beg Mr. Good to help defend the city. Mr. Good, after the city is breached, all lives will be lost. I beg Mr. Good to help. Mr. Gu, these are the starting pieces left behind by my lord after he set up the 29 line pair heavens and earth great array. I humbly request Mr. Gu to preside over the 29 line pair heavens and earth great array. In the fog, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 394. The strength of the Divine Blood Army was beyond everyone's expectations. Ordinary troops did not dare to resist at all. Once they attracted the attention of the Divine Blood Army, even a small portion of them would be destroyed. Only the powerful cultivators of the 4 major families were in charge of restraining them. However, even with the help of the 4 major families, they were still in grave danger. Was the Day One Imperial Dynasty going to be finished? The citizens were terrified. The Divine Blood Army was not going to attack the city, but to massacre the city. Did that mean that no one would be left alive? The powerful cultivators in the city also stepped forward. However, without the powerful cultivators of Kaition Palace, it was useless. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Lord Imo suddenly asked Mr. Good to help. Mr. Good? Mr. Good, the one who wrote Chivalry and Bringing in the Wine? Could he do it? Calligraphy? Yes, Mr. Good's calligraphy was extraordinary. Perhaps he could do it. Countless citizens looked expectantly at Gu Hai's manor. Mr. Good, I beg Mr. Good to save us. Mr. Good, Lord Imo said that you can do it. Mr. Good, more and more citizens gathered outside the manor, begging Mr. Good to help. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Dakian Hall. In the face of a national crisis, what was more important than retreating from the enemy? Shiyu the Great was still in seclusion? Gu Hai. Ramsaint looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Why was the person who set up the array so sure that Gu Hai could help? Shiyu the Great is not helping? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and looked at Dakian Hall. Obviously, he was also confused about what Shiyu the Great was doing now. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai. Jinmu of Silla, Eunuch Yi, Battalion Commander Li, and Princess Wanyu's safety will depend on all of you. Gu Hai solemnly looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them nodded. Daewon's national crisis. The 3 of them clearly had no intention of helping. You're going to help Daewon? Li Shinji frowned. Mr. M.O. has spoken. I have to give him face. Besides, the Divine Blood Army will enter the city. We will face it sooner or later. Why don't we try in advance? If we could delay it for even a moment and allow the people of Daewon to be rescued, it will be a great deed, Gu Hai said with a smile. The 3 of them frowned as they looked at Gu Hai. Wanyu, be careful. Solemnly, Gu Hai warned. Yes, brother-in-law, you be careful too. Long Wanyu nodded worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. He stepped off the floating island. Below the floating island, Bingheim and the others also looked worried. Your Majesty, the capital is in danger now. Should we use Zhu Lu to burrow underground? Bingheim asked worriedly. Zhu Lu looked at Gu Hai respectfully. Burrowing underground is necessary, just in case. Zhu Lu, dig a tunnel out of here. We don't need it now, just in case. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Yes. Zhu Lu nodded. Bingheim, inform Ziwei and Changsheng that this is my request. Please protect Long Wanyu. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Ah, them? Bingheim didn't believe him. That's right, them. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Bingheim nodded bitterly. She didn't understand. Also, get Changsheng to draw a painting. No, draw as much as he can. The painting in Longmen City, just in case. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Oh, okay. Bingheim nodded. After making the arrangements, Gu Hai slowly walked out of the foggy area of the manor. Outside the fog, a large number of people were already kneeling. They came from all directions, and all of them looked anxious and fearful. When they saw Gu Hai come out, almost everyone cheered. Mr. Good, please help us, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is out. The crowd was cheering. The people from the MO clan brought 8 jade boxes. On each jade box, there was a location written on it. In the jade box, there was a golden chess piece. Mr. Good, this is the activation chess piece of the 29 cardinal formations of the great metropolis. We are useless, so we don't know how to activate it. The people from the MO clan said bitterly, Give it to me. Take me to the north of the city. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Yes. The people from the MO clan answered. Thank you, Mr. Good. The surrounding people said excitedly. The flying boat carried Gu Hai to the north of the city quickly. Along the way, countless people saw Gu Hai's flying boat and immediately looked at it gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Good, for helping us. Thank you. Countless people were grateful. Their gratitude turned into merit and rushed to Gu Hai. There were many people, and the accumulation of merit accumulated into providence. For a moment, golden light shone around Gu-hai, which was countless providence. In the capital, it was natural for the four noble clans to guard the city. The citizens did not feel that much gratitude. However, Gu-hai, an outsider, came to protect them. This was what they needed to feel grateful for. When Gu-hai's providence arrived, he felt very comfortable. His thoughts also became much clearer. In the north of the city, boom! Qin Zibai was sent flying by the Second Army's commander again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! How dare you stop me when you just entered the central celestial palace? You overestimate yourself. What are the others looking at? Why don't you slaughter the city? Do I need you here? The Second Army's commander shouted. Yes, the 400,000-strong army shouted. Rumble! The horses turned around and immediately charged toward the north of the city. The army's commander was not someone Qin Zibai could defend against. There was no need to worry. They would enter the city first and kill. The 10 people who followed Qin Zibai down the central celestial palace saw the 400,000-strong army charging toward them. They were so frightened that they turned around and ran. A bunch of cowards. Ha ha. The Second Army laughed and charged forward. On the North City Tower, Gu-hai had arrived. The surrounding soldiers immediately looked respectful and waited for Gu-hai's orders. In the past, many of these soldiers had attacked the Han Dynasty. When they saw Gu-hai, they immediately felt guilty. However, no one dared to disturb Gu-hai. They saw Gu-hai take out a box with the words North written on it. Gu-hai slowly took out a golden chess piece. He held the golden chess piece between his index and middle finger. He squinted his eyes and pressed High Void. Pah! There seemed to be a knocking sound from High Void. Boom! A thick fog suddenly appeared in the north of the city. It blocked in front of the Second Army. The people and soldiers in the city all stared with their eyes wide open. 29 heavens and earth array. Mr. Good can really control it. Immediately, many people were grateful to Gu-hai. He-Kang of Silla in the south of the city was depressed. I also tried my best. Why don't you thank me? The same fog as the west of the city? Humph! If the Sky Chess Pavilion was here, we would also destroy it. The soldiers at the front snorted. Charge! Boom! The army rushed into the array. Buzz! At that moment, the sound of a sword suddenly came from the array. Suddenly, billions of sword chi burst out. The fog was torn apart in an instant. Countless bats rushed out of Mo Yike's array. Countless sword chi rushed out of Gu-hai's array. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Who is Mr. Good imitating? Countless people were curious. A swordsman? Buzz! The fog dispersed, revealing a white-robed old man's humanoid cloud beast. Duguchiobai? I know, Duguchiobai! Someone suddenly exclaimed. After all, the spies of the Day One Imperial Dynasty were able to find out some information about the Gongjin sect. That's not right. I remember that Duguchiobai is a middle-aged swordsman. This is a white-robed old man. Who is this? Someone said in shock. Not Duguchiobai. Everyone was shocked. Didn't Gu-hai imitate Duguchiobai in the Gongjin sect? At that moment, everyone discovered a strange situation. The sword chi surrounded the white-robed old man's cloud beast in a strange pattern. The sword chi formed a huge Taiji diagram. The sword chi of the Taiji diagram? In the city, Fairy One was slightly stunned. Yi Shinjin and Li Shunji were also surprised. Uniki, you have the most information. Who is this imitating? Li Shunji said in confusion. That's right. This sword intent is strange. Shouldn't sword intents be sharp? Why is this sword intent so smooth? Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. I don't know. I don't know about Duguchiobai either. Yi Shinjin said bitterly. Who is Gu-hai imitating? Stop playing tricks. Release the arrows. One of the generals shouted. Huh. Instantly, the 200,000 divine blood soldiers drew their bows and shot countless arrows at the white-robed old man. Boom! Like 200,000 rainbows. It seemed that they were going to turn the giant cloud beast into a sieve. Gu-hai, who was on the cloud beast's head, sneered, I didn't use Duguchiobai because I knew you had more people. 200,000 arrows? Good. As he spoke, the white-robed old man stepped forward and spun his sword. He chanted, Let it be strong. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain. Let it be strong. The bright moon shines over the river. The old man flicked his sword, and a strange, swirling current suddenly formed around his body. The 200,000 arrows seemed to be dragged by a force, and suddenly deviated from their original trajectory. Following the guidance of the sword, they strangely revolved around the old man's body. The 200,000 streaks of light made a strange turn. Originally, the arrows were pointing north. Then, they slowly turned and pointed south. The old man swung his sword. Boom! The 200,000 rainbows rushed toward the charging divine blood army. Wow! Countless people in the city were in an uproar. The arrow rain turned around? Lormo's cloud beast didn't dare to face the arrow rain head-on. Lord Qin could only dodge the arrow rain. Mr. Good's cloud beast turned around and shot back. They all went back. Their power didn't decrease. What technique is this? Taiji's sword array? It seems that the white-robed old man didn't do much. The 200,000 arrows turned around. The people were in an uproar. The expression of the Second Legion on the opposite side also changed. Be careful! Everyone cried out in alarm. Rumble! Suddenly, the arrow rain came, and a large number of divine blood army soldiers were hit. Rumble! In an instant, nearly 10,000 divine blood army soldiers were killed or injured under the 200,000 arrows. What? The expression of the Second Legion in the distance changed. Qin Zibai, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood, also opened his eyes wide. And Mo Yike, who was far away, was also slightly startled. Up until now, he had only killed 200 divine blood army soldiers by simulating the bad ancestor's cloud beast. Gu Hai's rotation killed nearly 10,000 divine blood army soldiers. How is this possible? The battle in all directions paused slightly and looked toward the north of the city. Who is this? Li Shunji opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, Who are you? The Second Legion's general also opened his eyes wide and shouted, Taiji Zhang Sanfeng. The white-robed old man turned his sword and looked at the army opposite him calmly. Chapter 395. Taiji Zhang Sanfeng. In the city, almost everyone raised their eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? I know about Taiji, but when did Zhang Sanfeng appear in this world? Li Shunji looked at Yi Shenzhen. Zhang Sanfeng? Taiji? Could it be someone from the Taishang branch of Wansho Taoism? Ramsen also looked at Yi Shenzhen. Takashi Ryushin also looked at Yi Shenzhen. Yi Shenzhen really didn't know. Although the Night Divine Guards investigated the world, Yi Shenzhen had never heard of Zhang Sanfeng. But if this person wasn't famous, how could the sword just now be so powerful? Yi Shenzhen also had a face full of confusion. My brother-in-law is still the best. Long Wan, you look proud. In the city, Fairy Wanner revealed a complicated expression. Taiji Dao. Of course, the Taishang branch of the everlasting Dao Palace is the most perfect, but why does Gu Hai also have such a comprehension? Zhang Sanfeng, is he from the Taishang branch? Long Wan Yu revealed a blank expression. The Taiji sword, with one sword move, instantly caused the Divine Blood Army to suffer close to 10,000 casualties. The experts of the Divine Blood Army also had gloomy expressions. The second army commander stared at the white-robed old man, Zhang Sanfeng. It's just a trick. When the rain of arrows stops, attack together and kill him. The second army commander shouted. The army shouted in unison. Immediately, they all pulled out their long swords and urged their horses to charge at the Zhang Sanfeng that Gu Hai condensed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Zhang Sanfeng was restricted by the formation and couldn't move too far, so he couldn't directly charge at the second army commander. He could only defend passively. Fortunately, Gu Hai was imitating Zhang Sanfeng this time, so the Taiji sword and Taiji fist both arrived first. While thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing towards Zhang Sanfeng swung his long sword, and the Taiji sword chi surrounding him started rotating more and more smoothly. The whole of Zhang Sanfeng was like a rotating sphere. You killed my brother. Die. One of the soldiers at the very front let out a loud shout, and a huge saber slashed straight towards Zhang Sanfeng's face. Zhang Sanfeng's long sword immediately went up to meet the attack. Dang! The sword and saber collided. Die for me! That soldier's eyes widened, releasing the greatest power he could. However, when he slashed down with his saber, he suddenly felt that Zhang Sanfeng's sword was very soft. It was not a head-on clash at all. The moment Zhang Sanfeng's sword moved, that soldier's saber aura was deflected away. Without losing any of its power, the saber aura was deflected towards another soldier. General, why did you kill me? Ah! A scream rang out as the general killed one of his own men. In the distance, Yi Shinjin and the others widened their eyes. The battle between Mo Yike and the First Legion also paused for a moment, and they all looked towards the north of the city. Zhang Sanfeng was already surrounded by countless soldiers. Countless soldiers immediately slashed their sabers at Zhang Sanfeng. For a moment, the saber aura was like a sea, forming a huge net that covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng spun on the spot and swung his long sword downwards, forming a spherical airflow. As you wish for tails deflect 1,000 caddies, Zhang Sanfeng shouted. The surrounding sword aura accompanied Zhang Sanfeng's long sword as it suddenly met the saber aura. The force that collided with each saber aura was not strong, but it was just enough to cause the saber aura to deviate from its original trajectory. The saber aura that was originally aimed at Zhang Sanfeng suddenly slashed towards his own men. My saber aura deviated? Quickly dodge. You deviated and cut me. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Zhang Sanfeng did not move from his original position, but about 500 soldiers and horses were instantly cut in half. Only a few people were lucky enough to escape with serious injuries. Most importantly, the saber aura on their bodies was not cut by Zhang Sanfeng, but by their own men. Wow! In the city, there was an uproar. As you wish, for tails deflect 1,000 caddies? I saw that Zhang Sanfeng didn't use much strength. Yes, that strength, I can also use it, but Mr. Good let Zhang Sanfeng destroy 500 soldiers with one strike. Countless people looked at Gu Hai and Zhang Sanfeng in surprise. Ram Saint narrowed his eyes. For tails deflect 1,000 caddies? Taiji, borrowing strength to fight strength? Doesn't this mean that the more people there are, the more Zhang Sanfeng can use it? The more people there are, the more advantageous it is for Zhang Sanfeng. Takashi Ryushin also narrowed his eyes. Borrowing other people's strength to kill others, this sword technique is really strange. If there are fewer people, Zhang Sanfeng will be in trouble. But if there are more people, Zhang Sanfeng will be able to use it freely. Yi Shinjin raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, that's my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu, on the other hand, was so proud that it was as if she had drunk a bowl of ice water on a hot summer day. In the city, Fairy Wonder also widened her eyes. Is Zhang Sanfeng really from Taishang's branch? Why didn't I know that Taishang's branch has this strange sword technique? Fairy Wonder showed a hint of confusion. Zhang Sanfeng's first strike killed more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. Now, he used 4 tails to deflect 1,000 caddies and killed 500 soldiers. The Divine Blood Army's faces darkened. Kill them! All the soldiers roared. Immediately, a large number of soldiers charged towards Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Sanfeng brandished his long sword, using the Taiji to the extreme. He did not reject any of the soldiers who came to him. Zhang Sanfeng, who was formed by the formation, already had the power of the Zhongtian Palace. Coupled with this strange Taiji sword, he was instantly invincible in the army. Ah! 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 The screams of the soldiers injuring their own people could be heard continuously. Men and horses won, and their power was enormous. However, Taiji was not a head-on clash. Instead, it was a soft one. Using softness to overcome hardness, using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies, borrowing strength to fight strength, and not a single leaf would touch the body. His soft swordsmanship reaped the lives of the soldiers one after another, as if he was cutting chives. The speed of death left both the people inside and outside the city flabbergasted. Of course, Guhai's greatest gain was the heavenly lake of karma. One by one, the evil ghosts entered the pool of karma, where they were quickly converted into heaven-mending energy and entered the heaven-mending pool. Killing one person was more evil karma than Guhai had killed 1,000 evil people in the past. Zhang Sanfeng killed wantonly. In the distance, the commander of the Second Legion could no longer bear to watch. Were all his subordinates sent here to be killed? How long had it been? Almost 10,000 of his invincible subordinates who had fought hundreds of battles in the south had died. Humph! Our souls have yet to return to their original positions. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. Roar! The huge horse under the Second Legion let out a loud roar as it carried the commander of the Second Legion towards Guhai. Where do you think you are going? Qin Zibai shouted. All of you watch him. The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. Release the arrows. Boom! A large number of arrows immediately flew towards Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai's expression changed. He was already severely injured, and he did not have Zhang Sanfeng's ability to overcome 1,000 caddies with 4 tails. He could only dodge the arrows. Move aside, the commander of the Second Legion shouted. Immediately, the soldiers surrounding Zhang Sanfeng moved aside, allowing the commander of the Second Legion to face Zhang Sanfeng. Duh! The commander of the Second Legion jumped off his war horse and took a deep breath. Hoo! The commander of the Second Legion's body suddenly expanded, reaching the same size as Zhang Sanfeng in the blink of an eye. One-on-one, brat. Why don't you try to overcome 1,000 caddies with 4 tails? The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. A devastating aura burst out from the huge figure. Guhai's face darkened. He saw a trace of fierceness in the eyes of the commander of the Second Legion, but it was not ruthlessness. The ruthlessness was because he had lost his mind, but this fierce gaze was still incomparably calm. Calm and fierce. Guhai instantly understood. This person still did not think highly of Zhang Sanfeng's strength. As such, it was very likely that he would order his subordinates to ignore Zhang Sanfeng and kill their way into the city. After all, his goal was not to kill the enemy, but to block the Second Legion. Blocking was not only about killing the enemy. Xing. However, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly sheathed his long sword, and the long sword slowly disappeared. Oh! The commander of the Second Legion narrowed his eyes. Countless people in the city were puzzled. Why did Zhang Sanfeng sheath his sword? The commander of the Second Legion is holding a long blade. He knows that he is no match for him. That's impossible. Countless people were puzzled. Zhang Sanfeng suddenly revealed a trace of smile. I will only use my sword when there are more people. Against you alone, wouldn't it be bullying you if I still use my sword? Huh? The surrounding people were slightly stunned. The commander of the Second Legion's face darkened. He could tell that Zhang Sanfeng was ridiculing him. In a battle of life and death, at this time, you actually want to use your bare hands to fight against my long blade? You are courting death. The commander of the Second Legion snorted coldly. As expected, he was slightly angered. The long blade in his hand suddenly slashed over. However, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand and waved it. The surrounding sword aura disappeared, and suddenly, countless streams of air appeared and surrounded Zhang Sanfeng. It was still the Tai Chi pattern. When the blade slashed over, Zhang Sanfeng did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. Grasping the bird's tail, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly grabbed the wrist of the Second Legion's commander. However, he did not fight force with force. Instead, he pulled forcefully and borrowed the strength of the Second Legion's commander to increase his strength. Single whip. With a pull and a swing, the Second Legion's commander was sent flying by his own strength. What? The expression of the Second Legion's commander changed. However, he did not expect that he would be sent flying. More importantly, he was the one who sent himself flying? How is this possible? The Second Legion's commander twisted his body in midair, as if he was trying to break free from the inertia. However, Zhang Sanfeng's hand did not stop there. He grabbed the leg of the 2nd Legion's commander, who was sent flying. Wild horse parting hair. He actually borrowed the strength of the 2nd Legion's commander, twisting his body, and used it to attack force again. With a loud bang, the 2nd Legion's commander was thrown to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. The 2nd Legion's commander was instantly thrown to the ground. However, the 2nd Legion's commander was also a veteran. The moment he was thrown to the ground, he did not forget to slash at Zhang Sanfeng with his blade. Seemingly sealed shut. Boom! As if he had rehearsed this countless times before, Zhang Sanfeng attacked with one move after another. When the 2nd Legion's commander slashed at him, Zhang Sanfeng extended his hand and pulled. The blade instantly deviated from its original trajectory and slashed at the 2nd Legion's crotch. Boom! The 2nd Legion's commander let go of the long blade in his hand. His body suddenly arched, and he distanced himself from Zhang Sanfeng. So close just now. The 2nd Legion's commander was so shocked that his entire body was trembling. In a flash, the exchange between the two ended. The 2nd Legion's commander had a disheveled expression. He threw away the long blade in his hand and dodged the attack. On the other hand, Zhang Sanfeng was leisurely performing a set of soft punches. Countless cultivators in the city stared with their eyes wide open. It was really a set of soft punches, slow punches. However, it was so coincidental that it humiliated the 2nd Legion's commander so much that he could not even withstand a single blow. It was really slow. It was so slow that everyone could see it clearly. However, they could not understand how this slow punches could defeat the 2nd Legion's commander. However, no one knew that Zhang Sanfeng was best at Taiji Fist. Taiji Sword was only a branch of Taiji Fist. After throwing away the long sword, Zhang Sanfeng's strength did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Chapter 396. In Dadu City, countless citizens widened their eyes. The powerhouses at the east, south, and west sides of the city were already at their limits. But in the north, not only did Gu Hai block thousands of soldiers and horses, he even sent the 2nd Army flying, unarmed. Where did this Zhang Sanfeng come from? Ram Saint looked at Yi Xinjian. Yi Xinjian, you asked me, but who should I ask? The battle at the 3 city gates paused slightly. Chang Sheng, Chang Ming, and He King of Silla all widened their eyes. Mo Yike, on the other hand, was looking at Zhang Sanfeng as if he was analyzing his moves. The commander of the 2nd Army got up from the ground with a gloomy expression. But even so, the commander of the 2nd Army did not let anger get to his head. He stared at Zhang Sanfeng and Gu Hai, who was above Zhang Sanfeng's head. The Tai Chi airflow spun around Zhang Sanfeng, but Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Gu Hai felt that simulating Zhang Sanfeng drained too much of the array, and the array was about to run out of spirit stones. Running out of spirit stones? The consumption of spirit stones by the 29 Line Heavens array was terrifying. If it continued for a few days and nights, even the Day 1 Imperial Empire would not be able to bear it. You're the one controlling this chess array, Cloud Beast? The commander of the 2nd Army suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pointed at the source. Zhang Sanfeng did not speak, but Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "Why, are you scared? Heh, even without my control, what can you do to Zhang Sanfeng?" The commander of the 2nd Army was slightly stunned. Mo Yike, who was far away, was also slightly stunned. What did Mr. Good mean? Could it be that the Cloud Beast could move without anyone controlling it? However, he saw Zhang Sanfeng's figure turn and head towards the northwest. The commander of the 2nd Army looked at Gu Hai in confusion, but he saw Gu Hai suddenly leave Zhang Sanfeng. He leaped, and a golden chess piece suddenly appeared in his hand. Pa! The golden go piece was pressed down, and suddenly, a rolling fog appeared in the northeast of Dadu. Gu Hai jumped into the fog, but Zhang Sanfeng suddenly trembled. Boom! Zhang Sanfeng exploded and scattered. He ran out of spirit stones? Mo Yike's expression changed. His bad ancestor Cloud Beast had not been used up yet, but Gu Hai had already used them up. Bastard, you lied to me? The Second Legion's commander glared at him. He knew that he had been tricked. He reached out and pulled out his bow, an arrow. Then, he shot his sword toward the fog in the northeast direction. Swish! The rain of arrows instantly shot into the fog. Tai Chi revolution. A loud shout came from the fog. Swish! The rain of arrows changed direction and shot out from the fog towards the Second Army commander in the blink of an eye. Boom! The Second Legion commander jumped away, and the rain of arrows immediately shot a hole in the ground. Buzz! As the fog dispersed, Zhang Sanfeng once again materialized in the northwest of the metropolis. Using the formation to materialize Zhang Sanfeng, I'm not the First Legion commander. I was stopped by you once, and now you want to stop me a second time? Second Legion commander, listen up. Ignore Zhang Sanfeng and enter the city. Slaughter the city and collect the blood. The Second Legion commander's expression changed. Yes, the Second Legion commander shouted in unison. What? The faces of the citizens in the city changed. Above Zhang Sanfeng, Gu Hai's expression darkened. He was helpless. In the west of the city, the First Legion commander also realized that he had been delayed by Mo Yike. First Legion commander, listen up. Ignore the formation. Enter the city and collect the blood. Yes. The First Legion commander shouted in unison. In an instant, most of the citizens revealed a look of fear. Enter the city? Ignore the two formations at the city entrance? If they were to enter the city, wouldn't the metropolis be finished? Mo Yike's expression also changed. At this time, all wisdom was useless. Your Majesty. Mo Yike could only shout in fear. Your Majesty. The citizens in the city also shouted in fear. The Divine Blood Army had 8 legions. Only 4 of them had come out. If 4 of them could not stop the demons, then there were still 4 left. All the citizens revealed a look of fear. No wonder Gu Hai and Mo Yike did not pay attention to them. No matter how powerful they were, it was useless. Everyone exclaimed. The army had already entered the city. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Help, run! Ah, the demons have entered the city. Help! The citizens at the city entrance were very anxious. Qin Zibai came to stop them, but Qin Zibai was no match for the Second Legion commander. The army had to enter the city, just as the bloody massacre was about to begin. Ka! All the armies in the surroundings suddenly paused. All of them stopped and looked at the west of the city. The coffin on the carriage, surrounded by the army, suddenly moved. Ka 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 ka. The coffin slowly opened, and a storm-like aura suddenly rushed out of the coffin. As soon as the storm appeared, the blood-red sea of luck in the sky suddenly spun. The blood-red dragon of luck in the sky suddenly seemed to be infused with endless energy. Roar! The giant dragon roared, and the powerful aura suddenly suppressed the aura of Daewon's golden dragon of luck. Ka 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 ka. All the Divine Blood Army suddenly put their fists in front of their chests and saluted to the coffin. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! The great Slaughter Heaven dynasty will rule the world for thousands of years. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! The waves of cheers rushed to the sky. However, this voice caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Great Slaughter His Holiness had awakened? Rumble. The lid of the coffin was completely opened, slowly revealing the scene inside the coffin. At this moment, there was a figure wearing a red dragon robe with golden threads lying in the coffin. He had a flat imperial crown on his head, and there was a golden talisman stuck to his forehead. As the great Slaughter Saint Lord moved his finger, the golden talisman on his forehead suddenly seemed to burn. It turned into ashes and disappeared. Wong. His Holiness opened his eyes. Boom! A storm seemed to roll up from the coffin, rushing in all directions. Some of the Divine Blood Army around even swayed. Even the experts of Kai Tian Palace were swayed by this aura. He Kang of Silla, Mo Yike, Chang Sheng, and Qin Zibai didn't want to fight anymore. Even Bat Ancestor, who was suppressed by Ma San Yin, changed his expression wildly. In the coffin, His Holiness was lying straight, and then he stood up strangely. His body didn't bend at all. and he just stood up straight. The pearls on the flat, imperial crown on his head swayed. The great slaughter, Saint Lord, seemed to have regained his senses. His slightly empty eyes slowly regained their vigor. His holiness took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the reality of everything. Roar! Suddenly, he opened his mouth and roared to the sky. Under the roar, the earth, mountains, and rivers around the capital trembled. The sound was so loud that it spread in all directions in an instant. More than 10 cities around the capital were filled with the sound of his holiness. Gu Hai, who was standing on top of Zhang Sanfeng's head, also changed his expression. This emperor is back again, ha 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 ha. His holiness suddenly laughed loudly. Long live his holiness. Long live 10,000 years. Great slaughter, heavenly dynasty, for thousands of years, unify the world. The 5 million army cheered loudly. His holiness shouted for a while, and then stopped. The voice of a divine blood army also suddenly stopped. Standing on the chariot, the great slaughter, Saint Lord looked at the capital city. This emperor's central capital? Capital city? She family? This emperor let you guard this place, and you want to replace it? Oomph. His holiness's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. South of the city, He King of Silla was slightly startled. What's the situation? She family? She family guard this place? How come I don't know? Blood prison, come out! His holiness shouted coldly. Boom! Suddenly, the capital shook violently and a bloody mist surged out of the city. The bloody mist surged into the sky and filled the surroundings in an instant. It was as if the bloody mist had enveloped the entire capital. Wong! Suddenly, the blood mist converged toward the center, converging toward the great leisure hall at the center. Above the entrance of the great hall, a blood-red long saber floated in the air. On the blood-red long saber, there seemed to be blood vessels throbbing slightly. A large amount of blood fog was absorbed into the saber, causing Gu Hai, who was outside the city, to feel a strong smell of blood rushing towards him. An aura that could exterminate all living things caused countless people in the city to tremble in fear. The world's #1 evil saber, blood prison? Gu Hai's face sank. Blood prison indeed had the ferocity of blood prison. When the aura spread out, even the divine blood army was shocked. Gu Hai's imitation saber in the past was far inferior to the original. His holiness looked at blood prison in the distance with a gentle gaze. This one's blood prison, return, his holiness said sullenly. As his holiness spoke, he suddenly extended his hand. The image of a blood-red palm formed in the air. Even from a distance, that blood-red palm already reached the blood prison saber hilt. Blood energy gathered, and the blood-red palm carried an irresistible force as it attempted to grab the saber hilt. His holiness wanted to take back the weapon that belonged to him, the world's #1 evil saber, the blood prison saber. However, just as his holiness was about to grab his weapon, a blood-red palm appeared in the great hall. Suddenly, an illusory shadow of a blood-red palm emerged from the great hall and reached the hilt of the blood-hell saber at almost the same time. Boom! The two blood-red palms grabbed the blood prison saber hilt at nearly the same time. Inside the great hall, countless people goggled. Who was inside the great hall? Wasn't it Shiyu the Great, who was in closed-door cultivation? Huh! His holiness's face sank. How presumptuous! Rumble! The blood prison saber trembled slightly in the air. The two blood-red palms grabbed the saber hilt, as though they were pulling it. His holiness was enraged. His blood-red palms emitted more and more blood-red aura, and his strength increased exponentially. Shiyu the Great's blood-red palms slowly changed color, turning from blood-red to white. In an instant, the surroundings of the great hall were filled with cold air, and snow and ice were everywhere. Shiyu the Great's blood-red palms also turned white. His holiness! Shiyu the Great's voice came from the great hall. Shi family's current family head? You dare to disobey me? His holiness said coldly. I am Shiyu. Now, the Shi family is no more. It is the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. As for this blood prison saber, it no longer belongs to you. Shiyu the Great's voice was very calm. The white palms suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Rolling white snow filled the entire great hall in an instant, and thousands of li were sealed in ice. Boom! With a loud sound, the blood-prisoned saber broke free from His Holiness's blood-red palms and landed in Shiyu the Great's white palms. Quang! The great hall's door opened. Snow and ice rushed out from the inside, complimenting Shiyu the Great, who was holding the blood-prisoned saber as he walked out step by step. Chapter 397. Snatch the saber? Almost everyone in the city shuddered, and then countless people revealed ecstatic expressions. The 5 million divine blood army charged towards the capital, and almost everyone was in despair. Great slaughter His Holiness had awakened, and that despair had reached the extreme. Just by relying on that aura, it had crushed the hearts of all the people in the city. But just now, when Shiyu the Great had snatched the bloody hell saber, everyone was shaken. Even though the bloody hell saber was near the great hall, in the end, Shiyu the Great had snatched it. Mo Yike took the airship and quickly flew towards the city. Bat Ancestor opened his eyes wide. He already knew how powerful Shiyu was, but the scene just now still shocked Bat Ancestor. How powerful was His Majesty? Chong Clan, Shi Clan, and Qin Zibai all retreated. Guhai also dispersed Zhang Sanfeng, took out the airship, and flew towards the city. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shiyu the Great and His Holiness. The two were very far away, looking at each other. One was surrounded by a bloody mist, and the smell of blood filled the sky. The other was surrounded by ice and snow, and cold air spread everywhere. Great slaughter His Holiness's face was cold. No more Shi Clan? Shi Clan? How many generations are you? Back then, I saw that Shi Clan had disloyal intentions, so I'll let you guard this place. Huh. Ha ha ha, you really rebelled? Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness coldly. Great slaughter His Holiness? Back then, you made a wrong decision. Huh. Great slaughter His Holiness's face was cold. 6,000 years. Do you know that this world is no longer the same as it was 6,000 years ago? Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Presumptuous. You dare to be rude to His Holiness? The first army commander closest to him shouted angrily. Boom! The first army commander immediately mounted his horse, and his figure flashed, and he rushed towards a great hall. The commander of the first army now had the strength of the central celestial palace. His speed was extremely fast. He had only shouted for a short while before he was already in front of them. With a long saber in his hand, he slashed towards Shiyu the Great. The power of the central celestial palace was so strong that it formed a storm that rushed towards Shiyu the Great. It seemed like it was going to kill him in one strike and punish him for his disrespect. Boom! The saber was ferocious, as though it could destroy the entire palace of the Day One Imperial Dynasty with a single slash. In the palace, countless servants revealed terrified expressions. Shiyu the Great's face turned cold. Humph! With a cold snort, Shiyu the Great swung his bloody hell saber forward. Boom! A long blood-red rainbow was formed as soon as the long rainbow appeared. It immediately collided with the saber storm of the First Legion commander. It was unstoppable. It swept towards the First Legion commander. What? The expression of the First Legion commander changed. The bloody hell saber shattered his long saber like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it was right in front of his face, as though it was going to split him in half. Not good. Ma San Yin, the supreme martial artist of the horse tribe, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wang, the third eye on Ma San Yin's forehead, suddenly opened. A golden light shot out and appeared in front of the bloody hell saber in an instant. It collided with the saber, as though it was going to block the saber. Humph! None of the people I want to kill are still alive. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. Boom! The golden light beam from Ma San Yin exploded. The saber slashed the First Legion commander in half. The bloodlight instantly shone in all directions. Countless people couldn't open their eyes. Bang! The First Legion commander exploded. General, countless soldiers of the First Legion cried out in alarm. Presumptuous! His Holiness's face turned cold. At this moment, The third eye on Ma Sanyan's forehead seemed to have a trace of blood. You have completely mastered the bloody hell saber? Ma Sanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Xing, Xiu the Great put away the bloody hell saber and looked coldly at His Holiness. Great slaughter, His Holiness? That's right. When you were at your peak, you were formidable. But now, you're only left with a soul body. Just a soul body. This is my Dayuan. If you dare to move forward, I'll kill you. Great Emperor Shiyu's eyes turned cold as he said. His Holiness narrowed his eyes and stared at Shiyu the Great. The bloody hell saber is like fire. Using the Tao of ice to suppress the bloody hell saber? Haha, good, good. No one dares to be so presumptuous before me. Shiyu the Great? The Shi family has a lantern. Have you forgotten my past? Kill me? Humph. Let me see how you kill me today. His Holiness snorted coldly. He took a step forward. Buzz! Scarlet light suddenly shrouded the area within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Boundless scarlet mist spread everywhere. Snow and ice covered the capital. The bloody fog seemed to have enveloped the entire capital city, which was covered in snow and ice. The Shi family? There is no need for it to exist. His Holiness said coldly. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pressed down. Boom! Billions of scarlet saber chi suddenly condensed in a world of scarlet mist and chopped down on the capital. It was like a sea of saber chi swept out and destroyed the capital. Xiu the Great's eyes turned cold. He stomped his feet and swung the bloody hell saber at the sky. Boom! Countless white saber chi crashed into the sky. The bloody hell saber charged at His Holiness's right palm. The manifested palm and manifested saber clashed in the air. Honk! A loud crash rang out. The world roared. Countless ordinary people immediately covered their ears and fell to the ground in pain. The sound was too loud. Nearly half of the buildings in the capital collapsed. Xiu the Great had a ferocious look on his face. The manifested saber blocked His Holiness's manifested palm. The white saber chi also blocked the scarlet saber chi. Boom! Xiu the Great and His Holiness released their storm-like auras. You want to use my saber against me? You're courting death. His Holiness had a ferocious look on his face. I've said it. This isn't 6,000 years ago. It's no longer your era. This is my Day One Imperial Dynasty. There's no Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty anymore. That's history. You're just a soul now. How dare you compete with me? Xiu the Great roared with a ferocious look on his face. Boom! The two's strength increased exponentially. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the two golden dragons of destiny roared. They refused to give in to each other. In fact, the two dragon heads were biting each other. Rumble, rumble! Neither of them gave in. Their faces became more and more twisted. It seemed like there was no clear victor. However, the expressions of the experts in Gu Hai's manner changed drastically. Xiu the Great blocked His Holiness? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. That's impossible. When did Xiu the Great's strength increase so much? Ram Saint's expression changed. Rumble! Strong winds raged in all directions. The two experts were in a stalemate. Gu Hai had returned. Brother-in-law, you were so powerful just now. Long One, you jumped in front of Gu Hai and said excitedly. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Powerful? He was a far cry from the two sovereigns in front of him. She family? She you? Bastard, you cultivated that forbidden technique? His Holiness's expression changed. Snow flies for 1,000,000 li. Xiu the Great shouted. Suddenly, the bloody hell saber emitted a dazzling white light. In an instant, the two sovereigns emitted millions of white light. The white light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Rumble. While they were blinded, there was a loud sound in the distance. A strong wind blew past. In the metropolis, more than half of the buildings collapsed. Countless floating islands were crushed by the impact and fell to the ground. The metropolis was in a mess. There were countless cries. Buzz. The white light disappeared. Xiu the Great and His Holiness were separated. One stood at the entrance of the metropolis hall, while the other stood on the carriage. It was as if they had not fought before. However, at this moment, The metropolis had become a pile of ruins. Almost all the buildings had collapsed. The city walls had also collapsed. Many civilians were seriously injured by the aftermath. Shiyu the Great stood at the entrance of the metropolis hall. The great slaughter, Saint Lord, stood on the chariot. They looked at each other. Great slaughter, His Holiness took a deep breath. Divine blood army, go. The great slaughter, Saint Lord shouted with a gloomy expression. Almost everyone's expression changed when they heard that. The great slaughter saint said, leave? Yes, His Holiness. The divine blood army shouted and quickly gathered around His Holiness. Rumble. The army slowly left towards the west. The result, was there need to guess? The two sovereigns just now clashed. In the end, Shiyu the Great won? That is His Holiness. Li Shinji's expression changed. Shiyu the Great defeated His Holiness in one strike. The 5 million divine blood army slowly retreated towards the west. His Holiness stood on the carriage and stared at Shiyu the Great at the entrance of the metropolis hall. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was as though retreating was just a temporary measure. He would return sooner or later. The blood-red fate of the great slaughter, celestial dynasty, slowly drifted away as His Holiness left. Shiyu the Great stood at the entrance of the metropolis hall and watched coldly as His Holiness left. There was a sense of arrogance in his eyes. In the past, the Shi clan was just a subject that was suspected by the great slaughter celestial dynasty. Today, the Shi family Shiyu had established his own family and even defeated the great slaughter saint. So what if it was the great slaughter celestial dynasty? Weren't they defeated by me today? After the mourning in the city, the civilians worshipped Shiyu the Great even more. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Long live Day One. The civilians cheered excitedly. His Majesty is so powerful. His Majesty Day One is so powerful. When the great slaughter celestial dynasty's army completely disappeared, Shiyu the Great swung his sleeves and stepped into the metropolis hall. However, the cries of the civilians didn't stop. Houses collapsed. To mortals, it was a disaster. But to cultivators, it could be rebuilt quickly. With His Majesty in the capital, who could compete with him? Guhai's manor. The floating island was still collapsed. Everyone stood on a mountain peak and watched Shiyu the Great return to the metropolis hall. They couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Ram Saint suddenly raised his eyebrows. He turned around and looked at the capital city behind the ruins. Around the capital city, there were actually 81 regions that were clearly divided into 81 regions. Mr. Gongyang and everyone else, Day One Celestial Dynasty is in troubled times. Let's leave Day One as soon as possible. Guhai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, No, I'm not leaving. Ha, ha, ha. It's not that I'm not leaving, but that I can't leave. 81 palace diagrams? No, the Great Sun Ceiling Formation. So, there's a Great Sun Ceiling Formation under the capital city? Ram Saint's expression changed. What? Everyone looked at Ram Saint in confusion. The souls of the Divine Blood Army are in the west outside the city, but the capital was previously transformed by Great Emperor Shiyu. If it wasn't a pile of ruins, I wouldn't have been able to recognize it. Is this the 99 Sun Ceiling Array? Using the city as a cover. No wonder the Divine Blood Army wanted to massacre the city. So, it was because of the things under the Great Sun Ceiling Formation? Ram Saint's eyes lit up. The treasures of the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty are below. Takashi Ryushin suddenly narrowed his eyes and guessed. The bodies of His Holiness and the others are sealed below. Yishinjin's expression changed. The entire foundation of the Celestial Dynasty? Underground? Lishinji's eyes lit up. Chapter 398. The Great Slaughter Celestial Empire's entire foundation was sealed under the 99 Sun Ceiling Array. The moment they analyzed the news, Ram Saint, Takashi Ryushin, Lishinji, and Yishinjin's eyes lit up. Guhai looked around the ruins, but his face fell. No, one, you can't stay in the great metropolis. Guhai said firmly. Everyone frowned and looked at Guhai. Obviously, no one wanted to leave at this time. Guhai, we haven't met Shiyu the Great yet. If we leave now, wouldn't it be against the great Qian etiquette? Li Xinji frowned. Guhai looked at Li Xinji and said, Battalion Commander Li, you don't have to make things difficult for me. One, you can leave, but you can't. Oh, Li Xinji was slightly stunned. Just as you said, we haven't met Shiyu the Great yet? Do you know that Shiyu the Great doesn't have time to meet us? If we don't take the initiative, we don't know how long it will take. Rather than that, why don't we let Wan Yu leave first? Guhai said solemnly. Brother-in-law, I'm not leaving. I don't feel any danger, Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Guhai looked at Long Wan Yu and smiled bitterly. You don't feel any danger, but with the Great Slaughter Celestial Empire's foundation, this news can't be hidden for long, right? Although the Great Slaughter Saint Lord had left, would he give up on everything? This is a source of chaos. For your safety, you have to leave immediately. But Long Wan Yu was unwilling. Did you forget what I said? Guhai looked at Long Wan Yu and said solemnly. Wan Yu, listen to Guhai. Your prophecy can't predict things that are too far in the future. Guhai's analysis is right. Something will happen sooner or later. Let's leave early. Long Wan Yu was at a loss, but when she thought about how she didn't listen to Guhai last time and almost caused Guhai's death, she could only reluctantly nod. All right, Guhai smiled faintly. Turning his head, Guhai looked at Yi Xinjian. Eunuch Yi, you will report the news from the capital to Daiqianqing, right? That's right. With such a big matter, I will definitely report it to His Holiness as soon as possible, Yi Xinjian said solemnly. Guhai took a deep breath and said, I think that if Wan Yu doesn't leave now, she won't be able to leave soon. Therefore, we have to be quick. Oh, Yi Xinjian was slightly startled. Takashi Ryushin suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Hold Long Wan Yu hostage? Use her to threaten Deqian and prevent Deqian from causing trouble at this time? Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. If it weren't for Guhai's reminder, he wouldn't have thought about it at all. That's right. Therefore, Wan Yu must leave immediately. However, Battalion Commander Li and I can't leave. We have to pretend that Wan Yu is still in the capital. We can only trouble Eunuch Yi to escort Wan Yu away. Guhai said solemnly. Brother-in-law, you're not leaving? Long Wan Yu was immediately worried. It's fine. If you're safe, I'm safe. Guhai comforted her with a smile. Long Wan Yu was depressed. Li Xinji didn't want to cause trouble at this time because it was fine as long as he could stay in the capital. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Ram Saint revealed a trace of doubt. Was His Holiness so precious to Long Wan Yu? Yi Xinjian took a deep breath and looked at the capital. Finally, he bowed slightly to Guhai. Eunuch Yi, what are you doing? Guhai immediately dodged. Mr. Good, His Holiness didn't misjudge you. Only you would think of the princess wholeheartedly. In fact, I didn't want to leave this place, but you were right. Nothing is more important than the princess. I will protect the princess well. Don't worry. If you need me to do anything, I will do my best to help you. Yi Xinjian said solemnly. Me? If Eunuch Yi can spare some time, please help me look after Chaoga City in case of invasion. Guhai said solemnly. I won't let you down. Yi Xinjian agreed. Well, Long Wan Yu is leaving. I won't see you off. I'll go back to my residence to check if my people are injured. Takashi Ryushin said seriously. Everyone nodded, and Takashi Ryushin left. At this moment, Ram Saint was unwilling to leave. Guhai couldn't persuade him, so he let him be. Long Wan Yu went to pack her luggage gloomily. Let me go on the road alone again. It's so annoying, Long Wan Yu said gloomily. Guhai went to find Bingheim and the others. Your Majesty, your Zhang Sanfeng is really good, Bingheim said with a smile. It's just a trick. Ziwei, Changsheng, how are you eating? Guhai looked at the two of them with a smile. Were we eating? We were just about to eat a beef leg when the kitchen collapsed. Yes, I haven't finished my wine yet. The two of them looked gloomy. Oh, right, this is the painting you asked for. I can only draw one painting a month. You could just look at it. Changsheng handed over a roll of animal skin. It was about to unfold. Guhai immediately went forward and closed it. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was so close to unfolding. It's okay. I'll look at it slowly later. Guhai smiled bitterly. Okay. Changsheng nodded. Although the food in the kitchen is gone, I've already asked someone to buy a lot of food. It's enough for you to eat for a long time, Guhai said with a smile. Oh, really? You're so thoughtful. Ziwei's eyes lit up. Of course, you treated me to a meal not long ago. Can't I eat until I'm full? However, this time, there's something I need your help with. Guhai smiled bitterly. Oh, go ahead. The two of them were extremely polite. Long Wanyu is about to leave. Please follow Long Wanyu and protect Long Wanyu along the way. Guhai said solemnly. That's it. That's it. Don't worry, as long as there's food. The two of them said cheerfully. Thank you very much, Guhai said with a smile. Guhai turned his head and looked at Bingheim. Bingheim, you go with us first. Be careful on the road. Guhai looked at Bingheim. Bingheim was silent for a moment and nodded. She obviously understood that the Emperor wanted her to go first to protect her. After arranging everything, Long Wanyu reluctantly bid farewell to Guhai. Brother-in-law, come back early, Long Wanyu said with a reluctant look. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Guhai said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you at Chaoga. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Okay, Guhai nodded. A red-crowned crane chariot slowly carried the group through the ruined and chaotic capital city. After sending off Long Wanyu with his eyes, Guhai took a deep breath. With Yi Shinjin protecting her, Wanyu shouldn't be in danger, right? In the western part of the city, in Bat Valley, where His Holiness came from, the Bat ancestor led a large number of Bat fiends to subdue it and carefully inspect it. Cultivators took action in the city, and the city was quickly repaired. Floating islands slowly floated into the air. A large number of cultivators cast spells, and a drizzle fell, continuously dispelling the smoke and dust in the city. Wails could be heard everywhere, and a large number of cultivators were in charge of healing. A short while after Long Wanyu's group left the capital city, Rumble, a large number of Daewon's soldiers sealed off the surroundings of the capital city. The red-crowned crane chariot entered the forest. Yi Shinjin narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. Fortunately, Guhai reacted quickly. We left early. If we leave now, we won't be able to leave. Of course, that's my brother-in-law, Long Wanyu immediately said with a smug expression. Bingheim looked into the distance with a complicated expression, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Only Ziwei and Chang Sheng continued to eat without a care in the world. Capital City, Yi Shinjin arranged a large number of night divine guards for Ram Saint to dispatch. Ram Saint also ran around during this time. Li Shinji also sent out his own Shinji battalion to study the seal of the capital city. Guhai sat in his own manner, repairing the collapsed floating island. There were countless craftsmen specializing in construction in the capital city. After spending some money, it was all done. Moreover, this money was specially sent by Mo Yike to apologize and express his gratitude. The 4 city walls were surrounded by the army, and Mo Yike hurried to Guhai's manor. At the entrance of the manor, Mo Yike and Guhai met. Mr. Good, thank you for earlier. Mo Yike bowed solemnly. Mr. Mo, you're too kind. I just embarrassed myself. Shiyu the Great is already here, so why would I be needed? Guhai said with a faint smile. Her Majesty appeared a little too late. If it weren't for Mr. Good, the capital city would have been plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, I still have to thank her, Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh, Guhai smiled faintly and didn't comment. Just now, I went to Daio Hall to see Her Majesty. Her Majesty also found out that Bad Ancestor and He King of Silla were searching for you, so she punished the two of them, Mo Yike said with a smile. Huh. Guhai smiled faintly and didn't accept it. Just a punishment is enough? However, Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Good, please don't blame her. Her Majesty said that she definitely has to give you an explanation for Bad Ancestor and He King of Silla's rudeness. She's going to prepare a banquet and invite Princess Wanyu to meet in Daio Hall. At the same time, she's going to apologize to you in front of all the civil and military officials in Daio Hall. Oh, Guhai raised an eyebrow. Set up a banquet in Daio Hall? Guhai narrowed his eyes. It was just as he had guessed. He didn't know if Shiyu the Great thought of it or if Mo Yike suggested it, but they had already started to detain Long Wanyu and restrain the Deqian Celestial Empire? What a coincidence! Gu Hai suddenly shook his head and said, When the great massacre appeared, killing intent soared into the sky. Princess Wanyu was frightened and is now recuperating. She can't attend the banquet. Mr. Mo, please report to Shiyu the Great and let Princess Wanyu rest for a while. She can recover her mind before heading to Daio Hall. Otherwise, it would be rude, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike suddenly raised an eyebrow. Long Wanyu was frightened and needed to recuperate? Maybe it was true, but with Mo Yike's wisdom, he instantly thought that it was Gu Hai's excuse. Long Wanyu was still in the capital? Mo Yike glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's smile was very calm. If it was someone else, they might really believe it, but it was Gu Hai in front of them. Mo Yike knew Gu Hai's ability, and he also believed that Gu Hai could guess his purpose. In this way, would Long Wanyu be sent away by Gu Hai? Thinking of this, Mo Yike quivered. Princess Wanyu was frightened? How could this be? His Majesty asked me to receive you, but it is my dereliction of duty. Mr. Good, please allow me to visit Princess Wanyu's condition and express our apologies. Moreover, I, Day One, have many calming treasures. As long as Princess Wanyu needs them, I will get them immediately. Mo Yike suddenly said. Mo Yike wanted to confirm whether Princess Wanyu was there or not. Chapter 399. Princess Wanyu is in shock. How could this be? His Majesty asked me to receive all of you, but I have failed in my duty. Mr. Good, please allow me to visit Princess Wanyu and express my apologies. Moreover, I, Day One, have many calming treasures. If Princess Wanyu needs them, I will get them immediately. Mo Yike immediately said. Mo Yike wanted to confirm whether Princess Wanyu was there. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike, but his heart sank slightly. Indeed, this Mo Yike was too shrewd. He had already guessed what was going on just now. All right. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Mo Yike also stared at Gu Hai, trying to find clues from Gu Hai's expression. In his heart, Mo Yike was also very anxious. Previously, when he met His Majesty, he understood the general situation and instantly understood the importance of Long Wanyu. Mo Yike had rushed here before anyone realized anything was wrong. He wanted to confirm whether Long Wanyu was in the capital city. If she was not, he had to get her back immediately. Even if he had to use force, he had to get her back. One had to know that Ram Sane had disappeared and been captured by the Deqian people. The capital city was in ruins. Ram Sane would definitely guess something. The Deqian people would definitely take action. This was the foundation of the Liu Tian dynasty. The most effective way to stop the Deqian Celestial dynasty's actions was to seize their lifeline, which was Long Wanyu. Mo Yike rushed over hurriedly. His previous courtesy was just to see Long Wanyu. He stared at Gu Hai, wanting to see Gu Hai reject him, but Gu Hai just smiled and nodded. Mo Yike frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. After all, it would be best if Long Wanyu was in the capital city. Mr. Mo, why don't you wait for a while? I will go and ask the princess. How about that? Gu Hai said with a smile. All right. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai did not invite Mo Yike into the manor. The manor had a large array set up by Gu Hai, and fog rose from all directions. Gu Hai entered the fog. Once he entered the fog, Gu Hai's face sank. Quick, inform Li Shinji to come back. There's a change in the situation. Yes. Zhu Lu answered and quickly disappeared into the ground. Gu Hai looked at the outside world through the fog, and his face was gloomy. If it were someone else, Gu Hai would think of a way to lure them away. But this was Mo Yike, and he was not a simple character. He would not give up until he saw Long Wanyu. Could he only fall out with him? However, Long Wanyu had just left the city and had not gone far. Even with Yi Xinjin's protection, if Shiyu the Great went after her personally, it was inevitable that something would happen. Moreover, Gu Hai was not sure of Yi Xinjin's abilities. Delay? He could only delay now. Give Long Wanyu more time to leave. In the outside world, Mo Yike frowned as he watched Gu Hai enter the fog. Men, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Send people to scout the surroundings and see if there are any red-crowned crane carriages leaving. Also, inform the guards at the city gates to check all the carriages that enter and leave. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Inform the Ministry of Works to activate the underground array in the capital city. Activate it immediately so that no one can escape. At the very least, as long as someone digs an underground tunnel, they will be found immediately. Mo Yike ordered. Yes, sir. After a while, Guhai walked out of the fog again and saw Mo Yike. Mr. Good, can you visit the princess now? Mo Yike smiled. Sorry, Mr. Mo. The princess is resting. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Guhai shook his head with a bitter smile. It's okay. I'll just wait for the princess. Mo Yike's expression changed, and he said firmly, In that case, as you wish. Guhai shook his head. Mo Yike also frowned. Guhai didn't invite him into his manor. However, considering the unpleasantness at the Mo residence not long ago, Mo Yike couldn't force him. Looking at the fog in front of him, Mo Yike raised his eyebrows and felt anxious. Guhai's excuse was to prevent him from acting rashly, but could he just wait? No, he had to go in and take a look. Mo Yike had a bad feeling. Long One Yu was no longer around. However, they hadn't fallen out, so he couldn't force his way in. Man, Mo Yike called. Yes, sir. Is the little prince nearby? Mo Yike looked at the subordinate. Yes, the crown prince is in the newly built restaurant not far away. The subordinate said respectfully. His Highness wants to apologize to Envoy Qian in Dayo Hall, but he still needs to wait a few more days to show his sincerity. Go and ask the little prince to come here and apologize on his behalf. Mo Yike ordered. The subordinate was stunned, but he finally answered, Yes, sir. The subordinate left quickly. The little prince? Guhai asked in confusion. The son of He Kang of Silla, Xiong. Mo Yike nodded. Oh, Xiong? Guhai frowned slightly. He had been studying the information of the top nobles in Day One these days. Xiong? Like Mo Yike and Qin Zibai, he was also a second-generation aristocrat. However, Xiong didn't have Mo Yike's wisdom or Qin Zibai's martial arts. The only thing that made him different from ordinary people was that he was hot-tempered and always caused trouble everywhere. Why did Mo Yike ask him to come? Guhai instantly understood Mo Yike's plan. Guhai's expression darkened, but he couldn't show it. After all, Mo Yike said that he wanted Xiong to apologize on behalf of his father. Rumble. Xiong hadn't arrived yet. Another group of people rushed over. It was Qin Zibai and a few subordinates. They quickly arrived at Guhai's manor. Lord Mo is here too? Qin Zibai frowned slightly. Lord Qin? Mo Yike frowned. Qin Zibai nodded with a smile. Qin Zibai immediately looked at Guhai. Mr. Good. Qin Zibai walked up to Guhai and suddenly bowed respectfully. Guhai immediately dodged. Lord Qin, what are you doing? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, thank you for helping me in the northern part of the city. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the Second Army's commander. Qin Zibai owes you one more time. You're too polite, Lord Qin. I was invited by Mr. Mo to help. Guhai immediately smiled. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Naturally, he could tell that Guhai's words were directed at him. Guhai had just given you face and helped you a lot, but now you're trying to undermine him. Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Mo Yike sighed in his heart. If you're not in your position, you can't do your job. As an official of the Day One, he had to put the interests of the Day One first. After hearing Guhai's words, Mo Yike didn't dare to say anything. Qin Zibai shook his head and said, That's another matter. When I returned home, my father repeatedly asked me to thank Mr. Good. At the same time, my father also asked me to thank Princess Wan Yu in person no matter what. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and letting Mr. Gu take action. Oh, Guhai raised his eyebrows. The head of the Qin family? Guhai looked at Mo Yike. Obviously, if Mo Yike thought of it, then the head of the Qin family also thought of it. Worried that Long Wan Yu would leave? Right before I left, my father said that the princess might be frightened, so he asked me to bring a calming pearl for the princess to calm her nerves. He asked me to personally give it to the princess. Solemnly, Qin Zibai took out a jade box. At the side, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai's father was blind, but his heart was clear. He even guessed Guhai's excuse and sent a calming pearl. Guhai frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry. The princess is already resting. Why don't you come back tomorrow? No, my father said that if the princess is resting, I should wait here. Only then can I show my sincerity. Solemnly, Qin Zibai said. All right. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Mo Yike, why did you call me here? Suddenly, an angry shout came from the other side of the street. Everyone turned to look. A young man in a red robe walked over with a group of followers behind him. He had a gloomy expression on his face. Young master, Mo Yike smiled. Shiyong? Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. The red-robed man, Shiyong, suddenly saw Gu Hai and the rest. Oh, Gu Hai. Shiyong narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. These days, Gu Hai had been in the limelight countless times, but in Shiyong's eyes, he was extremely hated. Not long ago, in Wuyu Academy, his father, He Kang of Silla, had been slapped in the face by Gu Hai in front of the entire city. It was a great humiliation. If not for He Kang of Silla's order not to disturb Envoy Gone, Shiyong would have found him long ago. Shiyong might not be as capable as Qin Zibai and Mo Yike, but he was still the most honorable young master of the Shi family. He was fine in the restaurant just now, but Mo Yike's people came over and asked him to apologize to Gu Hai. Shiyong took advantage of the alcohol and walked over with reddened eyes. Young master. Gu Hai smiled. Mo Yike immediately said, Young master, His Majesty has ordered He Kang of Silla to apologize to the Qian's envoy in front of all the officials in Great Leisure Hall for his rudeness in front of the Missouri estate. After all, it was a misunderstanding. I saw you nearby just now, so I asked someone to invite you here. You can apologize to the princess on behalf of His Majesty. What? You want my royal father to apologize to that little girl in front of all the civil and military officials in the Great Hall? Shiyong was suddenly enraged. That's right. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai could tell that Mo Yike was using Shiyong to cause trouble so that he could investigate whether Long Wanyu was still around. Mr. Mo, do you think that the Qian envoy isn't chaotic enough? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mr. Good. Mo Yike turned around to explain. You don't have to say anything. Young Master Shiyong, please go back. We don't need your apology. Gu Hai said in a low voice. You want me to go back? It's not that easy. Gu Hai, didn't you want me to apologize on behalf of His Majesty? Come on, let's go. Let me go see that little girl. I'll apologize on behalf of my imperial father, and everything from before will be written off. Shiyong immediately took a step forward and intended to enter the formation. Hold it right there. Gu Hai glared at him. Shiyong didn't seem to care about Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His voice suddenly became much louder, spreading in all directions in an instant. The great Qian dynasty's envoys came with friendship, but you insulted us again and again. Is this how Day One treats its guests? Wuyu Academy humiliated us with calligraphy. In the Missouri estate, you led troops to search the Qian envoy and humiliated us. You forced us to buy another manor. When Day One was in danger, the Qian envoy didn't forget the friendship between our two countries and risked our lives to help. Some of the people in the envoy were frightened and wanted to rest. Why can't I rest in the manor I bought? You want to conduct another search? Shiyong, you've gone too far. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Boom! Gu Hai's voice immediately spread in all directions. In an instant, countless people into Qian City heard Gu Hai's voice. Shiyong's eyes widened. He couldn't argue. I haven't made a fuss yet. If you stop me again, I won't barge in. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? I didn't. Chapter 400. Shiyong was speechless. I'm not messing around. Why are you shouting? Suddenly, as Gu Hai shouted, countless Day One citizens heard Gu Hai's voice. Some of the people who were building houses immediately became gloomy. Mr. Good's voice? He's going to cause trouble for Mr. Good again? Wuyu Academy wanted to embarrass Mr. Good back then, but Mr. Good's literary talent was superb, so nothing happened. I heard that they even forced Mr. Good to leave the MO residence. Now, they're going to cause trouble for Mr. Good? If it weren't for Mr. Good, we would have died when the Divine Blood Army entered the city. Who dares to cause trouble for Mr. Good? Immediately, a large number of citizens surrounded Gu Hai's residence. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed because of Gu Hai's shout. Mo Yike guessed that Long Wan Yu might really not be in day one. Mo Yike became more and more anxious. He looked at the formation behind Gu Hai and felt that he had to go in and take a look. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. He was not as smart as Mo Yike, but he felt that something was wrong. Shi Yong stared at Gu Hai. Why are you shouting so loudly? Look, the citizens are starting to gather around. Gu Hai, it's useless even if you shout. Are you trying to frame me? Do you think your shout is enough? Shi Yong glared at him and said angrily. Puffed. Suddenly, Gu Hai clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned red. Shi Yong was speechless. Shi Yong was about to break down. Gu Hai, aren't you being too cruel? Just a moment ago, a small crack appeared in the seal that enveloped the fire gourd in the fire god palace. A rumbling sound was heard. Immediately, billowing flames rushed out. Now that it had only opened a small gap, Gu Hai's fire god palace couldn't take it anymore. The flames were spreading in all directions. The various divine palaces continued to pour out power to suppress it, but the power of the flames was too great. Gu Hai couldn't hold it in any longer. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen and red. In all honesty, this was really Gu Hai's injury. It wasn't an act. However, in the eyes of Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Shi Yong, it was Gu Hai who pretended to be injured. Mo Yike's eyes widened. Just now, when Gu Hai shouted, Mo Yike knew that he was going to frame Shi Yong. He had used Shi Yong's recklessness to barge into the inner circle, but Gu Hai had framed Shi Yong to foil his plan. However, Mo Yike had never expected that Gu Hai would be so ruthless. He even forced out a mouthful of blood to frame Shi Yong. This framing and framing was too much of a waste of resources. Mo Yike subconsciously took a step back. Qin Zibai didn't know what was going on, but he could see that Gu Hai was framing Shi Yong. He frowned slightly and glanced at Mo Yike. He immediately understood. This was a confrontation between Mo Yike and Gu Hai. As the victim, Shi Yong was now glaring at Gu Hai's mouthful of blood. Was he trying to blackmail him? I didn't do anything. What do you want? Shi Yong glared at Gu Hai and immediately said angrily. His angry expression was immediately seen by the nearby commoners. Mr. Good is injured. Mr. Good was injured by Shi Yong. It's that scourge Shi Yong. Mr. Good was beaten to the point of spitting blood. Immediately, the nearby commoners made the decision. Be asterisk starred. Who dares to accuse me? Shi Yong glared at the commoner who slandered him not far away. Shi Yong wants to silence him? Mr. Good, don't be afraid. My life was saved by Mr. Good. We won't let Shi Yong hurt you. We want to ask for your majesty's order. We want to submit a petition to the people. Shi Yong is a scourge to Daewon's benefactor. He's the source of disaster for the country. Your majesty, the traitor Shi Yong is a scourge to the country and the people. Your majesty, please uphold justice. Your majesty, when the country is about to fall into chaos, there will definitely be evildoers. Shi Yong is a scourge to the country and the people. The commoner shouted. Shi Yong immediately looked sad and angry. I didn't do anything. Besides, I didn't hurt Gu Hai. Even though the commoners were all on Gu Hai's side, Mo Yike's eyes became colder and colder. With Gu Hai's behavior, the chances of Long Wan Yu not being in day one were getting higher and higher. Gu Hai, you're still pretending. You're still pretending. Shi Yong shouted angrily. Gu Hai really wasn't pretending. At that moment, he clutched his chest and found it difficult to speak. Puffed, puffed. Gu Hai spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Mr. Good, are you okay? The commoners immediately gathered around with worried expressions. Shi Yong, what kind of vicious method did you use on Mr. Good? Shi Yong, you're so cruel. You're a scourge to the country. The commoners nearby could feel that Gu Hai was seriously injured, so they immediately ordered Shi Yong to denounce him. Shi Yong stared at Gu Hai. How could a person be so shameless? There was no way he could defend himself when he was being accused by so many people. He had always been the one to slander others, and no one had ever slandered him. Shi Yong immediately looked anxious and angry. Mo Yike whispered to Shiyong. Guhai did this on purpose to prevent us from entering his villa. He might have secretly sent Long Wan Yu away. Shiyong's expression suddenly changed. Although Shiyong wasn't as smart as Mo Yike, this was a simple logic. He King of Silla had told Shiyong before that at least the soldiers guarding the capital were arranged by He King of Silla. Shiyong understood how important Long Wan Yu was to Day One. Mo Yike immediately understood why Gu Hai had wronged him. Men, guards from the vicinity, what are you waiting for? Shiyong suddenly shouted. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai stepped back. Shiyong attacked? Rumble. Immediately, a large number of soldiers nearby approached. The place was in chaos, and the soldiers had already approached. Shiyong's shout instantly drew near. The soldiers were suppressing the riot? The expressions of the people around them changed. Get rid of these troublemakers and open a path for me. I want to enter the villa. Now, Shiyong ordered. Shiyong wanted to enter the villa to see if Long Wan Yu was still there. The 3,000 soldiers who had just arrived were stunned. Young Prince, this is Mr. Good's villa, isn't it? The leader of the soldiers said with an ugly expression. Not long ago, Guhai had risked his life to save everyone in the city, including these soldiers. Now, he was going to deal with Mr. Good? The 3,000 soldiers were naturally reluctant. What are you looking at? Get rid of the troublemakers. Shiyong shouted. The 3,000 soldiers were anxious. They really couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. However, their army was under the management of He King of Silla. They couldn't disobey the young prince's orders. They looked anxiously at Mo Yike and Qin Zibai. Mo Yike and Qin Zibai naturally couldn't say anything. They still wanted to enter the villa to see what was going on. The 3,000 soldiers were conflicted. They weighed the pros and cons and were about to make a decision. An old woman walked out from the crowd. She walked up to a soldier and grabbed his ear. Mother, let go. Let go. There are so many people. The soldier begged for mercy. Little brat, if it weren't for Mr. Good, I would have died long ago. Mr. Good is our family's benefactor. Now, you're helping this traitor against our benefactor? Do you think you're so great just because you're wearing this leather? When did we have such an unfilial son like you? Mother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't pull my ear. The soldier said bitterly. It wasn't just this place. Many people rushed forward. Bastard, didn't you want to deal with Mr. Good? Go ahead and step over my dead body. Step on it. You're helping the country's genius to deal with our benefactor. I should have shot you into the wall back then, so that you won't embarrass our ancestors. Nephew, you've done such a heartless thing today. How can you face your parents, wife, and children tomorrow? The criticism of the people was terrifying, especially from the families of the 3,000 soldiers. The 3,000 soldiers were instantly in chaos. Search Guhai's villa? What a joke. If they stepped in today, they would be drowned by their relatives' saliva tomorrow. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he had asked Shiyong to come. Otherwise, his reputation in Day One would be completely ruined after today. Guhai clutched his chest and tried to suppress the flames in his body. His face was flushed. The people and soldiers around him were in chaos. How could he enter? Shiyong was furious when he saw that the soldiers were crippled. Bastards, the one who saved you is Her Majesty, not Guhai. The people suddenly stopped talking and looked at Shiyong. Traitor, the country's genius. Ingrate. Immediately, there was a flurry of scolding. From all around, more and more soldiers arrived. Similarly, more and more commoners gathered around. With commoners as an army, the soldiers did not dare to raise their swords and attack the Dayuan people. Furthermore, they were unwilling to barge in. They could only make the commotion louder and louder. Young master. Suddenly, two black-clothed guards appeared in front of Shiyong. The two black-clothed guards were surrounded by flames. They were clearly powerhouses. You came at the right time. You don't need to protect me. Just barge in. Guhai can't stop you, and these unruly people can't stop you either. Open a path for me. I want to enter. Shiyong ordered. Yes, sir. The two guards shouted in unison. Boom. The two released powerful auras around them. Open Heaven Palace? Guhai's face sank. The two guards released their auras and immediately pushed aside the surrounding people and soldiers. Boom! When the people were pushed aside, they immediately cursed. However, they couldn't stop the two powerhouses of Open Heaven Palace. Just as Shiyong was about to lead his people in, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot over from the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden beam of light arrived before the two guards. Oh no! The two guards' expressions suddenly changed. At the same time, they swung their sabers. Boom! It was a golden arrow that blasted the two guards aside before hurtling directly toward Shiyong. Go! Qin Zibai suddenly shouted and swung his saber. Boom! Only then did the arrow deflect and soar into the sky. It was a close call, and Shiyong was almost killed by the arrow. Shiyong broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Zibai's face sank as he looked at the approaching person. Bang! Li Shinji suddenly landed beside Gu Hai while holding his bow. Li Shinji, Shiyong suddenly felt enraged. That arrow just now had almost killed him. At the side, Imo Yike's heart sank. Gu Hai used literature and public opinion to block the search. Li Shinji used martial prowess to block the search. With this, not only was martial prowess useless, but Shiyong also had no excuse. Chapter 401. When Li Shinji returned, Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. He could buy some time, but his body was in trouble. When Li Shinji made his move, Shiyong's two powerful guards were immediately blocked. Qin Zibai only saved Shiyong and didn't do anything else. Mr. Imo and Mr. Good tried to stop us and even frame Shiyong. It seems that something is wrong with Gu Hai's villa. Long Wanyu might have left. Qin Zibai said with a frown. Imo Yike smiled bitterly and said, if it were someone else, I would have been able to tell long ago. However, this is Gu Hai. How do you know? Huh? Qin Zibai was slightly surprised. What if Long Wanyu is still inside, and we focus on searching outside the city? What if Gu Hai uses this opportunity to make Long Wanyu leave? Gu Hai deliberately creates illusions, which is what he often does. It's not like you haven't seen his information. He is very good at the empty fort strategy and the counter-empty fort strategy. So, Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai was speechless. The empty city strategy was the best Qin Zibai could think of. There was still an anti-empty city strategy. As Mo Yike said, it was uncertain whether Long Wanyu was inside or not. Li Shinji glanced at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was vomiting blood. His body was burning, and his face was red. Li Shinji was speechless. You're too good at pretending. How could Shiyong hurt you like this? Lord Mo, Lord Qin, young lord, what are you doing? Do you think that I, the Qian, am a pushover? Li Shinji glared at them and shouted. Two guards immediately stood by Shiyong's side. Shiyong was almost shot to death, so he was still scared. As he looked at Li Shinji, fear flashed in his eyes. However, when he looked at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Hai, you framed me. Shiyong stared at Gu Hai and shouted. Uft. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Valspawn, you ungrateful wretch. Mr. Gu was injured to this extent by you. We want to ask His Majesty to punish you for treason. The crowd shouted angrily. Gu Hai, if you're not framing me, then ask Long Wanyu to come out. You sent Long Wanyu away, right? Where's Long Wanyu? Shiyong roared in exasperation. At this moment, Shiyong didn't care about anything else and directly exposed him. Sent Long Wanyu away? The crowd was confused. Why did it involve De Qian's Princess Wanyu? Ha. You have nothing to say, right? It's good that you have a confrontation in front of His Majesty. Ambassador Qian looked down on De Qian, ran away secretly, and framed me. Where's Long Wanyu? You want Long Wanyu to come out. If Long Wanyu is still in De Qian, I'll admit that I'm a traitor. Is that okay? Shiyong shouted. The crowd was confused. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He glanced at Mo Yike, who wasn't far away. I found a good chess piece. This idiot doesn't care about anything anymore? Li Shinji's expression darkened. Long Wanyu had left long ago. How could he call her out? Brother-in-law, are you okay? Brother-in-law. Suddenly, Long Wanyu's shout came from behind the crowd. Li Shinji and Gu Hai, Mo Yike, Qin Zibai, and Shiyong's expressions froze. The crowd moved aside, but they saw a crane carriage behind them. Long Wanyu's voice came from the carriage. Long Wanyu's voice wasn't loud, but almost everyone in the city heard her. After all, when Wuyu Academy received Long Wanyu, it was broadcasted to the entire city. Princess Wanyu. The crowd shouted. Princess Wanyu is here. Xiong, admit that you are a traitor. A crowd suddenly shouted. Long Wanyu couldn't be seen clearly from the crane carriage, but the voice couldn't be wrong. The crane carriage flew closer, and a woman's right hand suddenly reached out and pulled Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, who hurt you like this? The De Yuan imperial dynasty repaid kindness with enmity. None of them are good people. Long Wanyu shouted. Whoosh! After pulling Gu Hai into the carriage, the crane carriage rushed into the manor. Li Xinji's expression changed. Why did Long Wanyu come back? The crowd stared at Shiyong. Traitor! The crowd cursed angrily. Shiyong! Mo Yike and Qin Zibai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Is it Princess Wanyu? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike. I don't know. I didn't see her face. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Then what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked bitterly. The people are angry. They can't enter Gu Hai's manor anymore. If Shi Yong barges in now and is killed by Li Shunji, the people will only cheer. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Qin Zibai was silent. Long Wanyu might be inside, or she might have left. Sigh, we can only send people to guard this place, and send some people to look for her. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Prepare for both? Then it doesn't matter if she comes or not. Qin Zibai frowned. Mo Yike shook his head. It's different. If we can confirm that Long Wanyu has escaped, we can even ask His Majesty to chase after her. You should know how capable His Majesty is. However, if we can't confirm that Long Wanyu has escaped, will His Majesty listen to you and go out? Qin Zibai. As he spoke, Mo Yike suddenly bowed solemnly to the formation around Gu Hai's manor. Mr. Mo, what are you? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion and bowed. I'm just thanking you, Mr. Gu. You only framed Xiong just now. If you framed both of us, our reputations would be completely ruined. Mo Yike said with a wry smile. Qin Zibai was slightly surprised. After Mo Yike bowed, he slowly retreated. Qin Zibai looked at the formation, bowed slightly, and left with his people. Bastard, get lost. Get lost. Xiong's reputation was ruined. None of the people treated him kindly. Xiong could only flee. Thank you, everyone, Li Shunji said to the people around him. You don't have to thank us. We're just repaying Mr. Good. It has nothing to do with you. The people around him shook their heads. Li Shunji smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was really popular. Li Shunji turned around and slowly entered the formation. Soon, he saw Long Wanyu in Gu Hai's residence. It's not Princess Wanyu, it's you? Li Shunji's face darkened. It was Fairy Wan'er. At this moment, she was supporting Gu Hai with one hand and holding a guqin with the other. I'm just imitating Long Wanyu's voice. Battalion Commander Li, you don't have to make a fuss. Fairy Wan'er said calmly. Li Shunji frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was much better. He took a deep breath and said, Battalion Commander Li, the most important thing for us now is to buy time for Princess Wan'er and the others. So, during this time, if there are any rascals, I hope you can stop them. Of course. Li Shunji nodded with a frown. I still have something to say to Fairy Wan'er, so I won't entertain you. Gu Hai sent him off. Oomph. Li Shunji snorted and turned to leave. Li Shunji had just left for a while. Pooh! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed red again, and his body even emitted traces of flames. Obviously, in front of Li Shunji just now, he deliberately pretended to be fine. Once Li Shunji left, Gu Hai could no longer suppress the flames in his body. What's wrong with you? You're not pretending? Fairy Wan'er said in surprise. Heh, thank you for helping me out just now, Gu Hai said with a smile. Fairy Wan'er grabbed Gu Hai's right hand and examined it. What a big fire. Flames burning your body? What's wrong with you? Fairy Wan'er said in surprise. Nothing. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Nothing? You can't suppress this fire at all. How can there be a fire that you can't suppress? If you wait any longer, you'll be burned to death. Fairy One said anxiously. No, Guhai said weakly. How can it be? This is the Samadhi true fire. Only the Wansho Taoism has the Samadhi true fire. In the Wansho Taoism, even I am not qualified to touch the Samadhi true fire. You can't. If you don't think of a way, you will be burned to death, even with the Fire God Palace. Fairy One said anxiously. Nothing. IPU. Guhai said halfway and spat out another mouthful of blood. Guhai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, so he had to find a way to take out the fire gourd. Once the fire gourd was taken out, everything would be fine. However, Fairy One obviously didn't think so. Quang. With a lift of her hand, the door of the hall closed with a loud bang. Guhai stared at Fairy One. Fairy One waved her hand. Suddenly, countless petals spread out on the ground. Wanna. Guhai was slightly stunned. Fairy One's red veil had slipped off. Her smooth and white skin was exposed. Biting her lips, Fairy One slowly hugged Guhai and kissed Guhai's mouth that was still stained with blood. In the hall, there was a cheerful rhythm. In Guhai's Fire God Palace, Fairy One's nascent soul entered once again. She hugged Guhai's fire nascent soul. Boom, boom, boom. Above the Fire God Palace, more and more cracks appeared on the seal that enveloped the fire gourd. All of a sudden, boundless flames surged out. If it was before, it could instantly tear apart Guhai's physical body. However, at this moment, it strangely entered the bodies of the two nascent souls that were entangled together. Buzz. The two nascent souls grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, the appearance of the nascent souls became exactly the same as Guhai and Fairy One, as if they were miniature versions of the two people. The two nascent souls were surrounded by flames as they crazily absorbed the flames from the fire gourd. Boom! The sealing enchantment exploded completely, and the Fire God Palace was instantly filled with flames. The two nascent souls were like two black holes absorbing the flames. At the same time, they emitted bursts of golden light that surged into their bodies, allowing their bodies to withstand the true Samadhi fire. For a time, the petals in the hall were slowly burning, accompanied by continuous moaning sounds. Until 2 days later, after a high-pitched sound, everything calmed down. Boom! Both of their bodies stirred up a gust of air, blowing the burning petals in all directions. It seemed that refining the true Samadhi fire was too tiring. Both of them fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 402. Yuanying State, 5th Level. This was Guhai's first thought when he woke up. In the Fire God Palace, Guhai's fire nascent used flames to form a robe. An aura that was several times stronger than before was released. The flames transformed into a rope and tied the huge fire gourd that was not much shorter than the fire nascent behind it. Guhai's fire nascent was hugging Fairy One's fire nascent. Outside, Fairy One was lying on Guhai's chest. She seemed to have woken up a step earlier. Looking at Guhai in front of her, there was a complicated look in her eyes. Guhai slowly opened his eyes. When their eyes met, Fairy One was flustered. Thank you, One. My cultivation has increased again. My fire nascent has reached perfection and can barely suppress the fire gourd. It's a pity that I can't fully use it yet. Guhai said with a smile. Fairy One blushed and bit her lips. Why? After every time, my cultivation would increase so much. It's probably because of the cultivation method. Guhai said with a smile. Fairy One nodded and did not ask further. Where did you get that fire gourd? You didn't have it last time? Fairy One looked at Guhai. His holiness sealed it to suppress the great massacre. Guhai did not hide anything. Isn't it just a small vine? Why is there a gourd? Fairy One was surprised. Oh, Guhai was also surprised. Yes, that seal was sealed with the help of the Taishang's bloodline. According to the records, the Taishang of that generation took a vine and used it to ignite the flames of the void. It was just a primer to ignite the flames. How did it end up becoming a gourd? Fairy One asked in shock. Oh, Taishang bloodline? You helped seal it? Guhai said in surprise. Fairy Wana nodded. Don't show your fire gourd to anyone, especially not those from Wansho Taoism. Oh, my Wansho Taoism also has a fire gourd. However, that gourd is already damaged. If other members of the Wansho Taoism find out about it, they will definitely use any means necessary to take it for themselves. You have to be careful, Fairy Wan said worriedly. Wansho Taoism also has one? Guhai asked in surprise. Yes, in the ancient records, it seems that in ancient times there was a gourd vine. It seems that there were several gourds. Among them, the fire gourd was obtained by the Wansho Taoism. The other gourds almost never appeared. Oh no, there was a golden gourd that often appeared. It was called the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Fairy Wan recalled. Immortal Slaying Gourd? Is the password, please turn around, treasure? Guhai was slightly stunned. Isn't this the story of the investiture of the gods on earth? There is no password. Fairy Wan shook her head. Oh, well, maybe I remembered wrongly. Guhai smiled bitterly. It seems not. The Wansho Taoism's fire gourd is the same as mine? Guhai asked curiously. No, that fire gourd has been opened. Now, it is the alchemy furnace of my Taishang bloodline. However, I've never seen it before. I've only heard of it. According to the records, the fire gourd is broken. I don't know where it is exactly, but I know that the vine that suppressed the great slaughter saint was taken from a bit of the green vine on the fire gourd. I didn't expect it to condense another fire gourd. Fairy Wan said in surprise. Guhai was silent for a while, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Wansho Taoism helped His Holiness to seal them? They should know about the great slaughter's treasure underground. Why hasn't anyone come? Guhai was puzzled. You know about this too? Fairy Wana looked at Guhai with a complicated expression. Before I came, my master told me that the higher-ups of the Wansho Taoism knew about it. However, they did not come to collect it because the great slaughter's treasure is too bloody. The karma is too great, and the karma is too great. Therefore, they did not want to be involved in this karma. In my master's words, the great slaughter's heaven dynasty is full of evil. Sooner or later, they will suffer retribution. Fairy Wan recalled. Oh, then why are you here today? Guhai asked curiously. My master asked me to come to retrieve the other thing of Taishang bloodline. However, I couldn't find it previously. Now that the capital city is in ruins, the layout is clear. I think I can find it. Fairy Wan said gently. All right, don't go back to the Wansho Taoism. Come back to the Han Dynasty with me. Guhai stroked Fairy Wan-er's hair gently. Fairy Wan-er was stunned at first, and then a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She did not respond to Guhai, but suddenly hugged Guhai tightly. Love me. The crisp sound of a silver bell rang in the main hall again. Guhai's manor. Li Shinji caught another wave of intruders and looked at Guhai's main hall with a trace of displeasure. How long are you going to talk? It's already been 10 days, and you still refuse to come out. Are you really going to wash your hands of this matter? Am I supposed to be your protector? Li Shinji said gloomily. Li Shinji was depressed. Mo Yike and the others were even more at a loss. Guhai had closed the door to visitors and refused to even take a step out of the main door. Every time they asked for an audience, Li Shinji's cold face would say that Guhai was resting and recuperating. Are you really injured? Do you have to keep pretending like this? More and more spies were placed around the manor, but Guhai really did not step out of the door. Mo Yike was at a loss, but Shiyong was gnashing her teeth in hatred. After that day, her reputation had indeed been tarnished. Not to mention that no one liked her on the streets. At the very least, there were already countless people pointing at her. To Shiyong, she had always been the one to frame others, but she had never been framed like this. Guhai. Shiyong clenched her fists in resentment. Shiyong was on a floating island not far from Guhai's manor. Shiyong stood on the floating island, looking at Guhai's manor. Little Prince, Guhai has not come out yet. The people we sent over have also gone missing. A guard reported from behind. 2 guards stood behind Shiyong, the 2 Heavenly Splitter Palace experts who had protected Shiyong 10 days ago. He King of Silla had sent these 2 to protect Shiyong. Clearly, he cared for Shiyong. He will come out. When Guhai comes out, I will have to trouble the 2 of you. Shiyong looked at the 2 behind her. The two frowned but did not answer. Heh, as long one you lives, what does Gu Hai's life or death matter? Killing Gu Hai can avenge my royal father and help my day one obtain the 24 to hand cities. Shi Yong said, but His Highness ordered. One of the guards said with a frown, the capital is in chaos now. Who will know that we did it? Besides, Mr. Dongfang is helping us. What are you worried about? Just find a secluded place and do it cleanly. It's not like you haven't done this before. Shi Yong said. The two guards were slightly worried. Gu Hai is only from the Yuanying state. You two have opened Heavenly Splitter Palace. There's still me and Mr. Dongfang. What are you afraid of? Zhang Sanfeng was only killed because of Mo Yike's array. Make your move. Haven't you been drooling over my new concubine ever since you made your move? Shi Yong sneered. Huh? The two guards were startled. That concubine is the wife of a general I obtained after you helped me assassinate him. This isn't the first time you've done this. I'm tired of toying with her. How about I give her to you? Shi Yong sneered. The two guards' eyes lit up, seemingly tempted. Little prince, Gu Hai has come out. One of the guards pointed into the distance. In Gu Hai's manner. After 8 days of intimacy, Gu Hai slowly opened the door and stepped out. In the main hall, Fairy Wanner seemed to be in a deep sleep. When Gu Hai stepped out of the door, Fairy Wanner suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Gu Hai's back. She bit her lip, and her eyes slowly became determined. She seemed to have made a decision, and her eyes gradually turned red. Gu Hai walked out of the main hall and closed the door. You want to find Zhu Lu? Your Majesty, in the 10 days you were in seclusion, 60% of the capital's buildings have been restored. The surrounding walls have all been rebuilt, and the underground array has been activated. We can't easily escape underground anymore. Zhu Lu said with a bitter smile. Oh, you can't escape underground anymore? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes, the large net formed by the array is densely packed underground. As long as I escape underground, I will be discovered. Fortunately, Your Majesty made arrangements early on. When the capital was still in chaos, I had already opened up a tunnel that can lead to the outside of the capital. However, there can only be one tunnel. Solemnly, Zhu Lu said. Only one tunnel? That's enough. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Whoosh. Suddenly, Li Xinji landed in front of Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you guys have been talking for a long time. Li Xinji said in a low voice. You've retracted your aura? You've had a breakthrough in your cultivation? Li Xinji's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai looked at Li Xinji and said, Battalion Commander Li, it's been 10 days. The princess should be safe now, right? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Since the princess is safe, we should leave now, Gu Hai said with a smile. Leave now? Li Xinji showed a hint of unwillingness. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. Ramsane has sent news that he has found a clue about the great array of 99 Sun ceiling formation. He will open the formation and release the great slaughter treasure soon. You want to leave now? Li Xinji said in a low voice. I'm only from the Yuanying state. Even if there's a treasure, it's not my turn to get it, right? So, I'll just forget about it. Battalion Commander Li, if you don't want to leave, that's fine too. It's up to you. The people I brought are ready to leave, Gu Hai said with a smile. It's up to you, Li Xinji said coldly. Li Xinji stepped forward and turned to leave. Your Majesty, are we really leaving? Zhu Lu said with some pity. Let's go. Arrange for everyone to leave through the tunnel. I have something to do in the city later. We'll meet outside the city, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Zhu Lu nodded and reported everything that happened in the tunnel to Gu Hai. After Gu Hai understood, they returned to the main hall. At this moment, Fairy Wan had already woken up and packed everything. Let's go. We'll collect what you're looking for first. Then, follow me back to Chaoga, Gu Hai said with a smile. Fairy Wan looked deeply at Gu Hai, smiled and nodded. After packing up, Gu Hai and Fairy Wan stepped out of the villa. Chapter 403. Gu Hai and Fairy Wan stepped out of the villa. Suddenly, the eyes of countless people around them lit up, and their spirits were lifted. Is it okay for us to go out like this? Fairy Wan asked worriedly. It's safer to go out like this, Gu Hai said with a smile. The two of them called a crane carriage paid the spirit stones, and headed toward the south of the city. Whoosh! When the crane carriage left, all the powerhouses around them started to move as well. Li Shinji stood on the floating island and watched Gu Hai and Fairy Wano leave. He narrowed his eyes. Not only did Gu Hai's cultivation level increase, but Fairy Wano's cultivation level also seems to have increased. Li Shinji turned his head and looked at a floating island in the distance. That floating island was where Shi Yong was. With Shi Yong's vengeful personality, he won't be kind if you set him up like this. He has been waiting for you for 10 days. It's time for him to make a move, right? If he gets killed again, it's none of my business. Huh? Li Shinji sneered. Sure enough, on that floating island, Shi Yong saw Gu Hai and Fairy Wano come out. Who's that woman? Shi Yong raised his eyebrows. She's the demoness that your highness wanted to kill not long ago. She was saved by Ziwei and Chang Sheng. She wrote the Ode to Chivalry. A guard explained. That's her? Why is she in Gu Hai's villa? What did she go in? Shi Yong asked in surprise. I don't know. I don't care. It's great that Gu Hai came out. You keep an eye on him. I'll ask Mr. Dongfang to catch up with Gu Hai. Then, we'll find a quiet place to kill him. Shi Yong narrowed his eyes. Yes. One of the guards immediately flew into the distance. The other guard took Shi Yong to a building not far away. Your Highness, what's Mr. Dongfang's background? Why are you helping us? The guard asked curiously. I don't know, Shi Yong said coldly. Mr. Dongfang came to me on his own accord. He's an honored guest of my father. He seems to have a grudge against Gu Hai, and he happened to be looking for me. Let's work together. Yes. Gu Hai came out. He traveled through the city. The news quickly spread everywhere. The Mo clan. Mo Yike was in the middle of handling some matters. When he heard the news, his expression changed. Sir, I don't understand. When did that Fairy Wano appear in Mr. Good's villa? A subordinate asked in confusion. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Mo Yike's expression changed. What happened? Long One you left a long time ago. He's no longer in Gu Hai's villa. Mo Yike revealed a trace of bitterness. Qin Manor. Qin Zibai was slightly startled when he heard the news. His blind father's expression suddenly changed. What a good Gu Hai. He is indeed meticulous. The blind old man said with a bitter smile. Father, what happened to Gu Hai? Qin Zibai asked in confusion. He thought further than me. Long Wanyu was sent away a long time ago. Alas, we were still thinking about how to test him, but he did everything perfectly. The blind old man smiled bitterly. No, father, 10 days ago, it wasn't Princess Wanyu. Qin Zibai frowned. That was Fairy Wano. When one's Guqin Dao reaches a certain level, they can mimic sounds. Don't you know? The blind old man smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? Break into Gu Hai's villa? Qin Zibai frowned. Forget it. Since she's gone, Gu Hai's villa has no value. However, Gu Hai and Fairy Wano are left alone. There must be a reason. Investigate it as much as possible. The blind old man said in a deep voice. Yes, south of the city, on a floating island. Ram Saint frowned as he looked at the layout of the capital city. There was a square table in front of him. Around the square table were piles of paper filled with drawings. As Ram Saint looked at the drawings and compared them to the surrounding terrain, he entered deep thought. Takashi Ryushin stood beside him. Lord Ram Saint, have you solved the 99 Sun sealing ritual array? Takashi Ryushin asked out of curiosity. Ram Saint shook his head. Soon, I can deduce that it is nearby. However, I'm not sure where exactly it is. Oh, it is not underground? It is not underground. It should be similar to the small space that sealed His Holiness's soul, or rather, a small world. However, this small world is mysterious. If you do not know the entrance, you will not be able to find it, Ram Saint said with a frown. The entrance is nearby? Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ram Saint nodded his head affirmatively. Speaking of the entrance to the small world, wasn't the place where you were imprisoned previously also an entrance to a small world? We could not enter the underground palace. In the end, it was Gu Hai who saved you. Could it be that Gu Hai can find the entrance to the small world? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Him? Impossible. Ram Saint shook his head. Oh, Then how did he save you? Takashi Ryushin asked with a frown. Gong Yangsheng frowned slightly. Speaking of which, this was also something that Gong Yangsheng couldn't figure out. Lord Ramsaint, don't underestimate this Guhai. This person cannot be measured with common sense. Takashi Ryushin shook his head and sighed. Ramsaint said with a frown, the Nine Palaces art is the most difficult type of divination. It requires a lot of accumulation to see the key points. The reason why the Day One Imperial Dynasty imprisoned me is because no one in the entire Day One Empire knows the Nine Palaces art. I can, and I am confident that no matter how talented Guhai is, it is impossible for him to know the Nine Palaces art. It is even more impossible for him to find the entrance to the 99 Sun Sealing Array before me. Oh, Jinmu of Silla frowned slightly. Report. Suddenly, a Knight Divine Guard flew onto the floating island. Reporting to my Lord and Lord Ramsaint, Elite Hall Master Guhai and Fairy Wanner have arrived at a nearby valley. The Knight Divine Guard reported respectfully. Oh, where? Jinmu of Silla asked with a puzzled expression. The Knight Divine Guard pointed into the distance. Everyone stood on the floating island and looked down. Immediately, they saw a mountain forest in the distance. Guhai and Fairy Wanner stepped off the red-crowned crane chariot and walked into the mountain forest. It's really him? He has been recuperating in a mountain manor for 10 days and is finally willing to come out? Takashi Ryushin frowned as he looked into the distance. 10 days? Princess One, you should be safe. Ramsaint nodded. Do you know why Guhai is here? Takashi Ryushin asked. I don't know. He didn't mention it to us before coming. The Knight Divine Guard said in a deep voice. Jinmu of Silla was slightly startled. She looked at Ramsaint and said, Lord Ramsaint, could that Guhai have the same goal as us, and also... Impossible. He doesn't know the Nine Palaces art. How can he find the entrance? In the capital city, if anyone can find the entrance, it's only me, Ramsaint said with a face full of confidence. But you calculated that Guhai is in the vicinity? Jinmu of Silla frowned. I can find the vicinity after countless calculations and deductions. If he can find the entrance to the 99 Sun Sealing Array, doesn't that prove that all my learning is a stupid act? Ramsaint said with a face full of disbelief. Boom. Suddenly, in a valley where Guhai was, there was a loud noise and the earth shook violently. Suddenly, in that direction, it was as if a black hole had formed, swallowing countless objects from all directions. Rolling winds whistled toward the entrance that had suddenly appeared. With a loud noise, the entire capital city shook violently. Lord Ramsaint, Hall Master Gu has found the entrance, the Knight Divine Guard said, in surprise. Takashi Ryushin looked at Ramsaint strangely. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. Guhai and Fairy Wanna had arrived at the valley. Is it here? This place is very ordinary, Guhai said with a frown. It can't be wrong. The ancient records of Wansho Taoism are here. Wait, I'll take that thing out, Fairy Wanner said solemnly. Oh, Guhai nodded. He saw Fairy Wanner chanting and pointing her finger hundreds of times in the air. Every time she tapped, the void lit up slightly. Very soon, she tapped the void one last time. Buzz! In the void in front of the two, a large amount of white light suddenly appeared. It was a white bead floating in the air, emitting a dazzling white light. This is? Guhai looked at the bead in surprise. The entrance of a 99 seal formation is the source of the seal using my Taishang's damage-fixing bead. The function of the damage-fixing bead is that no matter what happens to the surrounding terrain that destroys the seal entrance, the damage-fixing bead will be able to repair it. Fairy Wanner explained. And take it quickly. This time, many forces should be paying attention to us, Guhai said in a deep voice. Okay. Fairy Wanner didn't need to take it with her hands. Instead, she opened her mouth and swallowed it. Guhai was slightly curious, but he didn't say anything. He watched as Fairy Wanner swallowed him whole. She then shook her head. Ka! The damage-fixing bead was taken off. The moment the damage-fixing bead was taken off, a bead-sized hole appeared in the void. It was like a black hole in the void. In the black hole, there was a strong suction force. Whoosh! The surrounding soil and stones were immediately sucked in. Rumble. Immediately, the black hole grew bigger and bigger. Suddenly, it shook violently. Something happened to the hole. The great array that covered more than half of the city was affected and shook. In an instant, the entire city was shaking. Boom! Many houses that had not been repaired collapsed again. The black hole grew bigger and bigger, crazily sucking in everything around it. Guhai and Fairy Wanner staggered and almost fell into the hole. The entrance of a 99 seal formation? Guhai's expression changed. Without the damage-fixing bead, it completely broke open. Fairy Wanner said with a bitter smile, "Not good. With such a big commotion, the peerless experts in the city will arrive soon. Let's go." Guhai immediately pulled Fairy Wanner and ran outside. Everyone wanted the treasure, but they needed to have the ability to enjoy it. The two ran and looked at a floating island not far away. Ramsaint was speechless. Maybe it's really a coincidence, Jinmu of Scylla said with a strange expression. Ramsaint's face twitched. He had worked hard for 10 days and 10 nights to calculate the approximate location. However, he couldn't find a specific location. He was at a loss. Where did this monster come from? Guhai. He found it after taking a look around. Coincidence? Even a fool wouldn't believe that it was a coincidence. He found the entrance by coincidence and opened it by coincidence. Chapter 404. When Guhai and Fairy Wanner traveled through the capital city, many forces followed them, including Xiang's team, who wanted to kill Guhai. Guhai could guess that there were many forces. Fairy Wanner's Guqin skills had improved, and her hearing had improved, so she could hear many forces. Fairy Wanner even heard the conversation between Xiang and Mr. Dongfang about wanting to kill her and Guhai. However, Fairy Wanner only glanced at Guhai and didn't say anything, until they took the damage-fixing bead and broke the 99 sun sealing array. Instantly, all the spies from the various forces widened their eyes. What's that? Where did that void hole come from? Why did Mr. Good cause such a big commotion? Quick, report to the family leader, quick! Quick, inform the nearby troops to seal this place. A series of forces were running around anxiously. Xiang's team of 4 was standing on a mountain peak, and their eyes were wide open. 2 guards were standing behind them, and Mr. Dongfang, who was wearing a white robe, was standing next to them. That's? Xiang stared at the black hole with wide eyes. An entrance? Guhai found a new entrance? Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Mr. Dongfang, what entrance is this? Could it be? Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up. It's useless to find an entrance. My original body also found an entrance, but it's still very difficult to enter. Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Original body? Xiang looked at Mr. Dongfang in confusion. Guhai is going to run away. Don't let him get away. He killed Dongfang number 7? Let me take revenge for number 7. Let's chase after him, Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Then we're not going to care about the entrance? Xiang looked at the entrance reluctantly. Don't worry about it, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. The original body definitely knows about it, and so does Shiyu the Great. Do you still want to fight with Shiyu the Great? Yes. Xiang nodded. The group of 4 quickly chased after Guhai and Fairy Wanner. Ramsaint, Takeshi Ryushin, and the others had been paying attention to Guhai. However, the moment the entrance appeared, the 2 of them no longer paid any attention to Guhai. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance. The entrance grew bigger and bigger, and more experts rushed in. In the sky above the capital city, there were waves of overlapping, as if there were ripples in the void. However, Guhai and Fairy Wanner didn't care about this and went straight to the South City Gate. There was also chaos at the South City Gate. There are guards at the city gate. Even if there is chaos in the city, there is no chaos. What should we do? Fairy Wanner frowned. With our strength, do we need to care about these city guards? The door is open, so we will rush out. Besides, it is so chaotic now. Let's go. Guhai pulled Fairy Wanner and rushed toward the city gate. Boom! Guhai and Fairy Wanner reached their maximum speed and rushed out in an instant. The city guards didn't have time to see who it was. Who is it? Stop! All of a sudden, The group of city guards shouted loudly. Boom! In an instant, Fairy Wanner reached out and hit them in all directions. Fairy Wanner finally opened the Sky Palace. These guards were only in the Golden Core realm. The highest cultivation level was just in the Yuanying state. The guard general of the Yuanying state was now paying attention to the chaos in the city. How could the others be a match for Fairy Wanner? Whoosh! Guhai and Fairy Wanner rushed out of the South City Gate. Guhai reached out and took out a flying boat. Whoosh! The flying boat carried the two of them and flew away quickly. What? The guards got up in shock. At that moment, they didn't even see who it was. They only felt that the two of them rushed out like a gust of wind. Quick, inform the Lord. Two people just rushed out of the city. A guard immediately exclaimed. Whoosh! At this moment, Shi Yong and the other three arrived. Young master? The guards were slightly stunned. Trash! Shi Yong snorted angrily. After exiting the city gate, the four of them drove the flying boat and chased after the two of them. Whoosh! The two flying boats, one in front and one behind, chased after them. Guhai's flying boat was flying in front. Just as he was about to meet up with his subjects outside the city, a long blue flame snake suddenly pounced from behind. What? Guhai's expression changed. He instantly activated the flying boat's protective shield. Boom! The fire was like a chain. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Guhai's flying boat. And in the midst of the fire, another flying boat emerged. Mr. Dongfang, your Dharma treasure is still the most powerful. Ha ha! Xiong suddenly laughed out loud. Mr. Dongfang was holding a blue talisman in his hand. The blue flames came from this talisman. When Guhai's flying boat stopped, the other flying boat also stopped. Xiong? Guhai wasn't surprised. Perhaps Guhai had already expected that Xiong would come to find trouble with him again. It was just that he had just called out Mr. Dongfang. His build and appearance were exactly the same as Mr. Dongfang's. Mr. Dongfang? Didn't you die in Dragon Vein City? How did you come back to life? Guhai glared at him and shouted. It's good that you admit it. They said that you killed Dongfang 7, but I didn't believe it. It really is you. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. Mr. Dongfang said coldly. Dongfang 7? Guhai raised his eyebrows. My name is Dongfang 8. Dongfang 8 said coldly. Guhai's face darkened. 7? 8? Weren't there a few more? Guhai. No one has ever dared to slander me. Those who dare to slander me are all dead. Today, neither of you can leave. You didn't expect it to be me, did you? Ha ha ha. Shi Yong sneered. I knew it was you. I just didn't expect you to be such a coward. I thought you had already broken into my villa with your men a few days ago. I didn't expect you to still be so cowardly today, Guhai said in a deep voice. Shi Yong was speechless. It's useless no matter what you say. TSK, this demoness? This demoness is quite pretty. I'm bored with one of my concubines. I'll kill you and use this demoness as my concubine. Ha ha ha, Xiong said coldly. Kill me? Ha, Xiong, I don't think we have a mortal feud. If you hadn't broken into my villa that day, I wouldn't have scolded you. Besides, I didn't slander you. I'm telling the truth. You want to kill me just because I didn't do what you wanted? Guhai said coldly. That's right. I don't need a reason to kill, Xiong said coldly. However, Guhai revealed a cold smile as he looked at the four. You want to stop me with just the four of you? Whoosh! The two guards suddenly stood in front of Xiong, holding their weapons. Their faces were full of killing intent, and they emitted a violent aura. They are from Lower Heaven Palace. Fairy Wanner said with a frown. Don't worry. Just protect yourself. Guhai shook his head and took a step forward. Hiss! Guhai reached out and pulled out the life-extinguishing saber from his back. Not only was Guhai not afraid of the two Lower Heaven Palace, but he even took a step forward. Xiong's expression changed slightly. It seemed that things weren't going as he expected. Xiong, it's not too late for you to leave now. Otherwise, you can't blame me later, Guhai said with narrowed eyes. The two guards' faces darkened. Guhai didn't show any fear in his eyes. Even Qin Zibai, from Wuyue Academy, is no match for me. Just these two? Guhai sneered. Wuyue Academy? That's because you tore the bringing in the wine. You defeated Qin Zibai with righteous energy. However, you're only from the Yuanying state now, Shiyong said with a glare. Guhai's eyes turned cold. He suddenly took a step forward. He stepped on the divine origin stage, and a large amount of saber chi appeared around him, forming a saber chi domain. Quick, kill him, Shiyong suddenly shouted. Roar! One of the guards suddenly charged forward. Heavenly Cycle 3. Guhai shouted. Suddenly, the life-extinguishing saber released a dazzling purple light. As the Heavenly Cycle 3 was executed, a powerful saber intent charged forward. The two guards' hair stood on end, especially the one in front. His face sank as he thrust his sword at Guhai. The Heavenly Cycle 3 times was still a little lacking when he used it outside Longmai City. However, now that his cultivation had increased a few times, he was barely able to use it. Although it was not as ferocious as when he used it against Qin Zibai, its might was already comparable to that of the lower celestial palace. As the purple light soared into the sky, the saber collided with the sword intent. Boom! There was a loud sound, and a shockwave surged in all directions. The life-extinguishing saber's explosive power swept out with a thunderstorm. Ark! The guard let out a scream as the long sword in his hand exploded. Even his right arm, which was holding the sword, exploded in an instant. Blarg! The guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was immediately sent flying. Whoosh! Guhai sheathed his saber and looked coldly at the four people in front of him. His cultivation base was still too low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just destroyed the guard's arm. Instead, he would have blown the guard's body apart. You just entered the lower heaven palace, right? You're an accomplice to a villain? Huh. I'll cut off your arm to teach you a lesson, Guhai said coldly. He pointed his saber at Shiyong. Guhai said with a cold expression, Shiyong, we don't have a life-and-death feud. Although you were blamed by the people that day, you helped me out. I'll let you go this time. If you offend me again, I'll take your life. Guhai shouted coldly. Shiyong shuddered. The two guards that he had been relying on were not a match for Guhai's saber. The guard who had charged at Shiyong held his severed arm and looked at Guhai in fear. It seemed like he didn't dare to go forward again. Impossible. How could this be? However, Guhai stood there with the saber in his hand. There was a murderous aura around him, so he didn't dare to get close. Guhai looked at Shiyong coldly. Shiyong seemed to want to retreat. Huh. What's the point of bullying a failure who was forced into the lower heaven palace by Shiyu the Great? Guhai, do you really think you can run away today? Mr. Dongfang said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, Mr. Dongfang stuck the blue talisman in his hand into the air. In the name of Dongfang, I summon the god of the East Spirit Sea of Fire. Bestow me a divine item and destroy my enemy. Boom! The blue talisman suddenly burned. The space where it burned suddenly shook as if the door to the netherworld was opening. Billowing In Chi whizzed out. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious dragon head stretched out from the other side of the netherworld gate. As soon as the dragon head appeared, endless blue flames instantly filled this part of the world. As it roared, a 20-foot-long blue dragon rushed out. As soon as the blue dragon appeared, a powerful aura spread out. The surrounding area was immediately enveloped in a sea of blue flames. Blue flames? Cold flames? Guhai's face darkened. The netherworld fire dragon of the netherworld? Fairy 1's face darkened. Chapter 405. The blue dragon roared and charged straight at Guhai. Guhai slashed with his saber. Ooh! The blade rushed through the blue dragon's body, as if the blue dragon was just a shadow. It did not touch him at all. Ha ha! My hellfire dragon is just a ball of hellfire. It doesn't hurt the body, only the soul. Ha 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 ha! Burn him to death. Dongfang number 8 roared ferociously. With a roar, the netherworld fire dragon appeared in front of Guhai with a ferocious expression. Huff! Huff! After slashing a few times, he did not manage to hit anything. Guhai's face darkened because he felt that when the netherworld fire dragon approached him, Guhai's soul shook as if he had met his nemesis. Fire! Guhai's expression changed. The flames of the fire god palace suddenly rushed out of Guhai's body. In an instant, red flames emerged from Guhai's body. With a punch, Guhai collided with the incoming blue dragon. Boom! Fire against fire. This time, he finally came into contact with the infernal fire dragon. Blue Dragon's expression was ferocious as the blue flames around him grew more and more vigorous. Guhai's body was also covered in red flames. In an instant, the red flames soared into the sky. Ka. The blue dragon inched forward, but Guhai had an ugly expression on his face. Indestructible divine flame? You really did use the fire god to refine your heart aperture, but how many undying divine flames do you have? Humph. Dongfang number 8's face was ferocious. Dongfang number 8 jumped onto the infernal dragon's body and reached out to grab it. In the name of Dongfang, I summon the god of the sea of fire of the East Spirit. Bestow upon me the never-ending underworld fire and destroy my enemy. Dongfang number 8 shouted. Boom! Another blue dragon rushed out from the netherworld gate. As soon as the blue dragon appeared, it rushed into the body of the previous blue dragon. In an instant, the two blue dragons merged into one, turning into a blue dragon that was 40 feet long. It opened its mouth and roared as it rushed towards Guhai. Guhai's inextinguishable divine fire soared into the sky. Initially, it was able to block the netherworld fire dragon, but now, the netherworld fire dragon's power had doubled. Immediately, Guhai's flames were suppressed. Dongfang number 8 had a ferocious expression on his face as he controlled the netherworld fire dragon. The netherworld fire dragon seemed to be struggling to break free from his control. Obviously, the current 40 zhang netherworld fire dragon was the limit of Dongfang number 8's control. Guhai's face turned slightly red. In the fire god palace, the fire god had a large portion of his power to suppress the fire gourd. Hence, this was the limit. If he released the suppression of the fire gourd, he could defeat Lan Long. However, the Samadhi true fire of the fire gourd could hurt him. Guhai was very conflicted and tried his best to hold on. On the other side, Fairy Wan seemed to want to help. Wan don't come over. I can do it. Guhai shouted. The netherworld fire dragon hurt Wan's spiritual soul. Although Fairy Wan's flames were powerful, they were not the inextinguishable divine fire. The inextinguishable divine fire could block the netherworld fire, but Fairy Wan's flames might not. Guhai did not want Fairy Wan to take the risk. In the distance, Shiyong looked coldly in Guhai's direction. When he saw Guhai being suppressed by Dongfang number 8, he squinted his eyes. Guhai can't move. Now is the best time to kill him. The two of you, go and kill him. Quick, Shiyong said excitedly. One of the guards, whose arm had just been chopped off by Guhai, turned pale. Young master, Guhai just said that he doesn't have a feud with you, and he's willing to let you live. Why should we? The guard with the chopped-off arm said worriedly. Bastard, I want him dead. I want him dead. Go. Shiyong glared at them and roared. Yes. The two guards answered immediately. Whoosh. The two of them rushed to where Guhai was in an instant. Fairy Wan who was not far away, squinted her eyes when she saw the two of them. Her expression changed, and she went forward to greet them. The guard with the chopped-off arm stopped Fairy Wan. Clang! Fairy Wan swung her sword at the guard with the chopped-off arm. Boom! The guard with the chopped-off arm hurriedly swung his sword, but Fairy Wan knocked him back. However, in that short moment, the other guard suddenly appeared next to Guhai. Guhai die. The guard roared with a ferocious expression. He swung his sword at Guhai's side. His sword was about to hit Guhai. Don't! Fairy Wan cried out in alarm. Whoosh! In an instant, Fairy Wan stood in front of Guhai. The guard's sword pierced right through Fairy Wan's heart. Whoosh! The guard's sword pierced through Fairy Wan's body. Blood flowed from a wound on Fairy Wan's back. Boom! Guhai's head buzzed. Guhai had sensed Fairy Wan's abnormality for a long time. But so what? It was fine as long as she was fine. Therefore, Guhai pretended not to know. But now, was she still fine? That's right, this was Fairy Wan. Her sword pierced through his heart. Fairy Wan grabbed the guard's sword with both hands, preventing it from going any further, so as not to hurt Guhai. The guard's sword was grabbed by Fairy Wan and couldn't be pulled out. He was also very anxious. "Go to hell, bitch," the guard roared angrily. Boom! Countless sword auras suddenly erupted from the long sword and shot out from Fairy 1's body in an instant. In an instant, Fairy 1's body was completely crushed. No! Guhai suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared in grief. What? Dongfang number 8's expression suddenly changed. The undying divine flame that emerged from Guhai's body suddenly increased by countless times. Boom! Guhai no longer suppressed the fire gourd, and all the undying divine flame gushed out. In an instant, the fire soared into the sky and enveloped the underworld fire dragon. The samadhi, true fire of the fire gourd, rushed towards Guhai's body. Puff! Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood. He was burned again, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Go to hell! Guhai threw a punch at the underworld fire dragon with a ferocious expression. As he threw a punch, all the undying divine flame gushed out, and a trace of the samadhi true fire was mixed in. The undying divine flame drowned the underworld fire dragon, but the trace of the samadhi true fire instantly ignited the underworld fire dragon. Boom! The underworld fire dragon suddenly exploded. What? No! Dongfang number 8's expression suddenly changed, and he screamed in shock, because the trace of the samadhi true fire rushed into his body instantly. Oh no! Boom! Dongfang number 8 was burned and exploded. Guhai had the protection of the undying divine flame, but even he couldn't withstand the samadhi true fire, let alone Dongfang number 8, whose cultivation was not as good as Guhai's, and he didn't have the protection of the undying divine flame. He instantly exploded. Puff! Guhai spat out another mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about his injuries. He carried Fairy 1 with his left hand and pulled out the Life Slayer saber with his right hand. He slashed out with the undying divine flame and the trace of the samadhi true fire. "I'm going to kill you!" Guhai roared with a ferocious expression as flames burst out all over his body. No! The guard sword was tightly held by Fairy 1. Just now, the sword chi crushed Fairy 1's body, and he barely managed to pull it out. How could it be a match for Guhai's attack? Boom! He only showed a trace of fear before he exploded. Not far away, Xiong suddenly shuddered. He was so shocked that he started to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? How could they all die in the blink of an eye? Even Dongfang number 8 is dead? Young master, let's go. The one-armed guard carried Xiong and shot into the distance. Guhai's expression was ferocious as he looked at Xiong with bloodshot eyes. Xiong, on the other hand, was taken far away by the guard with the severed arm. Xiong! A bone-deep hatred flashed across Guhai's eyes. Dongfang number 8 was completely dead. His 3 souls had entered the transformation pool and turned into the heaven-replenishing power. Guhai hugged Fairy 1 who was burning with flames, with a look of fear on his face. 1 you'll be fine. Guhai quickly channeled the heaven-replenishing power into Fairy 1's body. Buzz! The heaven-replenishing power entered 1's body. 1's body seemed to be burning faster. Her arms suddenly turned into flames and disappeared. No, impossible. Why can't I fix it? Why can't I fix it? Guhai's anger was mixed with panic. Fairy 1 seemed to still be alive. She used her other hand to stroke Guhai's face. Guhai, listen to me. Fairy 1 said weakly. You'll be fine, 1 You'll be fine. Guhai's eyes suddenly moistened. Guhai realized that he could do nothing about Fairy 1's current situation. Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do it again? Guhai, I'm not done with you. You're the one who's unjust. You don't have the Tao of the Guqin. You liar. Guhai, I won't let you go, you bastard. Guhai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you have to forget what happened. Take responsibility? I don't need you to take responsibility. We can't be together. Don't ask, okay? The past replayed in his mind. Unknowingly, he had already experienced many things with Lin 1. At this moment, Fairy 1 died under the enemy's sword in order to save him. Guhai felt a knife in his heart. Why? Chun Xian, it was like this. Long Wan Xing was like this. Why was Lin Waner also like this? Fairy Wan looked weakly at Gu Hai and touched Gu Hai's face. Can you forget me? I've never appeared in front of you. Forget me, okay? I beg you. Fairy Wan said weakly. No, I can't forget. Gu Hai's eyes were red. Listen to me. Go back to Zhaoga immediately. You've already killed the person who killed me. You've already taken revenge. Listen to me. Go back to Zhaoga immediately and forget me. Fairy Wan said weakly. No, he cried, trembling, tears streaming down his face. Please, please go back to Zhaoga, go back. Forget me, I beg you. Fairy Wan's eyes were full of hope. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Hai nodded, his body trembling. Lin Wer finally showed a satisfied smile. Kiss me, Fairy Wan said weakly. Gu Hai held Fairy Wan with tears in his eyes and kissed her lips. Fairy Wan slowly closed her eyes, 2 drops of tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Farewell, my love. Boom! Fairy Wan's body burst into flames, and her body was completely incinerated. She turned into flames and slowly disappeared into the horizon. No! Gu Hai screamed at the top of his lungs. Chapter 406. Fairy Wan's body turned into a ball of flames and burned to ashes. Gu Hai hugged the disappearing flames in grief. After a while, Gu Hai trembled. He steered the flying boat and flew towards the south. Not long after Gu Hai's flying boat disappeared, a lady in red appeared at the spot where Fairy Wan had died. She covered her face with a veil and watched as Gu Hai's flying boat left. It was getting further and further away from the capital. Gu Hai steered the flying boat and tried his best to suppress the samadhi primordial fire in his body. After a while, the samadhi primordial fire completely suppressed the fire gourd. After swallowing some elixirs, Gu Hai turned to look at the capital with reddened eyes. Waner, I promised you that I would return to Zhaoga. However, our enemy is not dead yet. He is in the capital. Xiong? I will kill him and leave. You want me to forget about you? Impossible. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai revealed a hideous look of grief. Gu Hai turned to look in the direction of the capital. His eyes became even more hideous. Xiong? I didn't want to kill you, but you want to kill me? You want to kill my beloved wife? Gu Hai clenched his fists. The flying boat continued to head south and soon arrived at a forest. Gu Hai wiped his eyes. The tears in his eyes evaporated and the redness disappeared. He obviously didn't want to show his weak side in front of his officials. Whoosh! The flying boat landed in a valley. A large group of people surrounded the valley. Your Majesty, Zhu Lu immediately went up to him. The officials of the Dahan had all retreated. They looked at Gu Hai happily. However, Gu Hai's face was extremely gloomy. Your Majesty, we are all out. Can we leave now? Zhu Lu smiled. You all leave first. I still have something to do. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh? Everyone was confused. Zhu Lu, give me another tunnel. Once you're done, go back to Zhaoga and wait for me there. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Emperor is not coming with us. Zhu Lu was slightly stunned. You guys go back first. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Zhu Lu took out a map. Gu Hai pointed at a few points on the map and made arrangements for the officials of the Dahan. Then he walked to a cave at the side. Your Majesty, you still want to return to the capital city? Zhu Lu asked worriedly. Mind your own business. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Zhu Lu's expression turned solemn as he nodded. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai sealed the entrance of the cave and returned to the city through the tunnel. In the city, there was still a great hatred that had yet to be avenged. Xiong? He had to die. After traveling through the tunnel for a while, Gu Hai arrived at the capital city. The capital city was no longer shaking. At the very least, when Gu Hai returned to the mountain villa he bought from the underground tunnel, there was no more movement. Gu Hai's mountain villa. A group of Shinji Battalion disciples returned to the mountain villa and looked at the sky above the capital city with Li Shinji. The black hole at the entrance of the 9-9 sun sealing array that Gu Hai and Fairy Wan opened previously had disappeared. No, it could be said that the black hole had expanded to cover half of the sky above the capital city. An illusory image appeared in the sky, like a mirage. A huge projection of a city floated in the sky above the capital city. It was a huge palace in the projection. There were many palace walls, and the layout was clear. Around the palace, there were huge flags with the word slaughter written on them. The palace was divided into 3 areas. The area in the center seemed to be the main palace, and there was a huge amount of fate energy. The fate energy condensed into a huge golden dragon that circled above the main palace. The words Divine Palace were written on the plaque of the largest palace. There were soldiers in armor surrounding the palace. These soldiers were all standing straight and motionless as if they were corpses. However, they still emitted a murderous aura. It was as if they were not dead yet. There were more than 5 million soldiers surrounding the Divine Palace. There were 2 groups of palaces on both sides of the Divine Palace. The one on the left was emitting waves of white light, as if it was filled with boundless righteous energy. The words Literature Palace were written on the plaque of the largest palace. However, there were countless skeletons underground, and it was extremely eerie. The one on the right was emitting waves of black gas. The black gas sat cross-legged, and it was extremely murderous. The plaque of the largest palace had the words Martial Palace. There were also countless skeletons on the ground. At this moment, the entire city was silent as they looked at the projection of the 3 palaces in the sky. The mountain villa that Guhai bought. Li Shinji squinted his eyes. Battalion Commander, is this the situation inside the 99 Sun ceiling array? Previously, when Guhai opened the entrance, the black hole absorbed countless substances and turned into this light screen in the sky. These 3 groups of palaces are the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty's Imperial Palace? A subordinate asked in surprise. That's right. The Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty is led by the Divine Palace, while the Literature Palace is on the left and the Martial Palace on the right. Within the Literature Palace, there are countless books and mystic arts. They were all obtained by the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty when they were conquering the world. Among them, there are 2 scrolls of the Sage Scriptures, which are the greatest treasures of the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty. Li Shinji said solemnly. There are 2 scrolls of the Sage Scriptures in the Literature Palace? No wonder. No wonder the Imperial College's Chancellor, Ram Saint, could not move his legs when he heard the news. Sage Scriptures? The highest achievement in the way of calligraphy? A subordinate exclaimed. The white righteous energy shrouded the Literature Palace, while the black gas shrouded the Martial Palace. What's inside? A subordinate asked curiously. I don't know either. However, it's definitely not something ordinary. Li Shinji said solemnly. The Central Divine Palace is surrounded by the corpses of 5 million soldiers. Are those the corpses of the 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers? That day, the souls of the Divine Blood Army soldiers came out to return to their bodies. A subordinate's eyes lit up. Everyone looked at the central area, the area surrounded by fate. The army there was still as ferocious as ever. They surrounded the central hall. At the entrance of the hall, the corpses of the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides. At the north of the hall's plaza was a dragon throne. On the dragon throne sat an emperor in a dragon robe. The emperor wore a flat imperial crown. His eyes were closed as though he was asleep. His hands were placed on the armrests of the dragon throne. There were 2 stools on the left and right. There seemed to be a tray on each of the stools. On the left tray, there was something covered by a golden silk curtain. No one knew what was inside. On the right tray, the golden silk curtain was lifted. There was an imprint of a long saber on it. However, the saber had disappeared. His Holiness's body of the Great Slaughter Sky Dynasty. What's on the left and right? The one on the right is the Bloody Hell Saber? That's right. That saber imprint is the Bloody Hell Sabers. Does this mean that Shiyu the Great already entered? That's not right. That's impossible. Shiyu the Great could not have entered. Perhaps he used a special method to retrieve the Bloody Hell Saber long ago. However, he could not do anything about it later. His Holiness? The Divine Blood Army? Are these all bodies? There are 2 trays. One has the bloody hell saber. What is the other? For it to be valued by his holiness like the bloody hell saber, it must be an incredible treasure. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. Countless cultivators in the city stared at the sky. Some cultivators even soared into the sky. However, when they reached the sky, they strangely found that they missed. They could not touch the great slaughter palace in the light. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Just now, Li Shinji had experienced it personally. However, he could not touch the great slaughter palace at all. It was like a mirage. He could see it, but he could not touch it. Battalion Commander, the 3 palaces of the great slaughter have appeared. Each palace must be filled with treasures, but we can't get them. What should we do? That's right. Earlier, I saw Shiyu the Great reach into the sky, but he still couldn't touch it. The Bat Ancestor and various forces have all taken action, but they can't touch anything. What's the difference between opening it and not opening it? Guhai opened the entrance. If only Guhai was still here. Perhaps Guhai knows how to enter the Great Slaughter Palace. The Shinji Battalion disciples sighed. Guhai. Huh. He just happened to be here. Humph. Even if he's here, what can he do? It's impossible for him to know how to enter. This is a small world hidden in the void. Guhai can't enter. Moreover, it's not certain whether Guhai is still alive now. Li Shinji said coldly. Li Shinji was well aware of Shi Yong's pursuit of Guhai. Guhai might be dead now. Lord Li, you don't have to worry about whether I'm dead or alive. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Phew! Suddenly, the expressions of the Shinji Battalion disciples changed. They looked at the open door of the main hall not far away, as if they were facing a great enemy. Guhai slowly walked out of the main hall. However, at this moment, Guhai's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Guhai, didn't you leave long ago? Why are you back again? The Shinji Battalion disciples were surprised. The Shinji Battalion disciples already knew that the people of the Han Dynasty had retreated. They didn't know whether Guhai was dead or alive, but he also left the city. Why did he come back? Guhai ignored the Shinji Battalion disciples. Instead, he looked up at the sky and saw countless practitioners rushing to the sky. However, they couldn't touch the mirage-like Great Imperial Palace of Slaughter. Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. Not dead? So, Shiyong failed to assassinate Guhai? Mr. Good? Why are you back again? Li Shinji narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Kill Shiyong, Guhai said coldly. After that, Guhai ignored Li Shinji and slowly walked out of the villa. Mr. Good, where are you going? Li Shinji asked in surprise. Kill Shiyong, Guhai said in a cold voice. Guhai's tone was very cold, but it seemed to be filled with endless determination. These 3 short words made Li Shinji feel a chill in his heart. Shiyong didn't have much strength, so he shouldn't be so surprised. For some reason, Li Shinji felt a sense of shock. It was the gaze of someone who was being stared at by a hungry wolf. It was as if Guhai's every move was filled with killing intent. Phew! Guhai stepped out of the villa. Chapter 407. Capital City, on the square of Dajan Hall. Great Emperor Shiyu had come out of seclusion. Accompanying him was a child in a white robe. However, his face could not be seen clearly as he was wearing a hat. He was short and small, but it was Mr. Dongfang. All the civil and military officials had already gathered at the entrance of Dajan Hall. Countless powerhouses in the city rushed into the sky, wanted to enter the mirage-like Great Slaughter Palace, but none of them succeeded. Great Emperor Shiyu also stretched out his hand once, but he also grabbed nothing. He could see it, but he couldn't touch it. Your Majesty, our people saw that Guhai opened the entrance. Yes, Your Majesty, Guhai definitely knows how to enter. All the officials shouted anxiously. Your Majesty, my son went after Guhai. There should be news soon. He King of Silla said solemnly. Hey, news? Your Highness, Shiyong went to kill Guhai, right? Mo Yike said lightly. He King of Silla suddenly looked at Mo Yike with raised eyebrows. Mo Yike's face was gloomy. He stopped talking and didn't say anything. Speaking of which, he was indebted to Guhai. Mo Yike didn't want Guhai to die, so he felt uncomfortable. Shiyu the Great looked up at the sky. Mr. Dongfang, can we enter again? The childlike Mr. Dongfang shook his head. We have too little information. It was an accident that bloody hell saber came out. It's not something that could be done overnight. Then you continue to set up the longevity array. I need to go in. How long will it take you? Shu the Great looked at Mr. Dongfang. I'm not sure. It might take a very long time. Mr. Dongfang shook his head. Shu the Great narrowed his eyes. Huh, are you trying your best to help me? Shu the Great, don't worry. I'll do my best. However, this little world created by the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty isn't something to be underestimated. It seems to be both real and illusory at the same time. You guys won't be able to touch it. Only I can, right? You've been trying the Great Hall these days, but you still can't figure it out, right? Mr. Dongfang said lightly. Shu the Great frowned and his face darkened. Swish! At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. The one-armed guard had returned with Shi Yong. Your Majesty, Royal Father, Shi Yong said with a hint of excitement. Shi Yong? Shi the Great's face darkened as he looked at Shi Yong. Where's Gu Hai? Where's Gu Hai? He King of Silla suddenly shouted. At this moment, Mr. Dongfang was controlling everyone. Facing the Great Slaughter Palace in front of them, everyone was at a loss. If Gu Hai could find the entrance, perhaps he could find a way to enter? He King of Silla was extremely anxious. Obviously, he knew that his son had gone to kill Gu Hai. Nothing must happen to Gu Hai. Mr. Dongfang, you're still alive? Shi Yong said in surprise when he saw Mr. Dongfang. Oh, number 8 is also dead, Mr. Dongfang said in a low voice. Shi Yong's expression changed. Wasn't this Mr. Dongfang? Where's Gu Hai? He King of Silla shouted again. Gu Hai escaped. He killed my people and then left. He left the capital. Shi Yong said anxiously. You want to kill Gu Hai? Mo Yike said in a low voice. No. Shi Yong thought of what had happened, and his heart palpitated. He King of Silla saw Shi Yong's expression and guessed that Shi Yong had encountered something terrifying. However, Shi Yong had chased Gu Hai and caused Gu Hai to leave. This made everyone lose the possibility of exploring the Great Slaughter Palace. After all, it was a serious crime. Therefore, He King of Silla immediately covered for Shi Yong. Your Majesty, the Dacian diplomatic group has all left. We must capture them all. He King of Silla immediately shouted. All of them left? Not because of Shi Yong? Qin Zibai also said with a gloomy expression. He King of Silla immediately shouted. Humph! What does this have to do with my son? Gu Hai's escape was premeditated. Didn't you send Long Wan Yu away long ago? Don't tell me that you didn't know. Qin Zibai frowned slightly. And you, Mo Yike. His Majesty had you receive the Dacian diplomatic group to guard Long Wan Yu, but you let her escape? And Gu Hai, you let him escape as well? This is your duty. He King of Silla shouted at Mo Yike. Enough, Shu the Great said coldly. He King of Silla immediately shut up. Shi Yong, where did Gu Hai go? Shu the Great asked seriously. Gu Hai had left in a direction. If he could find the entrance, there might be something else he knew. I don't know, Shi Yong said in fear. You don't know? Then why are you following Gu Hai? Shu the Great's voice turned cold. Shi Yong's entire body went cold. Only now did Shi Yong finally understand. His Majesty wanted to see Gu Hai, but he wanted to kill Gu Hai. If His Majesty found out, wouldn't he be committing a great crime of disobedience? Shi Yong was panicking. Uish. In the distance, another flying ship approached. Gu Hai? Is that Gu Hai? An official's eyes lit up. Mr. Good. Mo Yike was also surprised. He King of Silla and even the Bat Ancestor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Although they didn't say it, they knew that Gu Hai had escaped and left the capital. Why was he here again? A large number of guards seemed to want to stop Gu Hai. Whoosh! Shi the Great waved his hand. The surrounding guards immediately stepped aside. Gu Hai? Why are you back? Shi Yong looked at Gu Hai in fear. As he spoke, he retreated toward Shi Yu the Great. Heavenly Emperor Shi Yu stood at the head of his subjects and looked at Gu Hai, who was getting closer and closer. Gu Hai looked at Shi Yong with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! The flying ship suddenly stopped in the air. Gu Hai jumped off the flying ship and landed on the square. He reached out his hand and put away the flying ship. After the initial panic, Xiong looked at the people around him and immediately became serious. He didn't seem to be afraid anymore. With Xiyu the Great here, who can hurt me? Guhai, why are you back? Xiong asked again. This time, his tone was rough, and he was no longer afraid. I'm back to kill you, Guhai said coldly. Wow. The surrounding officials were in an uproar. Xiong, on the other hand, trembled and stared at Guhai with wide eyes. How could it be? How dare he say that? Daewon's emperor and officials were all here. How dare he be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Bad Ancestor said coldly. Bad Ancestor and Guhai had old grudges. At first, he was curious about why Guhai had come back. However, Guhai's words made Bad Ancestor's face fill with ridicule. Was this Guhai courting death? How could he say that he wanted to kill Xiong in front of Xiyu the Great? Hikang of Scylla's expression also changed. Bastard, Guhai, what did you say? I said that I'm back to kill your son, Xiong. Guhai said with a gloomy expression. You. Hikang of Scylla's expression changed. Mr. Good, are you okay? Mo Yike asked worriedly. How dare Guhai be so presumptuous? How dare he say whatever he wants? Chongming opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a long time. He looked at Xiyu the Great, then at Guhai, and said in his heart, You have guts. Qin Zibai, Chong Sheng, and the others all frowned. They didn't know what Guhai was going to do. The Qian emissary Guhai? Xiyu the Great suddenly said in a low voice. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, as if he was criticizing Guhai for being presumptuous. Guhai greets Xiyu the Great. Guhai bowed slightly. Xiyu the Great looked at Guhai. Did you say that you want to kill Xiong? Yes. Guhai nodded. Xiong's heart trembled. What was Guhai going to do? Was he courting death? Hikang of Scylla's eyes were also filled with anger. Xiyu the Great, are you worried about entering the Great Slaughter Palace? Guhai suddenly pointed to the sky. Oh. Xiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. I have a formation that can connect the real to the Great Slaughter Palace. Guhai said solemnly. What formation can connect the real to the fake? Guhai, are you trying to deceive His Majesty? Hikang of Scylla immediately shouted. Guhai smiled coldly and said, You don't understand, but it doesn't mean that others don't understand. Connecting the real to the fake? What a joke. You think you can set up such a formation? Mr. Dongfang said with a cold smile. I can't. Can I set up Old Man Guanxi's 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation? Guhai said with a smile. 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation? Mo Yike suddenly said in surprise. Does Lord Mo know? The officials asked curiously. Yes, I've heard of it. Old Man Guanxi's chess formation was still creating the world at 28 and 29. At 30, it started to perfect the world. 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation is between the real and the fake, Your Majesty. Mo Yike looked at Xiyu the Great. Obviously, Mo Yike believed Guhai. Oh. Xiyu the Great looked at Guhai. Many people had never heard of the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. However, since Mo Yike said so, Xiyu the Great believed Mo Yike. Guhai is not talented, but I can set up a formation for Xiyu the Great to make it easier for everyone to enter the Great Slayer Palace. Guhai said solemnly. How long will it take? Xiyu the Great asked. Mobilize the entire city to help me. 8 days. Guhai said solemnly. 8 days? Only 8 days? The officials were shocked. However, Mr. Dongfang did not say anything. Mr. Dongfang said earlier that he did not know how long it would take. However, Guhai only needed 8 days? What do you need? Xiyu the Great asked. First, 30 billion superior grade spirit stones. Guhai said. The officials opened their mouths. 30 billion superior grade spirit stones? Are you kidding? My Day 1 Imperial Dynasty savings are more than that. However, I can't take out half of the national treasury for an uncertain possibility. You really dare to ask for it? However, Mo Yike nodded. Your Majesty, I did not set up a large area for the 29 unhindered heavens and earth formation. However, each one requires 1 billion superior-grade spirit stones. Mr. Good did not make a false report for the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. It will only be more, not less. Shu the Great looked at Gu Hai and nodded. I will allow you 30 billion superior-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, what else do you need? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Mo Yike was very excited. He had already benefited a lot from the 29 unhindered heavens and earth formation. He did not expect Gu Hai to know about the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Even if he just watched, he would benefit a lot. Second, I want Xiong's head, Gu Hai said. Not far away. Xiong's hair stood on end. Chapter 408. Secondly, I want Xiong's head, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Not far away. Xiong's hair stood on end. How dare you? He King of Silla suddenly roared. Gu Hai stared at Xiong with a gloomy expression, causing Xiong's expression to change drastically. I am an official of Day One. Gu Hai, how dare you? How dare you? Xiong shouted angrily. Gu Hai's gaze was still cold. His eyes were filled with hatred. The hatred of killing his wife. He was absolutely irreconcilable. You want Xiong's head? Is it related to the array? Shu the Great said in a deep voice. It's related, right? I'm here because he killed my wife. I'll use his head as a sacrifice to the array. I'll avenge my wife. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. Shu the Great narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Xiong. I didn't. Your Majesty, I didn't. I didn't kill him. It was my guard. That guard was killed by Gu Hai. He killed him. He even killed Dongfang No. 8. Xiong immediately exclaimed. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Xiu the Great cared a lot about everything in the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Now, Gu Hai was the key to entering the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Gu Hai wanted to use this condition to buy Xiong's life. A person who was insignificant to Xiu the Great and a treasure that Xiu the Great was determined to obtain. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. In the square, almost all the officials stopped talking. If it were Mr. Mo, the officials would plead for mercy. After all, they could not damage Daewon's prestige because of Gu Hai. However, Xiong was different. He had countless evil deeds and was notorious. He had committed countless heinous deeds in Day One. Some of the officials here had even been bullied by him. At this moment, when they heard Gu Hai's words, they were very satisfied. Your wife? Humph, Gu Hai, I don't care who your wife is. Xiong has already said that he wasn't the one who killed her. Are you going to frame my son again? He King of Silla glared and said angrily. If I say it's him, it's him. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. After saying that, he ignored He King of Silla and looked at Xiu the Great. Calm, Heavenly Emperor Xiu. This is my only condition. Gu Hai said, Your Majesty, you can't. It's impossible for Gu Hai to set up a grand formation. Duke Shikong immediately exclaimed. Xiu the Great Slaughter Emperor. He said Xiu the Great Slaughter Heavenly Emperor. Xiu glanced at Gu Hai and did not agree right away. Instead, he said coolly, This matter we'll discuss again after your grand array succeeds. Phew. Xiong paused for a long moment and exhaled. He was afraid that the Great Emperor would kill him if he agreed. However, He King of Silla's expression changed. Did this mean that Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace was tempted? It would be fine if Gu Hai did not succeed, but if he did, thank you, Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. You will set up the Great Formation. Mo Yike will accompany you. Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and said, Okay. Thank you, Mr. Good. Mo Yike said gratefully. I will only give you 8 days. Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace said. 8 days will be enough for all parties to cooperate fully. Gu Hai nodded. Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace nodded. Mo Yike, take my token and deploy all the resources in the city to cooperate with Gu Hai. All officials are to cooperate with Mo Yike. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished for treason. Xiu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials immediately responded. Gu Hai nodded. The imperial palace opened up a floating island for Guhai to use as an office. Mo Yike quickly arranged for people to deploy the spirit stones. 30 billion superior grade spirit stones was a mountainous amount. Guhai began to survey the entire city on the floating island and began to deploy the spirit stones. Shiyu the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace glanced at Guhai on the floating island, then looked up at the Great Emperor's palace in the sky. He swung his sleeves and slowly walked back to Dayo Hall. Mr. Dongfang stood in the square and stared at Guhai for a while before slowly retreating to another hall. That ancestor's face was gloomy. When he looked at Guhai, he revealed a cold smile. At this moment, the villa that Guhai bought, Li Xinji's eyes widened. When Guhai left the villa just now, Li Xinji thought that he was going to ask the Night Divine Guards for help. He didn't expect Guhai to go straight to Dayo Hall. Looking at his expression, it seemed that Guhai wanted Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace's head in front of him. Was Guhai crazy? Wasn't he courting death? But in the end, not only did Shiyu, the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace, not blame Guhai, but he also deployed all the civil and military officials for Guhai to use. Was he possessed? In the distance, on another floating island, Takashi Ryushin and Ram Saint also frowned at this strange scene. Why are the Day One Imperial Palace's officials being deployed by Guhai? Ram Saint asked with a frown. Takashi Ryushin was also silent for a while. It's a coincidence. Gong Yangsheng was speechless. What made Gong Yangsheng the most oppressed was when he heard Guhai say coincidental. It was a coincidence that Guhai found him trapped, and it was also a coincidence that he found him. He couldn't find the entrance to the formation, but Guhai also found it by chance. Now, was it still a coincidence? Back in the century lifespan immortality peach tree, Guhai had already comprehended the 30 unhindered heaven and earth formation, so he was naturally familiar with the layout. He took a closer look at the capital city and began to draw the blueprint. And Mo Yike, who was at the side, carefully watched from the side after making arrangements. Mr. Good, how can I help you? Mo Yike asked politely. I'll draw the blueprint first. Mr. Mo, find some people with spiritual senses to be in charge of burying the spirit stones. Don't make any mistakes, Guhai said solemnly. Of course. Mo Yike nodded. I'll draw the blueprint later. You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand, Guhai said solemnly. Mo Yike's eyes lit up, and he immediately said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Good. However, there's something I need Mr. Mo's help with. Oh, I want the artifacts left behind by Old Man Guanxi. The Day One Imperial Empire isn't far from the Thousand Island Sea. The artifacts that Old Man Guanxi refined in the innate puzzle world were lost. I'm sure the Day One also obtained a lot of them, right? I want as many as there are. I'll have to trouble Mr. Emo to arrange for people to help me collect them, Guhai said solemnly. Mo Yike was slightly stunned, but he finally nodded. Mr. Good, don't worry. I'll do my best. The 4 great clans each have some treasures. However, since His Majesty has said that we'll fully cooperate with you, it shouldn't be difficult to get them. Thank you, Guhai said solemnly. I'm just going with the flow. Mr. Good, you're too polite, Mo Yike said with a smile. Guhai shook his head and didn't say anything more. At that moment, Guhai was still very sad and didn't have much to say. Mo Yike could also feel Guhai's sad mood, so he didn't say anything. He Kang of Scylla's residence. Father, what should we do? That Guhai wants to kill me, Shiyong said with a hint of fear. This is what you did. Who told you to assassinate him? He Kang of Scylla said angrily as he knocked over a vase. I didn't expect this to happen. Why don't we send people to kill him when he's not paying attention? Shiyong said with a hint of anticipation. You're crazy. He Kang of Scylla roared angrily. You want to die, but I don't want to die. Guhai is now under His Majesty's surveillance. How dare you assassinate him? At that time, it's not that I can't protect you, but I will also be implicated. He Kang of Scylla roared angrily. Then what should we do now? Shiyong said anxiously. Run as far as you can. Wait for the wind to blow over. He Kang of Scylla said anxiously, just as He Kang of Scylla finished speaking. The Imperial Edict has arrived. a eunuch arrived at He-Kang of Scylla's residence. Huh. The two men's expressions changed, and they quickly went to greet the eunuch. He-Kang of Scylla, receive the imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed that Shi-Yong is mischievous and has caused endless trouble. As his father, He-Kang of Scylla is responsible for not investigating. From now on, Shi-Yong is not allowed to go out. He is to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. He-Kang of Scylla is in charge of monitoring him. He-Kang of Scylla's and Shi-Yong's expressions changed. Long live his Majesty! Long live his Majesty! He-Kang of Scylla took the imperial edict. The old eunuch handed over the imperial edict and left. He-Kang of Scylla held the imperial edict as if it was extremely heavy. Father, what does his Majesty mean by this? Shi-Yong asked in horror. You're not allowed to go out. I'm going to ask Mr. Dongfang about it. He-Kang of Scylla said with a gloomy expression. Shi-Yong was terrified. After a day, He-Kang of Scylla returned. Father, what did he say? Shi-Yong asked worriedly. I asked Mr. Dongfang, and Mr. Dongfang said that Gu Hai would never succeed. He told us not to worry. He-Kang of Scylla took a deep breath and said, Why? Gu Hai was just boasting. How could Gu Hai know the 30 inexorable heavens and earth formation? He was just talking nonsense. Where did he learn it from? Besides, Mr. Dongfang said that it would take at least 8 to 10 years to understand the 30 inexorable heavens and earth formation. He knew one of Guanxi's 9 sons, and he described it to him. With Gu Hai's age, it's impossible for him to succeed. He-Kang of Scylla sighed. Really? Then after 7 days, if Gu Hai doesn't succeed, he's dead meat. Shi-Yong's eyes suddenly lit up. He-Kang of Scylla nodded. Good. I don't want to leave either. I want to see how Gu Hai dies. I want to see how he dies. Shi-Yong said with a ferocious expression. 8 days passed in a flash. Gu Hai spent 2 days drawing the map. In 2 days, he instructed a large number of soldiers to bury the 30 billion high-grade spirit stones. In 2 days, he had a large number of soldiers to bury them. In the last 2 days, he did a comprehensive review. With the cooperation of the entire city, the efficiency was extremely fast. On the floating island, there were more than 100 boxes in front of Gu Hai. Mr. Good, these are all treasures that old man Guanxi refined in the past. It's just that these treasures have different effects and aren't powerful magic treasures. Can you check them? Mo Yike said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mo. I can rest assured with Mr. Mo's work. Gu Hai extended his hand and collected all the boxes into his storage treasure. He did not check them. Mo Yike smiled and nodded. Mr. Good, Her Majesty has been waiting at the entrance of Dayo Hall for 8 days. Can we open it now? Mo Yike said with a smile. Gu Hai turned to look at Shiyu the Great and the officials at the entrance of Dayo Hall. They were almost the same people as 8 days ago. Only Shi-Yong was missing. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Shi-Yong is at He-Kang of Scylla's residence. Mo Yike said. Gu Hai turned to look. He saw that on a floating island in He-Kang of Scylla's residence. Shi-Yong and the guard with the broken arm were staring at Gu Hai. It's been 8 days, Gu Hai. I want to see how you'll die after playing with Her Majesty. Shi-Yong said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Okay, let's begin. Chapter 409. All right, let's begin. As Gu Hai spoke, Mo Yike stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the cultivators in the distance shot signal beams into the sky. Countless soldiers immediately activated the array formation according to Gu Hai's request. Boom! Rolling clouds and mist suddenly appeared in all directions in the city. After 8 days of busy work, almost all the people in the city knew what Gu Hai was going to do. On this day, everyone stopped everything and looked at the floating island where Gu Hai was. Shiyu the Great Bad Ancestor, Mr. Dongfang, He-Kang of Scylla, Chong Sheng, Chong Ming, Qin Zibai, and the others all stared at Gu Hai. However, they saw a golden chess piece in Gu Hai's hand. He looked at the clouds and mist in all directions. Rolling clouds and mist rose in the city, increasing in number. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire city. As for where Gu Hai was, It seemed to form a faintly glowing, illusory go-board. The golden chess piece in Gu Hai's hand suddenly pressed down on the Tianyuan position on the chessboard. Pa! It sounded like a crisp sound. The entire capital city shook violently. In an instant, a strong wind blew out of thin air, and all the clouds and mist rushed towards Gu Hai. Boom! The rolling clouds and mist storm rushed over, and Gu Hai's floating island was drowned in the thick fog in the blink of an eye, just as everyone in Dio Hall was frowning. Pa! Another sound of a chess piece being placed was heard. The clouds and mist that had gathered suddenly split into 3 directions. They split towards the periphery and formed 3 Tontian pillars of clouds and mist, supporting the ground below and the sky above. Boom! All the clouds and mist in the city gathered toward the 3 pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. The ground beneath the pillar suddenly sank, and the pillar of cloud and mist above crashed into the shadow of the Great Slaughter Imperial Palace. At this moment, Great Emperor Shiyu's eyes narrowed as anticipation flashed in his eyes. Bat Ancestor, Chang Sheng, and Qin Zibai all looked excited. Li Shunji frowned deeply, but at this moment, his gaze was fixed on the 3 palaces. Ram Saint and Takashi Ryushin narrowed their eyes. Will it work? Ram Saint's tone was filled with anticipation. In the Hikang of Silla residence, Xiang's eyes were filled with nervousness. He kept cursing Gu Hai's failure in his heart. He cursed. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. However, he saw the shadow of the great slaying palace suddenly shake. The divine palace was not affected, but within the palace of literature and palace of martial arts, countless skeletons on the ground trembled violently. In the image, countless skeletons seemed to have been bounced up by an earthquake. Success! Qin Zibai suddenly said in ecstasy. Previously, no one had been able to touch that small world. No one had been able to touch it, let alone affect that small world. Now, 3 pillars of clouds soared into the sky, each charging toward the palace. The palace of literature and palace of martial arts suddenly shook. It was obvious that they had touched it. Connecting the void with the solid, Shiyu the Great's expression softened slightly. However, his eyes lit up. Mr. Dongfang, you lied to me? Hikang of Silla suddenly looked at Mr. Dongfang with a changed expression. How could it work? The 30 heavens and earth array? With Gu Hai's knowledge, it's impossible. Mr. Dongfang's tone was gloomy. What? Mr. Dongfang, don't you want me to get what's inside as soon as possible? Shiyu the Great looked at Mr. Dongfang coldly. Of course not. I just didn't expect it. Mr. Dongfang shook his head. Bad Ancestor stared at Gu Hai and sneered. In the distance, Li Shunji, Takashi Ryushin, and Ram Saint's breathing suddenly quickened. It worked? The 3 of them looked at the palace they needed. How is that possible? How did it work? No. Xiong suddenly looked horrified. Young master, what should we do now? The guard with the broken arm on the side cried out in shock. Again, Gu Hai shouted and slapped the chess piece in his hand again. Clap! The power from the array from all 4 sides of the city gathered at the 3 pillars of clouds again. Boom! 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 3 super loud sounds rang out. The ground below the pillars of clouds shook again. Above them, the palace of literature and palace of martial arts were suddenly hit by the 3 pillars of clouds, creating a large number of cracks. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared in the void where the palace of literature and palace of martial arts were. It seemed that the barrier of the small world had been completely broken. Only the palace of God was still stable. Mr. Good did it. Mr. Good is so awesome. Countless people in the city looked at Gu Hai in horror. Mr. Good, can we break it completely if we do it again? Mo Yike also said excitedly. Gu Hai didn't continue. Instead, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the mansion of Hikang of Silla. Whoosh! A flying boat took the opportunity to rush out of the city. Now, in order to set up the 30 heavens and earth array, the city defense array of the capital city hadn't been activated. At this moment, the flying boat arrived at the city wall in the blink of an eye. Oh no, it's Shi Yong and the guard with the broken arm. Did they escape? Mo Yike's expression changed. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He reached out and squeezed the golden chess piece slightly. Buzz! The storm surging in all directions suddenly condensed into a giant cloud beast that was 100 feet tall. All the cultivators frowned. Why are you condensing a cloud beast at this time? However, no one stopped him. My son, run! Run! He Kang of Silla suddenly shouted in panic. This was because He Kang of Silla knew that the cloud beast that Gu Hai was condensing now was for no other reason than to kill Shiyong. On the flying boat, Shiyong looked terrified. The guard with the broken arm was frantically controlling the flying boat. The cloud beast slowly condensed into a woman in a luxurious robe. There was a weaving machine in front of the woman. This is a woman cloud beast? She's using a weaving machine? Takeshi Ryushin, who was in the distance, was slightly stunned. Mo Yike also looked confused. He had thought that Gu Hai would condense Dugu Chiobai or Zhang Sanfeng. Why did Gu Hai condense a new person? This new person was a woman? A gentle woman who was picking up needles and thread? Then what was with the weaving machine? Was the weaving machine a weapon? What was going on? Was this a joke? So charming. Countless people looked at the woman cloud beast in surprise. The woman's appearance was extremely seductive. She was very stunning. However, using a weaving machine as a weapon? Was this a joke? Carrying it and smashing people? Shiyu the Great didn't interfere. It was as if he was letting Gu Hai do whatever he wanted. Gu Hai understood what Shiyu the Great meant. If he was capable, he would do it himself. If he wasn't, he couldn't blame others. Oh, this time, Mr. Good doesn't need to merge with the cloud beast. Qin Zibai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai had to stand on the cloud beast's head when he used the 29 line pair world array. But this time he didn't need to. What a delicate woman. Bat Ancestor frowned. Oh no, Mr. Good. Xiong has already flown out of the array's range. He flew out of the city. Mo Yike's expression changed. When the 29 line pair world array was activated, the cloud beast's actions would not exceed the array's range. But now, Xiong had already escaped. What should they do? Ha ha ha, quick, we escaped. Let's go. In the distance, Xiong exhaled and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! The flying boat flew out of the city. You want to leave? Oomph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. While he was activating the weaving machine, he saw the woman wave the needles on the weaving machine. Whoosh! The woman flicked her wrist. Suddenly, 10 thin needles flew out. Each of the needles was connected to a thin red thread. Whoosh! When the woman waved her hand, the 10 thin needles turned into 10 streams of light and rushed out of the city. They instantly rushed out of the array. So fast, the expressions of the powerhouses in the city suddenly changed. No! Xiong's expression suddenly changed. He and the one-armed guard took out their Dharma treasures and shields and blocked in front of them. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The Dharma treasures and shields were all pierced by the thin needles as they rushed toward the two guards. Ah! The needles and threads suddenly stopped. In the distance, the flying boat suddenly fell into the valley, and the needles suddenly pierced the two guards in the distance. The two guards were fixed in the air. The woman gently pulled on the thin thread. Whoosh! The two guards were instantly pulled back by two huge forces. In just a moment, they were both in front of Gu Hai. Whoosh! The speed was too fast. When the two guards were pulled back, their bodies seemed to be on fire. The needles and threads pierced through their hands and feet. The one-armed guard from Kai Tian Palace could not resist at all in front of these needles and threads. Gu Hai, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Xiong screamed. Mr. Good, it was all Xiong's doing. He was the one who ordered that day. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The one-armed guard shouted in fear. Gu Hai, never kill the innocent. The two of you tried to assassinate me, and I let you go once. However, you did not repent and tried to assassinate me again. You killed my wife. This hatred is irreconcilable. There's no need to beg anymore. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. When the people in the city heard Gu Hai's words, they were stunned. So, Xiong killed Mr. Good's wife. Serve them right. Mr. Good let them go once, but they still don't repent. Mr. Good, good job. The people in the city immediately cheered. He Kang of Silla also shouted in fear. Gu Hai, tell me what you want. I'll agree to it. Let my son go, and you can bring him back. There's room for negotiation. Tell me, tell me. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, bring them back. There's no room for negotiation. We need to get close and see clearly. Don't kill the wrong person. As he spoke, the cloud beast woman flicked her finger enchantingly. Bam! The two people who were connected by needles and threads exploded, and a mist of blood splattered everywhere. Xiong and the one-armed guard exploded just like that. The people in the city cheered. Only a few people sucked in a cold breath. Who was this female cloud beast? Her finger? She just moved her finger and played with a needle and thread, and she killed the one-armed guard from Kai Tian Palace? Gu Hai, you kill my son. I'll kill you. He Kang of Silla rushed over crazily. Ding! The cloud beast woman's eyes turned cold, and she flicked her finger slightly. Suddenly, another needle and thread went straight for He Kang of Silla. It was so fast that it reached He Kang of Silla's glabella in an instant and stopped between He Kang of Silla's eyebrows. Just a little more and it would have gone in. He Kang of Silla, who had gone crazy, suddenly woke up. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the thin needle between his eyebrows made a buzzing sound. If the cloud beast woman hadn't stopped, that needle would have killed him. Gu Hai's eyes were cold, and so was the cloud beast woman's. That look in his eyes said that as long as Duke Shikong rushed forward again, he would immediately kill him. Shikong, how dare you? Shu the Great said coldly. He Kang of Silla's expression changed, and he retreated in horror. However, when he looked at the bloody mist and corpses in the sky, boundless resentment filled He Kang of Silla's eyes. What a weaving girl! Who is she? Shu the Great looked at Gu Hai. The cloud beast woman looked dissatisfied. She looked at Shiyu the Great coldly and said in a man's voice, this church master is undefeatable in Dongfang. Chapter 410. I am Dongfang invincible. A woman with a man's voice? Almost everyone was stunned when they heard Dongfang Invincible's voice. A man. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Sect leader. Shu the Great raised his eyebrows. What sect leader? Dongfang Invincible? Dongfang? Mr. Dongfang narrowed his eyes. He had never heard of it before. After that, Dongfang Invincible ignored the crowd and turned to look at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, I just saw that Dongfang Invincible's needle and thread exceeded the range of the array. It's impossible to do that with 29 arrays. Is this the special feature of 30 arrays? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with bright eyes. Gu Hai nodded. But other than that, there's no difference. Oh, by the way, you don't need to become one with a cloud beast. But the cloud beast might not be stronger than Zhang Sanfeng or Duga Qiubai, right? 30 and 29? What's the difference? Mo Yike asked curiously. But halfway through his question, Mo Yike stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes and looked at Dongfang Invincible in surprise. Dongfang Invincible's eyes were extremely cold, and he looked like a fierce and ambitious person. More importantly, his eyes were not the eyes of someone being controlled. They were so real. You created me? Dongfang Invincible looked at Gu Hai and suddenly asked. He's alive, Mo Yike exclaimed. Wow! At the entrance of the palace, almost all the officials were in an uproar. Dongfang Invincible was talking to Gu Hai? Was he not controlled by Gu Hai? How is this possible? What the hell? Countless people in the city also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Li Xinji opened his mouth. What kind of strange array was this? Wasn't Dongfang Invincible a cloud beast? Why was he talking to Gu Hai instead? Could it be that Gu Hai did it on purpose? That's impossible. Gu Hai wouldn't be so bored. 30 unhindered world array? Independent intelligence? That's right. It's an independent intelligence. Old Man Guanxi's 31 unhindered worlds array could do this. 30 is not perfect, but it can completely simulate an independent intelligence. Ram Saint stared into the distance. That's right. That's me. My name is Gu Hai, Invincible Sect Leader. Dongfang Dongfang. Dongfang Dongfang Invincible. Dongfang Dongfang Invincible. Com Dongfang Fong Dongfang Fong. Dong Dong Fang. Dong Fong invincible. Is this a joke? Dong Fong invincible looked around and turned to Gu Hai. He said, "This is not my Blackwood cliff. I'm not real. Not long after, I will disappear. Am I right?" "That's right. This is a great array called the 30 Unhindered Worlds Array. It simulates the peerless expert in my heart. You are a peerless expert, so I simulated you. Now, this great array is your domain. Before the array's energy is depleted, this will be your domain, your world," Gu Hai said solemnly. Dong Fong invincible looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Like a moth to a flame? Fleeting youth? Gu Hai did not answer. Dong Fong invincible suddenly stared at Gu Hai. "Can there be a day when I can escape from the array and not be restrained?" Mo Yike opened his mouth. Dong Fong invincible's intelligence was so strange. He wanted to live. He wanted to become a real person. "You want to come out?" Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes," Dong Fong invincible solemnly said. "Now, you only have consciousness. Everything else is an illusion. You have no bones, no flesh, no soul, and no spirit. For the time being, I don't have the ability. In the future, if I have the ability, I will do my best to help you come out." Gu Hai nodded. "Thank you." Dong Fong invincible got up and bowed slightly. Bat Ancestor and the others were already confused. Gu Hai was doing this on purpose, right? Talking to himself? Creating a person. This fake person wanted to come back to life? Mo Yike clenched his fists. Gu Hai had taught him the 30 Unhindered Worlds Array, but he was still too far away from understanding it. What can I do in the future? 30 Unhindered Worlds Array? 29 Unhindered Worlds Array? It was a world of difference. At least, the simulated person came back to life. 29 Unhindered World Array could never do that. After the conversation with Dong Fong invincible ended, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. One more time, Gu Hai patted the chess piece on his fingertips again. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the great formation surged with rolling fog again, rushing straight towards the 3 pillars of fog that connected the sky and the earth. Boom! Boom! A loud sound came from above and below. In the sky, the walls of the Palace of Literature and the Palace of Martial Arts exploded. Walla lala! It was as if countless fragments had exploded. In an instant, the experts in the city were in an uproar. "It's broken," Chong Ming said excitedly. Boom! In the Palace of Literature, rolling righteous energy surged out. Half of the sky was as bright as day. In the Palace of Martial Arts, rolling black gas suddenly surged out. As soon as the black gas appeared, it brought with it a heavy snowfall of water vapor. In the city, Li Shunji, Ram Saint, Takashi Ryushin, and the others clenched their fists. They felt like they were going to charge forward. "My aura is weakening. Is this array about to end?" Invincible Dong Fong suddenly said. 2/3 of the spirit stones have been depleted. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai's words immediately caused an uproar in the city. Mo Yike was also speechless. 2/3 of the spirit stones? Wasn't that 20 billion superior grade spirit stones? 20 billion. 20 billion. That was it. At the entrance of the palace, the officials in charge of the Daewin's finances trembled. How is this a go array? This was clearly a nation-destroying array. 20 billion superior grade spirit stones had been depleted in the blink of an eye. No matter how large the empire was, it would not be enough for him. Invincible Dong Fong did not say anything. However, Gu Hai looked at Shiyu the Great. The Palace of Literature and Palace of Martial Arts opened. At this moment, although countless cultivators in the city were watching, no one charged forward. Why? Because Shiyu the Great was watching. Who would seek death at this time? Shiyu the Great did not look at the Palace of Literature, but at the Palace of Martial Arts. As he watched, it seemed like he was about to make a move. Suddenly, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Then, he turned his head and looked coldly at a floating island not far away. Huh, it's you. Shiyu the Great suddenly showed a cold expression. There was a great chill in his voice. Who? For Shiyu the Great to be so careful, this person was clearly not easy to deal with. Was it His Holiness? Everyone followed Shiyu the Great's gaze and looked over. They saw a black-clad man standing on that floating island. Originally, he wore a hat. However, the hat had already been removed, revealing the appearance of a handsome young man. However, this man's handsome face and eyes seemed to have Gu Hai's eyeshadow on earth. His eyes glowed green, and his long green hair looked extremely strange. The great Myojin, Shiyu the Great said, with a cold expression. Shiyu the Great? How have you been? The green-haired man, the great Myojin, revealed a faint smile. The great Myojin, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. In the city, the expression of a blind old man in the Qin residence suddenly changed. That ancestor looked at the great Myojin with horror in his eyes. Chang Sheng, Qin Zibai, Mo Yike, and Shikong all grimaced as if they were facing a great enemy. The great Myojin only showed his face, not releasing any aura. However, except for Shiyu the Great, the top-notch nobles of the Day One Imperial Dynasty all showed panic on their faces. In the city, Li Shunji, Ram Saint, and Takashi Ryushin all showed sullen expressions. Why would the great Myojin come to the capital at this time? How have you been? How have you been as well? Why? Have you been staying in my capital for some time? Shiyu the Great said indifferently. I just arrived. However, I just happened to see this ritual array. Not bad. 30-line pair ritual array. Gu Hai, your Go Dao ritual arrays have become even more profound. The great Myojin revealed a sinister smile. Shiyu the Great glanced at Gu Hai. This Gu Hai has a grudge against the great Myojin? Takashi Ryushin was also stunned. Why is this Gu Hai surrounded by enemies? Why is the great Myojin speaking to him in an unfriendly tone? That ancestor and the others were stunned. Is this Gu Hai so annoying? Even the great Myojin has a grudge against him. Didn't he just come out of the Mortal District? Isn't he making enemies all over the world? Gu Hai looked coldly at the great Myojin. Before Gu Hai could speak, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes and said, I can see that this person is extraordinary. My ritual array does not have enough energy and cannot fight for too long. If there is a day when you let me out of the ritual array, I will help you kill him. Whoosh. Almost everyone looked at Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi was going to kill the great Myojin. In the square of Daio Hall, among the officials, Changming looked at Dongfang Bubi and wanted to say, you have guts. However, the current situation did not seem to be suitable, so he could only suppress it. Shiyu the Great looked at Dongfang Bubi with interest. Mr. Dongfang was indeed racking his brains. Surname Dongfang? Same surname as me? Dongfang Bubi? How arrogant. Why haven't I heard of this before? Kill me? Ha, I'll wait for you. The great Myojin sneered. Don't die too early. Dongfang Bubi's seductive face revealed a murderous look. Dongfang Bubi's eyes were filled with the tyrannical aura of someone who had never been defeated before. When Gu Hai was imitating him, he poured in the will of being unrivaled under the heavens. Hence, Dongfang Bubi's eyes did indeed make the great Myojin uncomfortable, so he looked at him again. The great Myojin snorted and ignored Gu Hai. In Chaoga, I've already asked Chang Sheng to tell you that I will come. Hell, what a coincidence. The treasure of the great slaughter heaven dynasty? After I kill you, it will all be mine. The great Myojin said calmly. Ha. Shiyu the Great laughed coldly. After laughing, Shiyu the Great's face turned cold. Little peacock, have you forgotten where you are? The great Myojin narrowed his eyes and stared at Shiyu the Great. You dare to meddle with my things? Even if Tai is here personally, he will wait for me. Tai's pet wants to be impudent in front of me. You're not qualified. Shiyu the Great said coldly. You made me want to kill you right now. The great Myojin said coldly. Chapter 411. Capital City. Shiyu the Great and great Myojin faced each other. Their voices grew colder and colder. In the sky, the auras of the civil palace and the martial palace spread in all directions. Countless powerhouses watched, but no one dared to make a move. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the great Myojin. Was the great Myojin really that powerful? How could he make Shiyu the Great hesitate? You were no match for me when you came to the Solar Divine Palace, the great Myojin said coldly. How can you be so sure if we haven't fought? I'll give you one more chance. Get the hell out of Capital City, and I'll spare your life. Shiyu the Great said coldly. The great Myojin sneered. Other than my lord, no one in the world dares to order me around. While the two of them were facing each other in the Martial Palace. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The door at the center of the Martial Palace was smashed open by black energy. When it was smashed open, the black energy surged in all directions. As the black energy surged out, a huge iceberg appeared. It was this ice mountain that was emitting billowing black chi. Even from far away, one could feel a boundless cold chi. The great Myojin raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's what's in the Martial Palace? As he spoke, the great Myojin ignored Shiyu the Great. He suddenly stepped into the sky and reached for the iceberg. A powerful suction force appeared as though he was trying to grab the iceberg. How dare you take my things? Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Whoosh! Perhaps because he knew how powerful the great Myojin was, he did not act rashly. He also flew into the sky and reached for the iceberg with his hand. The two powerhouses' energy palms grabbed the iceberg at the same time. Boom! Boom! The iceberg shook slightly. You're courting death. The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. Whiz! Behind the great Myojin, countless rays of green light shot into the sky. The moment the green light appeared, the entire world was dyed green. There seemed to be huge peacock feathers appearing in the green light. With the great Myojin as the center, the peacock feathers spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. However, this peacock tail was too big like a Tongtian. Behind Shiyu the Great, thousands of miles of snow began to fall. The sky was filled with flying snow. The moment the auras of the two powerhouses were released, countless commoners in the city were immediately suppressed to the point of suffocation. Their faces were filled with fear. Go to hell. The great Myojin glared at him and struck out with his other palm. As he struck out with his palm, the void seemed to resound with the cries of thousands of peacocks. It was as if millions of peacock phantoms were following that palm strike and whistling toward Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, be careful. A group of Day One officials cried out in alarm. Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a trace of a sneer, and his other hand also went up to meet it. As Shiyu the Great met the peacock phantoms, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He struck out with his palm, causing a blizzard to howl. In the blizzard, one could see snow monsters charging towards the peacock phantoms. The palms of the two powerhouses collided in the void. Under the aftershock, the entire capital shook violently. Countless commoners were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Whiz! Suddenly, Guhai controlled the formation to form a barrier. Although it could not block out the aftershock, it cushioned the impact of the aftershock. Thank you, Mr. Good. Countless commoners wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and looked gratefully at Guhai. A large number of cultivators quickly fled out of the city. In the sky, the two powerhouses' palms collided. Crack! 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 A layer of frost suddenly formed on the great Myojin's palm. The power of Shiyu the Great's palm was transmitted to the great Myojin's palm. The great Myojin suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Day One officials, on the other hand, widened their eyes. His Majesty is stronger? An official exclaimed in surprise. His Majesty suppressed the great Myojin? The Bat Ancestor was shocked. It was as if this was extremely abnormal. The great Myojin stared at Shiyu the Great. The Great Ingo Technique? You've practiced the legendary forbidden technique? The Great Ingo Technique? You want to refine yourself into a zombie ancestor's body? The Great Ingo body? Shiyu the Great's eyes were cold. He did not answer the great Myojin. Instead, he exerted more force in his palm. Boom! The frost followed the palm and rushed toward the great Myojin's body. The great Myojin's arm was completely frozen in frost. The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. Oomph. So what if it's the Great Ingo Technique? You are the Great Ingo. If I want to kill you, I will still kill you. Boom! 5 beams of divine light suddenly shot up from the great Myojin's back. As soon as the 5 beams of divine light appeared, they instantly brushed away all the frost on his hand. Go for me! Boom! The The great Myojin's expression was ferocious. He exerted force again. Shiyu the Great also exerted force. A rolling storm swept up in the sky. With the two of them as the center, it formed a storm vortex. Instantly, everyone's vision became extremely blurry. Boom! At this moment, the Culture Palace suddenly opened. The Culture Palace opened. Boundless righteous energy seemed to surround two scrolls that shone like the sun. In an instant, they illuminated the world in all directions. Apart from the whirlpool in the direction of the Martial Palace, everywhere else was illuminated by the two scrolls. A pure and holy aura was emitted from the two scrolls. The scrolls were tightly connected, but the sound of chanting could be faintly heard. However, no one could hear what the chanting sound was saying. They only felt that the chanting sound was very comfortable, so comfortable that all the pores on their body opened up. Scriptures of the Divine Path. Yikes, eyes suddenly lit up. Boom, boom, boom. The great metropolis was thrown into chaos in an instant as one expert after another shot up into the sky. Takashi Ryushin could not wait any longer. Li Shinji could not wait any longer. Ram Saint couldn't wait any longer. Charge! Charge! While Shiyu the Great and the Great Myojin were fighting over the iceberg, they soared into the sky together. Bastard! How dare you? How dare you? Ram Saint, is that you? On the square of Daio Hall, almost everyone was shouting angrily. Bad Ancestor, He Kang of Silla, Qin Zibai, and the experts of the Chong clan soared into the sky almost at the same time, rushing toward the two scriptures of the Divine Path. Rumble. The sky was suddenly in chaos. At this moment, Li Shinji seemed to have turned into a divine arrow, shooting up into the sky at an incredible speed. In an instant, he was about to rush to the location of the scriptures of the Divine Path. How dare you steal my things? Bad Ancestor was extremely fast, reaching the sky in an instant. Boom! Countless bats suddenly exploded, covering the sky and earth, blocking in front of Li Shinji. Back in the Five Mountains Academy, the Bad Ancestor had fought against all the experts by himself. Li Shinji had only managed to block one of the Bad Ancestor's palms. Now that he was facing the Bad Ancestor again, could he still withstand it? Release the 10,000 arrows. Li Shinji shouted. Boom! With Li Shinji as the center, countless arrows suddenly soared into the sky. As soon as the arrows were released, they hit all the bats. Bad Ancestor's face changed, and he struck again. Li Shinji met it with a palm. Li Shinji, you want to fight with me with your little cultivation? Bat Ancestor sneered. The two palms collided, but Li Shinji's face showed a trace of ferocity. Boom! With a loud sound, Bat Ancestor suddenly staggered. The palm just now did not suppress Li Shinji, and instead staggered because of Li Shinji's impact. Impossible you. Bat Ancestor stared in surprise. That day I hid my strength, Li Shinji said coldly. Hid his strength? Li Shinji deliberately showed weakness that day. Li Shinji showed weakness in order to leave Bat Ancestor some strength, hoping that Bat Ancestor could kill Guhai. Unfortunately, Bat Ancestor still could not kill Guhai. At this moment, for the Holy Scripture, Li Shinji no longer hid his strength, and suddenly burst out with unprecedented strength. Hiding your strength? If you don't hide your strength, you will die too. Bat Ancestor's face was ferocious. Boom! The two experts once again exchanged palms. The experts of the Chong clan immediately rushed toward the Holy Scripture that Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji were fighting over. Bat Ancestor sneered. Even if Li Shinji can stop me, the Chong clan is my people. How can you be my opponent? Swish! Swish! Below them, the Shinji battalion fired a rain of arrows at the cultivators of the Chong clan. However, only Chong Sheng and Chong Ming acted and blocked all the arrows. The others continued to grab the scroll. Another book of the Holy Path. It was Takashi Ryushin and Ram Saint who were charging forward with all their might. Jinmu of Silla, help me get that Holy Scripture, Ram Saint shouted. With a sudden stroke of the brush in his hand, he immediately separated some of the small fries who had rushed up. Takeshi Ryushin turned around and suddenly sent a palm strike towards Qin Zibai, He-King of Silla, and the others who were charging towards him. "Everyone, please stop," Takeshi Ryushin sneered. Boom! Qin Zibai and He-King of Silla drew their long swords at almost the same time and slashed out sword energy as if they were going to cut Takeshi Ryushin into pieces. Bastard, that's what I day one. The sword energy was fierce. It was as if they were going to cut Takeshi Ryushin into pieces. Takeshi Ryushin immediately hit the two sword energy with his palm. Boom! The sword energy of the two central celestial palaces trembled and was completely blocked. Puff! Under the huge force, He-King of Silla and Qin Zibai both spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Ha! Central Celestial Palaces. You two have just entered the Central Celestial Palaces, and you want to stop me? Both of you, please go back. Takeshi Ryushin laughed. Takeshi Ryushin's aura was not inferior to that of Bad Ancestor and Lishunji at all. The powerful force immediately suppressed the two and made them spit out mouthfuls of blood. "That's what I day one," Qin Zibai said in shock and anger. "Now it's mine to Qian's." Takeshi Ryushin exerted force. Puff! Qin Zibai spat out mouthfuls of blood again. "Qin Clan's Lin, a martial arts genius. Haha, nothing much. Break for me." Takeshi Ryushin stared at Qin Zibai as if he was going to kill him and cripple him. Buzz! Suddenly, another sword energy flew out from the city and rushed towards Takeshi Ryushin. The sword energy was sharp and fierce, and it arrived in front of Takeshi Ryushin in a flash. Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. In a hurry, he shook off Qin Zibai's and He-King of Silla's swords and rushed towards the sword energy. Boom! Takeshi Ryushin's figure paused. Although he managed to block the sword energy, his expression changed as he looked down. He saw a blind man standing below, holding a sword. He was the one who had soared into the sky earlier. "Father!" Qin Zibai suddenly showed joy on his face. "Qinyan, you're not dead yet." Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. While Takeshi Ryushin's expression turned sullen, the blind man had already reached Qin Zibai's side. Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. He extended his hand and took out a sword, as though he was facing a great enemy. The strongest person in the Day One Imperial Dynasty under Shiyu the Great? "Qinyan, are you blind? How can you still use a sword?" Takeshi Ryushin said sullenly. "Only when I'm blind can I see things more clearly." "Jimu of Silla, back off. This is not something you can get your hands on." Blind Qinyan said indifferently. "Sima family, you dare to compete with me?" Ramsaint's angry roar suddenly came from afar. Sima Changkong had appeared out of nowhere and grabbed a scroll of holy Tao scripture before Ramsaint could. Ramsaint immediately grabbed it as well. The two of them each held a brush and refused to give way to each other. Sima Changkong of the Sima family greets Lord Ramsaint. Changkong is impressed by Lord Ramsaint's wisdom. However, Changkong is shameless enough to compete for a scroll of holy Tao scripture. "Lord Ramsaint, please don't take offense," Sima Changkong said respectfully. Takeshi Ryushin looked at Sima Changkong in the distance and smiled. He had been hiding Sima Changkong's figure from Ramsaint for the past few days, just for today. At this moment, Takeshi Ryushin held his sword and blocked Qin Yun, Qin Zibai, and He-King of Silla, creating conditions for the two to compete for the holy Tao scripture. On the other side, Li Shunji and Bat Ancestor were in a deadlock. The Chang family immediately rushed for another scroll of holy Tao scripture. They were about to grab it. At this moment, a thin needle dragged a red line and instantly overtook everyone. Tisk! The thin needle suddenly pierced the edge of the holy Tao scripture and strangely wrapped around it before being pulled. Whoosh! The holy Tao scripture was pulled back at an extremely fast speed. The Chang family was about to grab it, especially Chang Sheng. He was just short of a grip, but the holy Tao scripture was pulled away from him through the gap between his grip. What? The expressions of the Chang family vampires changed. The holy Tao scripture passed through the center of Bad Ancestors and Li Shunji's palms and was suddenly pulled away from under their noses. Bat Ancestor and Li Shunji, who were in a deadlock, also widened their eyes in disbelief. They were fighting for their lives here, and the holy Tao scripture was about to be taken away by a needle and thread. It was pulled away in an instant. Smack! The holy Tao scripture fell into the palm below. Dongfang Bubi? Li Shunji's expression suddenly changed as he roared. Dongfang Bubi, you dare to steal from me? Bat Ancestor's expression also changed drastically. In that instant, Dongfang Bubi flicked his finger and shot out a needle and thread, pulling back a scroll of holy Tao scripture. The holy Tao scripture fell into Dongfang Bubi's palm, and it looked extremely small. However, Dongfang Bubi didn't care about this. Instead, he handed the holy Tao scripture to Gu Hai. They're all fighting for this thing. Is it as precious as my sunflower manual? Here you are. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Gu Hai took the scroll of holy Tao scripture with a strange expression. Sure enough, Dongfang Bubi was powerful when he made a move. Gu Hai, give me back the scripture. Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly changed, and he roared. Boom! Bat Ancestor and Li Shunji separated with a bang. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Shiyong is dead. I have avenged on her. This place is a mess. There is no point in me staying. Dongfang Bubi, you helped me block these people. It is time for me to leave. After obtaining the holy Tao scripture, he couldn't stay. Who knew when Shiyu the Great's battle would end? Moreover, there was a large group of experts here. If he stayed, he wouldn't be able to protect the holy Tao scripture. It was better to leave first and let Dongfang Bubi hold on for a while. After he entered the tunnel and escaped out of the city, who could find him in the forest? Okay. Dongfang Bubi nodded. And Mo Yike, who was at the side, looked surprised. The 30 unhindered worlds formation could be controlled by the Cloud Beast. It didn't need Gu Hai to be there. Chapter 412. Boom! Dongfang Bubi reached out and lifted his hand. The cultivators on the way to Gu Hai's manor were suddenly lifted and sent flying. Even the Shinji battalion disciples in Gu Hai's manor were lifted. Gu Hai grabbed a scroll of holy scripture and drove the flying boat quickly to his manor. There was a tunnel there. No one in the capital knew where it led except for him. As long as he entered it and destroyed the tunnel, even if someone found the other end of the tunnel later, he would have escaped far away. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly went to the manor. Bastard, stop! The elders of the Chong family immediately roared. Gu Hai, how dare you? Bat Ancestor even widened his eyes. Li Shunji's eyelids twitched. He had been busy for half a day, and now he was making a wedding dress for Gu Hai. Li Shunji also wanted the holy scripture, but he couldn't snatch it from Gu Hai's hands at this time. There were countless pairs of eyes here. He could only wait and snatch it in private later. Help Gu Hai block and snatch Gu Hai's in the future? Or let Bat Ancestor go now and let Bat Ancestor deal with Gu Hai? For a moment, Li Shunji fell into a depressed dilemma. Why aren't you going? Bat Ancestor roared. The elders of the Chong family shouted and rushed forward. The group of people who had just entered the Central Celestial Palace were powerful and powerful. Did they want to chase Gu Hai? Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a series of needles and threads rushed straight toward the crowd. Not good. Chong Sheng's face changed. Suddenly, he hit the thin needles with his sword. Boom! Chong Sheng's long sword was suddenly pierced by the thin needles. He narrowly avoided it. But the other elders of the Chong family were suddenly pierced by the needles and threads. Ah! Everyone screamed. Just as he was about to cut off the threads on his body, Dongfang Bubi moved his finger slightly and pulled the threads. Everyone was like a trapped puppet, unable to control their bodies at all. In the distance, Gu Hai sighed. Could he really leave so easily? Bang! Gu Hai's flying boat stopped at his villa and was about to leave. Dongfang Bubi was blocking the way, and no one could come over. However, just as Gu Hai was about to jump off the flying boat and enter the tunnel, a voice suddenly rang out. Ah! Gu Hai, I'll let you run. Run! The Bat Ancestor suddenly laughed sinisterly. Gu Hai frowned and looked over. With a single glance, his expression changed drastically. He saw that in a palace in the distance, a group of vampires were holding a bound woman in front of Bat Ancestor. Pa! The bat ancestor grabbed the woman's shoulder and looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. The woman's face was pale with fright. Bingheim? How could it be Bingheim? Didn't you leave? Gu Hai suddenly cried out in alarm. Not long ago, Gu Hai asked Bingheim, Ziwei, and Changsheng to leave Dadu with Long Wanyu because he was worried that there would be an accident. They walked together. How could Bingheim be caught by the bad ancestor? Bingheim was caught, but what about the others? Gu Hai, who was about to step into the tunnel, suddenly stopped. In the distance, Li Xinji's expression also changed. Li Xinji remembered that Bingheim and Long Wanyu left together. How could she be caught by the bad ancestor? Humph! The bat ancestor waved its hand. A ray of light shot toward the elders of the Chong family. Bang! The thin strings binding everyone was suddenly cut, and they were all free. The elders of the Chong family looked at Dongfang Bubi with lingering fear. You're not leaving? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened, and his figure flashed to Gu Hai's side. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Bingheim in the distance. His brows furrowed deeply. Bingheim was caught. Would Long Wanyu also? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Bingheim said sadly in the distance. Let's go, Gu Hai. Why aren't you leaving? Bat Ancestor sneered. Whoosh! Bat Ancestor's figure flashed, and he brought the Chong family to a place not far from Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked down at the holy scripture in his hand. It was still as bright as the sun, and the chanting came from all directions. When he held it, rolling righteous energy filled his body, making him feel very comfortable. Not hot yet. What's going on? Why is Bingheim in your hands? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Bat Ancestor sneered. What a coincidence. This morning, Bingheim bumped into my hands. I didn't expect to use her now. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Bingheim said sadly. What's going on? She was caught this morning? Where are the others? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Bat Ancestor also looked at Bingheim curiously. Bingheim said bitterly, We were gone for a while. Princess Wanyu said that the demon spirit told her that your life was in danger. Oh, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Could it be that Fairy Wanner saved him with her life 8 days ago outside the city? Didn't I tell you? No matter what, don't come back. When you came back, Gu Hai stared. It was like this last time. Was it the same this time? Long Wanyu was disobedient again? Bingheim said bitterly. At first, we were on guard against Princess Wanyu. Princess Wanyu didn't say that she wanted to come back. Until one night, we flew to a hot spring lake. Princess Wanyu wanted to take a bath. Then, Princess Wanyu disappeared. She left behind a letter. What did she say? Gu Hai asked with a frown. She said that she would come back to save you. She told us to ignore her. Bingheim said bitterly. There were so many of you. You lost her? Gu Hai said angrily. Bingheim had a bitter expression. Princess Wanyu was a prophet. If she wanted to hide from us, who could find her? Then why didn't you tell me? Gu Hai said gloomily. These 8 days, the emperor was on the floating island of Daewon's imperial palace. I couldn't contact the emperor at all, so Bingheim said bitterly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. Well, Gu Hai, give me the book of Holy Scripture. Give it to me, Bat Ancestor said coldly. He exerted force in his hand. Bingheim's shoulder bones suddenly cracked. Ah! Bingheim cried out in pain. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. The book of Holy Scripture in his hand was not warm yet. So, Wanyu's whereabouts are still unknown? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim nodded in pain. Ha, Gu Hai, it seems that you don't care about Bingheim. If you don't give it to me, her arm will be gone. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Your Majesty, please leave. It's my incompetence that has implicated Your Majesty. Bingheim said sadly. Gu Hai looked up at Bat Ancestor and said, Give me Bingheim, and I'll give you the book of Holy Scripture. Bat Ancestor's eyes lit up. Dongfang Bubi was in front of him, and Li Xunji was next to him. Bat Ancestor was not sure that he could get the book of Holy Scripture. However, at this moment, with Bingheim in his hand, Bat Ancestor had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai even gave up the book of Holy Scripture for a woman. Gu Hai, what are you doing? You're crazy. Li Xunji glared at him and roared. Li Shinji was still hoping that Gu Hai would take the book of Holy Scripture and then snatch it back. If Gu Hai gave the book of Holy Scripture to Bad Ancestor, then he would not be able to snatch it. Ha 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 ha. Good. The Bad Ancestor suddenly laughed out loud. Bingheim, Bad Ancestor didn't put any restrictions on your body, right? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai in shock. The book of Holy Scripture was the highest ancient book of literary cultivation. One book was enough to settle a celestial dynasty. In the past, the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty only had 2 books. Gu Hai saved her, and she gave it to him just like that? No. I was caught in the morning, and my cultivation was sealed. I was tied up in the palace near the Imperial Palace until now. Bingheim nodded. Very well, Bad Ancestor. Release Bingheim's restrictions and give me the undamaged Bingheim. I'll return you the undamaged book of Holy Scripture. Otherwise, I'll tear it apart. Oh, right, with the overwhelming righteous energy inside fill my body when I tear it apart. The book of Holy Scripture, that overwhelming righteous energy should be enough for me to deal with you, right? Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he seemed to want to tear the book of Holy Scripture. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Are you crazy? Don't move. I'll release Bingheim's restrictions. Bat Ancestor roared angrily. Boom! Immediately, Bat Ancestor released the restrictions on Bingheim's body. However, with Bingheim in his hand, Bingheim still could not escape. Bat Ancestor was also afraid. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be willing to do that. However, Gu Hai could really do it. He tore up the bringing in the wine last time. Now that the book of Holy Scripture was lost, he might as well tear it up. Bat Ancestor released Bingheim's restrictions. Li Shinji, however, looked anxious. Gu Hai, the book of Holy Scripture is no small matter. With this scroll, you can stabilize the country. Li Shinji said anxiously. He wanted to persuade Gu Hai to change his mind. Gu Hai looked coldly at Li Shinji and ignored him. Gu Hai had long known Li Shinji's thoughts. Why would he listen to him? Give it to me. Bat Ancestor said expectantly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. I won't lie to you. You hand Bingheim over to the Chong family to guard, and I'll throw the book of Holy Scripture to you. The Chong family will release Bingheim. There was no problem at all. Bat Ancestor immediately handed Bingheim over to the Chong family elders. Chong Ming seemed to want to go forward, but Chong Sheng pulled his son back. The Chong family elders quickly went forward to curry favor. They immediately restrained Bingheim. Bat Ancestor turned his back to Gu Hai and gave the Chong family elders a look. The Chong family elders immediately understood. Chong Ming's eyes widened. Was Bat Ancestor going to kill the hostage? Give it to me, Bat Ancestor said in a deep voice. Gu Hai looked at the Chong family elders and said, Everyone, I'll give you the book of Holy Scripture later. If you still dare to hold Bingheim, Dongfang will kill you at all costs. The Chong family elders' expressions changed. Bat Ancestor wanted them to kill the hostage, but if they did, Dongfang would kill them? What should they do? While the Chong family elders were anxious, Gu Hai threw the book of Holy Scripture to the sky between Bat Ancestor and Li Shinji. Whoosh! The book of Holy Scripture was thrown. Bastard! Bat Ancestor's expression changed, and he immediately caught it. Li Shinji naturally would not let go of this opportunity and immediately rushed into the sky. Boom! The two powerhouses chased after the book of Holy Scripture. Ding, ding, ding! A series of fine needles shot out, and the Chong family elders' expressions suddenly changed. Here! The elders did not dare to kill the hostage, and Bingheim was immediately thrown out. Whoosh! With a pull of the needle and thread, Bingheim was pulled into Gu Hai's arms. Bang! Gu Hai hugged Bingheim. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, Bingheim immediately said bitterly. She caused the Emperor to lose the book of Holy Scripture. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Pulling Bingheim, Gu Hai was about to rush into the tunnel. Whoosh! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky. Boom! A huge object crashed into Gu Hai's villa, and immediately, Gu Hai's villa collapsed. On the other side, Li Shunji and Bat Ancestor almost simultaneously held the book of Holy Scripture. They looked down. The smoke and dust dispersed. They saw Guhai holding Bingheim, standing at the entrance of a tunnel. They widened their eyes. The falling behemoth suddenly shrunk and turned into an ice mountain the size of a palm. The iceberg fell into Guhai's right palm. Iceberg? That was an iceberg? It fell into Guhai's hands by itself? Where did the iceberg come from? Bat Ancestor, Li Shunji, Takashi Ryushin, Hikang of Silla, Qin Zibai, Chang Sheng, Chang Ming, Ram Saint, and Sima Changkong opened their eyes almost at the same time. Wasn't this the treasure in the martial palace that the great Myojin and Shiyu the Great fought over? Guhai had just lost the book of Holy Scripture in the literature palace. And in the blink of an eye, the treasure in the martial palace fell into Guhai's hands. How is this possible? Countless people screamed in their hearts. Can you not be so strange? I fought so hard but couldn't get anything, and these treasures jumped into your hands one after another? Can you not be so strange? Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. The battle between the great Myojin and Shiyu the Great stopped. The two peerless masters looked in the direction of Guhai. The great Myojin? You deliberately threw the iceberg into Guhai's hands? Shiyu the Great said coldly. The great Myojin sneered and didn't answer. At the same time, looking at Guhai in the distance who was about to escape, the great Myojin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness.